Chapter 1448. Only Qing Chimo could come up with such a wicked idea like using an astronomical telescope to peek at a beautiful woman. This kind of thing was something that many restless youths in modern society had done before, but Qing Chimo, as a man from the Tang dynasty, was actually able to come up with this idea. It had to be said that this guy's brain circuit was a bit different from others. Yamacho, why are you here? Qing Chimo was about to scold him when he heard Li Zixuan's voice behind him. He immediately changed his words. Li Zixuan rolled his eyes and said impatiently, "Why am I here? If I didn't come, someone would have used the Academy's astronomical telescope to peek at women." Qing Chimo was speechless. Yuchi Baolin and Sun Zifan hurriedly sat upright and still, acting as if this matter had nothing to do with them and they were unconcerned. Li Zixuan looked around and asked curiously, "Where's Qin Ke? Why isn't he in the classroom?" Qing Chimo rubbed his head and replied, "Oh. Qin Ke saw Yamacho's new electric bicycle at the workshop the day before yesterday and wanted to go to the workshop to build it. He should be looking for Mr. Li Gang or Mr. Mo now, right? Qin Ke wants to build a bicycle?" Li Zixuan was stunned when he heard this. Qing Chimo nodded and said, "Yeah. He even told me about it yesterday. Hey. Yamacho, tomorrow is Saturday. Can you lend me your electric bicycle for 2 days?" As he spoke, Qing Chimo suddenly shamelessly asked Li Zixuan to lend him his car. Li Zixuan looked at him from head to toe and said angrily, "With your careless temper, if I lend you my car, you'll either hurt yourself or someone else. I think I'd better not borrow it." Qing Chimo panicked when he heard that. Yamacho, how can you look down on me? I, Qing Chimo, am someone who has ridden a war horse and been on the battlefield. I'm just riding an electric bicycle. How could I hit someone?" Li Zixuan didn't want to talk to this idiot, so he turned around and prepared to leave the classroom. He came to the academy today mainly to talk to Li Gang, Yen Silu, and the others about something, and also to check on the teaching situation in the academy. "Hey. Yamacho, don't go. Are you going to lend me this electric bike or not? If you lend it to me for 2 days, I promise I won't hit anyone. If I really hit someone, I'll do whatever you want me to do in the future without any hesitation." In order to borrow the electric bicycle, Qing Chimo was going all out. He was betting his future freedom. Li Zixuan was helpless. After all, this idiot was his good brother. He could only wave his hand and say, okay. Lend it to you for 2 days. After school, you can go to the county and get it yourself. Hee. Thank you, Yamacho. Qing Chimo couldn't help but laugh proudly when he heard that. Suddenly, he pointed at the door and said, "Yo. Yamacho, Qin Ke is back. Weren't you looking for him just now?" Li Zixuan turned around and saw Li Tai walking toward him. He took 2 steps forward and stopped in front of Li Tai. Li Tai saw Li Zixuan and hurriedly greeted him. "Yamacho." Li Zixuan nodded and said, "Qin Ke, come with me." "Okay." Li Tai hesitated for a moment, then followed Li Zixuan out of the classroom. "Qin Ke, I heard you wanted to go to the workshop to build a bike. How was it? Did you go to see Mr. Mo? Or Mr. Wenji?" Downstairs, Li Zixuan looked at Li Tai and asked. Li Tai nodded and replied, "Yes. I just went to see Mr. Mo. He said that as long as Yamacho agrees, I can go to the workshop to study how to build a bike. In the future, I might be able to build a bike that's even better than an electric bike." Li Zixuan found it funny and said, "Qin Ke, why do you suddenly want to build a bike?" Li Tai was silent for a moment and said, "Yamacho, although the teachers in the academy have taught us a lot of engineering knowledge, Qin Ke thinks that if this knowledge can't be used in practice, it's no different from Zhao Kuo's theory. Mr. Wang made sulfuric acid based on practice, Professor Mo made telescopes, electric motors, and generators through practice. Xiaoka is now practicing in the Yanhuang Bank to verify the economic knowledge he learned from Yamacho, and I also want to use practice to verify the knowledge I learned. The day before yesterday, when I saw the electric bicycle made by Professor Mo and Shan Zhan, I felt that only by personally participating in the practice could I deepen my knowledge. Only then would I be able to show the value of engineering. Only then would I be able to create such a magical and convenient tool like the electric bicycle. So, Yamacho, please let Xianxia go to the workshop to participate in the practice. Li Zishuan didn't expect Li Tai to say this to him. He couldn't help but look at Li Tai in surprise, then asked thoughtfully, Xianxia, are you trying to compete with Xiaoka? He was a little worried that the little fatty had been provoked by Li Ku, so he took the initiative to volunteer to practice in the workshop. This kind of competitive mentality was not good, especially between the princes. Li Tai heard this and shook his head without hesitation, saying, no. I just don't think I'm worse than anyone. Confidence. This little fatty has always been so confident. Li Zishuan paused, then smiled, that's fine. You can go to the workshop to practice, but you can't fall behind in your studies. I'm very pleased that you can understand so many principles. Li Tai was overjoyed when he heard this and quickly cupped his hands, saying, thank you, Yamacho. Oh, right, I heard from Mr. Mo that Professor Mo and Xiaoning are about to get married, so he hopes that I can take over Professor Mo's work as soon as possible. Yamacho, then I'll go to the workshop today. Li Zishuan was stunned and said, Ink Girl and Xiaoning are about to get married? Aren't they not engaged yet? Li Tai said strangely, they were engaged yesterday. Don't you know about Yamacho? Yesterday? Li Zishuan was busy attending the morning court and dispelling the worries of his family yesterday. How could he have the time to pay attention to Yunshan? However, if what the little fatty said was true, then Yan Xiaoning and Mo Lingwei's wedding date was very likely to be soon. Xianxia, do you know when they are getting married? Li Zishuan asked. Li Tai thought for a while and answered, Yamacho, I think I heard from Mr. Mo that they should be getting married at the end of this month. At the end of the month. No wonder Mo Huai wanted Mo Lingwei to hand over her work to Li Tai so quickly. It turned out that in half a month, Mo Lingwei would be getting married. It was indeed not suitable for her to be in public at this time. Li Zishuan thought of this and smiled, that's fine. I know all about it. Xianxia, if you have any problems or difficulties, feel free to look for me or Mr. Mo. Li Tai cupped his hands and said, thank you, sir. Li Zishuan nodded and then left the academy. He went down the mountain and walked towards the workshop. Chapter 1449. Brother Zhang, how's the progress of the new armor? How long will it take to make 5,000 sets? After descending the Cloud Mountain, Li Zishuan went to the temporary blacksmith workshop near the Ba River hydropower station. He asked someone to call Zhang Hongxing over and asked. Currently, the workshop wasn't lacking in iron. This was because Li Zishuan had his own iron ore and the Zhangsun clan had also given him their iron ore. Of course, the condition was that Li Zishuan had to give half of the iron he refined from the Zhangsun clan's iron ore to the Zhangsun clan. However, this time, Zhangsun Wuji had generously agreed to give Li Zishuan 200,000 jin of iron ore for free. Thus, he wasn't lacking in raw materials for producing weapons and armor. What he lacked was speed. Zhang Hongxing might have just come over from the forge as his forehead was covered in sweat. When he heard Li Zishuan's question, he wiped his sweat and replied, Marquis, vanadium steel horse lances, horse armor, and horseshoes are easy to make. However, plate armor isn't easy to make. When making it, we have to consider the coordination between the joints of the body and the plate armor. Although we have the hydraulic press now, we can only make 10 sets of plate armor in a day. If we want to make all 5,000 sets of plate armor, it will take about 500 days. 500 days? Li Zishuan couldn't help but frown. He couldn't even wait 100 days, let alone 500 days. After pondering for a moment, Li Zishuan asked, if we add a few more hydraulic presses, can we increase the speed of making plate armor? Zhang Hongxing scratched his head and thought for a moment before replying, Marquis, this can be done. However, other than the hydraulic presses, I think our workshop needs to recruit a group of blacksmiths. Otherwise, the speed won't increase much. Li Zishuan nodded and said, that's true. I'll ask Faubert to recruit a group of blacksmiths as soon as possible. If you know any blacksmiths, you can introduce them to us. Zhang Hongxing chuckled and said, Hey, Marquis, now that you mention it, I do think of some blacksmiths that I know. Their skills are definitely superb. If I'm free in the next few days, I'll ask them to come over and help. Li Zishuan heard this and immediately felt relieved. He smiled and said, whether it's recruiting blacksmiths or adding hydraulic presses, you can go ahead and do it. You don't need to worry about the materials and money. I just need you to get 5,000 sets of plate armor made as soon as possible. 2 months at most. Brother Zhang, are you confident that you can complete the task? 2 months? Zhang Hongxing couldn't help but be stunned. According to the current speed, it would take a total of 500 days, but Li Zishuan had said 60 days, directly reducing the time to a tenth. Zhang Hongxing subconsciously wanted to directly say that it couldn't be completed, but seeing the urgency in Li Zishuan's eyes, it was obvious that Li Zishuan wanted to create 5,000 sets of plate armor as quickly as possible, regardless of the cost. Was the Tang Empire about to go to war? Zhang Hongxing suddenly had such a conjecture in his mind. He was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. Marquis, I can't promise you this, but I will do my best. I hope that when the time comes, I won't disappoint Marquis. Zhang Hongxing clenched his teeth and cupped his fists. Li Zishuan didn't make things difficult for Zhang Hongxing. Instead, he smiled and said, Okay. Then I'll look forward to your good news. If you need anything, don't hesitate to ask Faubert or me. After that, Li Zishuan turned around and prepared to leave. Zhang Hongxing suddenly said, Marquis, there's something I need your help with. Li Zishuan stopped and turned around to ask, What's the matter? Zhang Hongxing said, Marquis, I presume that you also know that in order for plate armor to maximize its effectiveness, it first has to match the stature of the soldiers. Otherwise, plate armor will greatly affect the soldiers' movements on the battlefield. Thus, this Zhang wishes to ask Marquis to send someone to measure the bodies of the soldiers wearing plate armor. Li Zishuan couldn't help but think that Zhang Hongxing was rather thoughtful. But he still frowned and said, This way, I presume that it will greatly affect the speed of the armor production, right? It should. Zhang Hongxing scratched his head, somewhat troubled. But your suggestion isn't unreasonable. How about this, I'll send someone to measure the bodies of the soldiers, and you'll need to use the data I provide you to divide their bodies into 4 sizes, small, medium, large, and large. Each size actually corresponds to a range of figures. As for how much this range is, you can decide for yourself. This way, we only need to produce 4 sizes of plate armor. Although there will be some discrepancies after the soldiers wear them, it won't affect their normal activities. In addition, when forging the plate armor, Brother Zhang, you must remember to let the craftsmen work together and divide the plate armor into many parts for a specific group of craftsmen to specialize in producing. For example, a group of craftsmen will specialize in making wrist guards, another group will specialize in making shoulder armor, and another group will specialize in making helmets. This way, a production unit only needs to focus on one part of the work. This can greatly increase the efficiency and production. Li Zishuan briefly explained the modern clothing size grading system to Zhang Hongxing. Compared to tailoring, making clothes according to the size of the clothes could greatly save labor and time. This was also why the clothes in modern shopping malls were labeled with S, M, L, and so on. Speaking of sizes, Li Zishuan remembered that plate armor was very suitable to be made using the assembly line method. So, he taught the assembly line method to Zhang Hongxing. In fact, in the new workshop of Strange Interest Pavilion, some workshops had already used the assembly line method for a long time, such as the bicycle workshop. However, Zhang Hongxing joined the workshop relatively late, so he wasn't very familiar with the assembly line method. Hearing this, Zhang Hongxing's eyes lit up. He said excitedly, Marquis method of dividing the sizes and dividing the work is simply too good. This way, our workshop can really make 5,000 sets of plate armor in 2 months. Hearing Zhang Hongxing's words, Li Zishuan couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. He smiled and said, That's great. Then we'll have to trouble Brother Zhang. Marquis, don't worry. After leaving the plate armor forging workshop, Li Zishuan went directly to the workshop to look for Faubert. He told Faubert about the expansion of blacksmiths and the addition of hydraulic stamping machines. Faubert naturally agreed. After repeatedly reminding Faubert to do his best to ensure Zhang Hongxing's production, Li Zishuan turned and went to the laboratory in the workshop. In the morning, Li Tai said that Yan Xiaoning and Mo Lingwei were about to get married. As a good friend and boss, Li Zishuan had to personally go and see the newlyweds. Xiaoning, connect it quickly. See if the motor can turn. She used to be called Little Mingzi, but now she's called Xiaoning. It seems that women who are about to get married are generally more polite than before. Okay. Wait. Okay. Woo. It turned. This small motor can rotate stably, which means that our rectifier circuit is finally successful. When Li Zishuan approached Mo Lingwei's laboratory, he heard such a conversation coming from inside. Finally, he heard Mo Lingwei's cheers. He couldn't help but feel happy. Could it be that the electronic diode was made? So, he quickly quickened his pace and walked into the laboratory. Xiaoning, Ink Girl, you guys made the electronic diode? After entering the laboratory, Li Zishuan saw Mo Lingwei and Yan Xiaoning giggling at the small DC motor spinning crazily on the table. Ah! Yamacho, you're here. Hearing Li Zishuan's voice, Mo Lingwei quickly stood up to greet him. Then, she said excitedly, Yamacho, Xiaoning and I not only made the electronic diode, but also the rectifier circuit. We tried it with a small DC motor just now, and it's totally feasible. In the future, as long as we match it with the rectifier circuit, we can directly use AC to charge the battery. Li Zishuan went forward to take a look. Seeing that the motor's rotor was rotating stably, he nodded and said, okay. I didn't expect you to make the diode so quickly. I thought you would make the DC generator first, then study how to make the diode. Mo Lingwei glanced at Yan Xiaoning and said embarrassedly, I originally planned to do so, but a few days ago, Xiaoning was injured by me. Even if I made the DC generator, he couldn't accompany me to the dam to verify it. So, I took care of him in the workshop while trying to make the electronic diode that Yamacho mentioned. I didn't expect the two of us to really make it. Looking at the bright-eyed girl in front of him, Li Zishuan couldn't help but give her a thumbs up and said, Ink Girl's talent in physics is really admirable. I'm afraid that many men can't even compare to 1/10 of you. Yan Xiaoning was instantly displeased. Hey. Xiao Xian, why do I feel like you're implying something? You're of many men probably includes me, right? Li Zishuan smiled and said, how is that possible? Xiaoning, your talent isn't any worse than Ink Girl's. Isn't that right, Ink Girl? Mo Lingwei heard and looked at Yan Xiaoning with a slightly threatening gaze. Yan Xiaoning quivered and quickly said, no. Xiao Xian, what are you talking about? My talent is still a little worse than Wei Er's. He. Li Zishuan was instantly speechless. He thought to himself that his brother would definitely be a henpecked husband in the future. That's more like it. Mo Lingwei snorted and nodded with satisfaction. Li Zishuan looked at Yan Xiaoning and asked, Xiaoning, how's your recovery? Will it delay the wedding at the end of the month? Hearing this, Mo Lingwei's face instantly turned red, but Yan Xiaoning's expression froze and he said embarrassedly, You even know about Yamacho? Don't worry, I'm fine now, it shouldn't delay the wedding. The reason why the wedding date was so tight was all his own fault. If he hadn't pretended to be fine in front of Yan Lied and said that he only had a small injury, Yan Lied definitely wouldn't have chosen the wedding date between him and Mo Lingwei so close. But now that things had come to this, it was too late to say anything. He had to complete the arranged marriage even if he had to kneel down. Li Zishuan looked at Yan Xiaoning's expression and instantly understood. However, this was Yan Xiaoning's family matter, so he couldn't interfere. After all, even an upright official would find it difficult to settle a family matter. After thinking for a moment, he said, I will ask Priest's son to do more acupuncture and massage for you these few days. With the help of medicinal wine, it should be able to speed up the recovery of your waist and back. However, you have to be careful not to do any strenuous exercise to avoid adding more injuries to your injury. Today was the 4th of June, and there were only slightly more than 20 days until the end of June. However, generally speaking, it would take 100 days for bones and tendons to recover. In this special period, they could only use special methods. Yan Xiaoning didn't refuse. He nodded and said, "Thank you very much." Li Zishuan couldn't help but laugh and scold, "Go away. You don't have to be so polite with me. Seeing that the two of you are finally together, as your brother, I am very happy for you. Don't worry, when the two of you get married, I will definitely give you a big gift." When she heard Li Zishuan say big gift, Mo Lingwei, who was at the side, couldn't care less about being shy. She cast her gaze on Li Zishuan. Yan Xiaoning's eyes also lit up and said directly, "Big gift? Xiao Xian, what big gift? Take it out and let us see it first. If it doesn't suit us, you still have time to change it, right?" Li Zishuan glared at this shameless guy and said, "Scram. Do you want it or not?" This person who received the gift was still being picky. If he wasn't shameless, what else could he be? "No, Xiao Xian, why are you being so unreasonable? You should at least make the recipient satisfied when you give a gift, right? Otherwise, why would you give a gift?" Yan Xiaoning started to act shamelessly. It had to be said that this guy had become even more naughty after spending so much time with Mo Lingwei. Li Zishuan rolled his eyes and said, "Okay. Then I won't give it to you." Hey. Don't. Let's talk nicely," Yan Xiaoning hurriedly said. The person in front of him was a real rich person. If he wanted to give a big gift, it would definitely not be small. Yan Xiaoning would rather not miss it. Li Zishuan couldn't be bothered to banter with this guy. He turned to look at Mo Lingwei and said, "Since the diodes have been made, it means that Mr. Wang's electrolysis workshop can operate normally. I'll have to trouble Ink Girl to help Mr. Wang renovate the electrolysis workshop these 2 days. Also, now that we can connect to the alternating current to charge the batteries, it means that the conditions for the batteries to be used on a large scale are ripe. Ink Girl, you need to arrange for the craftsman to make a batch of batteries as soon as possible as a backup." Mo Lingwei said seriously, "Yes. Yamacho." After a pause, she asked, "Yamacho, are we still making the DC generator?" Li Zishuan pondered for a moment and said, "Yes. Of course we're going to make it, but you don't have to. It's relatively simple. Qin from the academy will come to the workshop to help out. You can let her do this work." "Ah. His Highness King Wei is coming to the workshop?" Mo Lingwei immediately exclaimed when she heard this. Although the Mo family had lived in a remote place for a long time and did not care about worldly affairs, and would not care about the royal power, but after entering the secular world last year, the Mo family slowly began to fear the royal power. Hearing Li Zishuan's intention to let Li Tai come over to be her student, how could Mo Lingwei accept it in such a short time? Chapter 1450. Qin Ke is very interested in electricity and car making, but this knowledge can't be fully grasped by reading books. Only by experiencing it personally can one have a deep impression of it. It's a good thing that he's willing to come to the workshop to practice. Ink Girl, you're getting married to Xiaoning at the end of the month. Use these few days to teach Qin Ke. With his talent, he should be able to understand the principles of generators, motors, and batteries very quickly. Li Zishuan instructed Mo Lingwei in the laboratory of the new workshop. Yamacho, don't worry. I'll teach Prince Wei well." Mo Lingwei hesitated for a moment before replying. Li Zishuan narrowed his eyes as if he could see Mo Lingwei's worries. He smiled and said, "In the academy, there are only teachers and students. There's no Prince Wei, so Ink Girl, don't feel pressured. In general, Qin Ke is very easy to get along with. If you don't believe me, you can ask Xiaoning." Yan Xiaoning quickly nodded and said, Wei, don't worry. Qingke and I are very close. If there's anything, just let me handle it. Mo Lingwei was slightly relieved this time. Besides, she wasn't someone who was afraid of trouble. After hearing Li Zishuan and Yan Xiaoning's words, she smiled and said, "Hee hee. That's fine. If Prince Wei doesn't listen to my teachings, then don't blame me for hitting his palm as a teacher." There was even a hint of excitement in her words. She must be excited that she could hit a prince's palm. Li Zishuan and Yan Xiaoning couldn't help but look at each other, speechless. They had almost forgotten that although the lady in front of them looked beautiful, there was a devil in her heart. Now that things had come to this, they could only pray for that little fatty Li Tai in their hearts. What? The Marquis of Yong and wants to join the Black Armored Army? How can that be? He's just a kid who hasn't even seen human blood. How can he join the Black Armored Army? If he wants to gain merit, he can just go to the other camps in the capital. But if he wants to join the Black Armored Army, I won't allow it. In the afternoon, in the main hall of Duke Fan's mansion in Chang'an City, the angry roar of a middle-aged man could be heard. The master of the Duke Fan mansion was Duan Jishuan. In the 9th year of Wuda, Crown Prince Li Jianqing wanted to murder Li Er. He bribed Duan Jishuan with a large sum of money in an attempt to lure him into submission. Duan Jishuan refused to accept it and informed Li Er of this matter. Afterwards, together with Yuqi Jingda and the others, he started the Black Tortoise Gate Rebellion and killed Li Jiansheng and Li Yuanji. Not long after, Li Er ascended the throne. As the #1 contributor to the Black Tortoise Gate, Duan Jishuan was promoted to the position of Great General of the Left Valiant Guard and was conferred the title of Duke of Fan. Since Duan Jishuan had participated in the formation of the Black Armored Army and Li Er trusted him, he was basically the one in charge of the Black Armored Army. Xingong, the Marquis of Yong, and did not come to the Black Armored Army to gain military merits. He has already become a marquis at such a young age, why would he need military merits? He is here to help the Black Armored Army adapt to the new armor. Moreover, he is not a child who has never seen human blood. Last year, he killed more than 50 bandits at the Blood Wind Stockade alone. His martial arts are unparalleled among the younger generation. At this time, Duan Jishuan's voice came from the main hall. Then, the middle-aged man snorted again, "Humph. Those were just small bandits who gathered in the mountains. Killing them was as easy as chopping vegetables. What is there to brag about?" Duan Jishuan said in a deep voice, "What about the battle at Snake Spirit Mountain?" At that time, the 7 cultivators of True Virtue sect had a late-stage grandmaster and a peak grandmaster, as well as thousands of disciples. However, Li Zishuan destroyed the entire 7 cultivators of True Virtue sect in one night. To put it bluntly, with his strength, I'm afraid that even you and I are no match for him. You are praising others and diminishing our own prestige. I don't believe that a teenager like him can be so powerful. Isn't it just because he was taught by a famous teacher since he was young? No matter how high his realm is, it is still unstable. Compared to us veterans who have experienced hundreds of battles, he is still too young. In short, I don't agree to let a child join the Black Armored Army." Hearing this, Duan Jishuan's voice turned cold. "Xingong, this is not a matter of whether you agree or not. This is the Emperor's decree. Are you going to defy the decree? If you really have something to say, go to the palace and tell the Emperor directly after you recover." "Humph. Fine, I'll say it. The glory of the Black Armored Army today is built on the blood and bones of countless soldiers. I will not allow a child to criticize us. Goodbye." As soon as he finished speaking, a middle-aged man dressed in a crimson warrior's uniform walked out of the main hall. After leaving Duke Fan's mansion, he left directly. This stubborn old man. In the main hall, Duan Jishuan sat on the seat of honor and muttered to himself. From the frown on his face, it could be seen that the middle-aged man's attitude just now had put him in a difficult position. "Master, Marquis Yong, and requests an audience." After some time, a person who looked like a housekeeper walked up and said carefully to Duan Jishuan, who was deep in thought. Hearing this, Duan Jishuan was shocked and immediately recovered from his deep thoughts. He hurriedly said, "Quick! Invite him in." No matter what others thought, Duan Zhishuan admired Li Zishuan. That was why he spoke up for Li Zishuan just now. "Yes, master." The housekeeper replied and cupped his hands and prepared to leave. Unexpectedly, Duan Zhishuan waved his hand and said, "Wait. It is better for me to go out and welcome him personally. In the future, when Marquis Yong and comes, do not report. Invite him directly to the side hall. If I am not in the mansion, immediately send someone to report to the army camp." "I understand." The steward hurriedly complied, but in his heart, he was astonished at the importance his master placed on Li Zishuan, this new noble of the imperial court. "Haha. Marquis Yong An's presence brings light to my humble abode. The servants are not sensible. Marquis Yong An, please don't blame them." Arriving at the entrance of the mansion, Duan Zhishuan walked towards Li Zishuan with a face full of enthusiasm and said with a smile. Li Zishuan cupped his hands and returned the greeting. He smiled and said, "General Duan must be joking. I came uninvited. I hope General Duan will not take offense." Speaking of which, before this, he did not know where Duan Zhishuan lived. This was only when he went to the academy to ask Qing Chimo in the afternoon. This could not be blamed on him. The main reason was that he was not in the imperial court for many years. He only knew the names of many officials. As for where they lived, he most likely did not know. This Duke Fan mansion was not big, let alone grand. It looked about the same as Li Zishuan's mansion in Yongla district. However, this also showed that Duan Zhishuan was a low-key person who did not like to be extravagant. At this moment, Duan Zhishuan waved his hand and said, "Haha. Marquis Yong An, what are you saying? Before long, you and I will be colleagues. Aren't you treating me as an outsider? Come, come, come. Let's talk inside. Housekeeper, quickly get someone to serve tea." Under Duan Zhishuan's beckoning, Li Zishuan came to the front hall of the Duan mansion. It was also the place where Duan Zhishuan and the other middle-aged man had an argument. After a brief exchange of greetings, the servants of the Duan mansion brought a pot of hot tea. After pouring a cup for Li Zishuan and Duan Zhishuan, they left. "Oh. This is divine tea." Li Zishuan was not interested in other people's tea. However, after smelling the tea fragrance in the air, he could not help but exclaim, "Haha. This is something that I asked someone to buy from Lantian County." Speaking of this Duan has to say that Marquis Yong and is too stingy. You actually only sell the good stuff in Lantian County. Chang and City either doesn't have it, or the supply is very small. You've almost driven the high officials and dignitaries of Chang and City crazy. Duan Zhishuan said half-jokingly. Li Zishuan cupped his hands and said, "General Duan is right. This junior will take note in the future. However, this junior has something to ask of General Duan today." Duan Zhishuan perked up and said, "Please speak, Marquis Yong An." Li Zishuan replied, "Here's the thing. The workshop at Chitsu Pavilion is currently working hard to create armor for the Black Armored Army. However, in order to maximize the effectiveness of the new armor, it has to fit the soldiers' bodies. Therefore, I would like to send some tailors to the Black Armored Army's camp to measure the soldiers' bodies. I hope that General Duan can accommodate us." Duan Zhishuan could not help but narrow his eyes. After a moment of silence, he said, "So that's the case. However, the Black Armored Army camp is a restricted area. Ordinary people are not allowed to enter. How about this? I will instruct the generals of each camp to measure the height and weight of the soldiers and pass the results to you. How about that?" Li Zishuan did not suspect anything when he heard that. He nodded and said, "Sure. I will write down the measurements on a piece of paper. General Duan, you can ask the soldiers to fill in the data when the time comes." No problem." Duan Zhishuan nodded and ordered someone to get a pen and paper. After a while, Li Zishuan picked up the pen and a line of small words appeared on the paper. Duan Zhishuan took a closer look and could not help but exclaim, "Height, weight, shoulder width, waist circumference, waist circumference, waist circumference. This needs to be measured for so many things. Li Zishuan smiled and said, that's natural. This is also to ensure that the plate armor made will fit the soldiers' bodies better. Otherwise, the plate armor will affect the soldiers' movements on the battlefield. Duan Jishuan nodded thoughtfully. After a while, he frowned and asked, although this makes sense, won't this affect the speed of your workshop's craftsmen? Li Zishuan shook his head. There will definitely be an impact. However, it's not impossible to overcome it. Don't worry, General Duan. The interesting pavilion workshop is already producing the armor at full capacity. It is estimated that within 2 months, they will be able to produce 5,000 sets of armor, vanadium steel horse lances, vanadium steel horse armor, and horseshoes. 2 months? So fast? When Duan Jishuan heard this, he couldn't help but exclaim, although this Duan has never forged armor before, I have heard people say that a skilled craftsman would need at least 3 days to forge a set of radiant armor. The structure of the armor is more complicated than the Mingguang armor. It is amazing that your workshop can make 5,000 sets in 2 months. Li Zishuan heaved a sigh of relief when he heard Duan Jishuan say, so fast and not so slow. Then, he said half-jokingly, as long as General Duan doesn't think it's too slow. In truth, this is the normal speed of the Oddity Pavilion's workshop. We have the most advanced equipment, the best technology, and the best craftsmen, so we naturally have the fastest speed and the highest quality. Otherwise, the products of the Oddity Pavilion wouldn't be so popular throughout the Great Tang. Duan Jishuan nodded in agreement and said with emotion, that's indeed the case. In less than a year, the interesting pavilion workshop has grown from a small workshop to the largest in the Tang Empire. Not even the Imperial Palace's general supervisor can compare. In the end, it is all thanks to Marquis Yong An's talent. Otherwise, if it were anyone else, the interesting pavilion workshop would not be able to reach its current scale. General Duan overpraises me. Li Zishuan smiled, then he stood up and said, I've achieved my goal today. It's getting late now, so I'll take my leave first. Once the matters at the academy and workshop are settled, I will report to the Black Armored Army's camp. Duan Jishuan's expression froze for a moment, but he quickly regained his composure. He gave an unnatural smile and said, good, good. Marquis Yong, you don't have to worry about entering the camp. His Majesty has also said that you have to take care of both the academy and the camp. I understand. Although Duan Jishuan's expression changed quickly, it did not escape Li Zishuan's eyes. Li Zishuan looked at Duan Jishuan and clasped his hands. Thank you for your understanding, General Duan. However, the matters at the camp are more important. After I settle the matters at the academy, I will return to the camp as soon as possible. I hope that General Duan can calculate the figures of the soldiers as soon as possible. Duan Jishuan nodded. I will arrange for someone to do it as soon as possible. Li Zishuan clasped his hands and took his leave. Your Highness, the projects from last month have been sorted out. Our bank made a total profit of 35,800 Tang Yuan. After deducting the costs, we made a net profit of 31,400 Tang Yuan. Lantian District, Yanhuang Bank, Back Hall. A middle-aged scholar held a thick account book and bowed to Li Ku. Back then, Li Zishuan gave Li Ku special treatment and imparted some advanced financial knowledge to Li Ku. Then, he arranged for Li Ku to go to the Yanhuang Bank in Lantian County to gain experience. After all, knowledge on paper is shallow, but experience is necessary. Only through practice would Li Ku understand the true way of the economy. Thank you for your trouble, Mr. Song. Li Ku nodded, then he stood up and walked to Mr. Song. He stretched out his hand and said, let me see the account book. Yes. Your Highness. Mr. Song's body trembled inexplicably, but he quickly returned to normal. After hesitating for a moment, he handed the account book to Li Ku. Li Ku took the account book, turned around, and returned to the desk. He flipped through it in front of Mr. Song. The accounts of Yanhuang Bank were recorded using the double-entry bookkeeping method invented by Li Zishuan. It was very clear. In addition, Li Ku was very talented in mathematics and was very sensitive to numbers. Therefore, when he flipped through the account book, he could read 10 lines at a glance. Mr. Song, why is there no record of the payment of 500 Tang Yuan on the 15th of April? Also, on the 20th of April, 300 Tang Yuan, and on the 28th of April, 700 Tang Yuan. Where did all this money go? After a moment, Li Ku frowned and said with an unpleasant expression. Chapter 1451. Your Highness, this, Lantian County, back hall of the Yanhuang Bank. Faced with Li Ku's questioning, Mr. Song's face turned red. He wanted to explain, but in the end, he swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. His surname was Song, and his name was Siming. He could be considered as Li Ku's #1 accountant. Seeing this, Li Ku walked in front of Song Siming and said with a gloomy face, Mr. Song, you should know better than anyone that this Yanhuang Bank does not belong to me, Li Ku. It belongs to my father, the Marquis of Yong'an, and the other nobles. The annual profits of the bank also do not go into my pocket. Last month's profits were reduced by a total of 1,500 Tang Yuan. How do you want me to explain this to my father? How do I explain this to the Marquis of Yong'an and the other nobles? When Li Zishuan opened the bank, in order to increase the capital of the bank and increase the credibility of the bank, not only did he pull in the royal family, even Qin Xiong, Qing Yaojin, Zhang Sun Wuji, and the other nobles all generously donated to buy the shares of the Yanhuang Bank. Therefore, in theory, the annual profits of the bank should be distributed according to everyone's shares. Although Li Ku was now in charge of the management rights of the Lantian County Bank, he did not have the right to distribute the profits of the bank. The atmosphere in the room suddenly became oppressive. A layer of sweat gradually appeared on Song Siming's forehead, but even so, he did not say anything to explain himself. He just lowered his head, as if he had done something wrong, and stood quietly in front of Li Ku. Facing such a stubborn old man, Li Ku was a little angry. If it was another person in a higher position, they would probably directly lock this old man up for corruption and interrogate him severely. However, Li Ku knew the character of the old man in front of him. He knew that the other party would definitely not ruin his reputation for such a small amount of money. After a moment of silence, Li Ku opened his mouth again and said, Mr. Song, this is not a small matter. You should not think of taking responsibility for it yourself. I, Li Ku, do not wrongly accuse a good person, but also will not let a bad person go. Mr. Song, please tell me who exactly used the 1,500 Tang Yuan. Otherwise, when this prince investigates thoroughly, no matter who it is, it won't look good for anyone's face. Hearing Li Ku's words, Song Siming's body trembled. After a moment of hesitation, he finally opened his mouth and said, Your Highness, this matter must not be made public because the person who embezzled the money is the 6th prince. Li Ku's expression changed. His originally gloomy little face suddenly became like the sky before a storm, dark clouds gathered. You mean Xiao Xiao? How dare he? After taking a deep breath, Li Ku said in disbelief. The so-called 6th prince was Li Er's 6th son. His name was Li Kuei and he was born from Yangfei. He was Li Ku's younger brother from the same mother. Because Li Kuei was not yet 10 years old and had a mischievous personality and was ignorant and incompetent, he was not favored by Li Er. Thus, he did not have an official title. According to the normal course of history, Li Kuei would only be conferred the title of King Liang in the 5th year of Zhengguan's reign. Right now, this troublesome brat was doing his best to cause trouble for the imperial family. In official history, Li Er had once reprimanded Li Kuei like this: beasts can be tamed after being trained, iron and stone can be smelted and sculpted to be made into tools. People like Li Kuei are worse than beasts and iron and stone. From this, it could be seen how much Li Er loathed this child. At this time, Song Siming said with a bitter face, Your Highness, last month, the 6th prince and His Highness King Lu came to this Song many times, saying that they needed to withdraw a sum of money urgently. This old man also knew that the money in this bank could not be used, so I flatly refused. However, the sixth prince threatened this old man, saying that Your Highness was in charge of the entire bank and that he was Your Highness's younger brother, so it was no big deal for him to withdraw a bit of money. He also said that if this old man did not give him the money, he would sell this old man's little granddaughter to 100 Flowers Tower. The sixth prince's past misdeeds were all over the place, so how could this old man dare to risk my granddaughter? Your Highness, this old man's granddaughter is only 10 years old. At this point, Song Siming's old face was filled with shame and fear. Bastard! Bastard! Xiao Gui actually dares to commit such atrocities. When Li Ku heard this, even though the other party was his younger brother from the same mother, he could not help but curse angrily. After cursing, he looked at Song Siming and said, "Why didn't Mr. Song tell me about this earlier?" Song Siming smiled bitterly and said, "Your Highness, the sixth prince also said that if this old man told you about this matter, not only would he sell my granddaughter, he would also break the legs of my entire family. This old man will resign today, Your Highness, and bring my entire family to another place to avoid disaster before the sky turns dark." Seeing that his loyal subordinate had been forced to resign and leave, Li Ku could no longer hold it in and said in a deep voice, "Brotherly, don't worry. Mr. Song, you can't go anywhere. This prince promises you today that as long as this prince is alive, as long as you do not violate the laws of the great Tang Empire, nothing will happen to you and your family. This prince swears to the heavens." The ancients placed great importance on oaths. Seeing that the great king of Shu was actually swearing on his behalf, Song Siming was instantly moved. He hurriedly said, "Your Highness, you are too kind. Your Highness has always been generous and loyal to others. This old man naturally believes in Your Highness." Only then was Li Ku relieved. He nodded, then turned and shouted outside the door, "Guards! Go and capture this prince's disappointing younger brother." He used the word capture and not invite or bring. It was enough to see how angry Li Ku was at this moment. "Yes, Your Highness." The two guards who came in could not help but look at each other, but seeing Li Ku's gloomy face, they could only quickly salute and accept the order. Smack! Bang, bang, bang! At this moment, the sound of a flower pot falling to the ground came from the courtyard outside the house, followed by a series of hurried footsteps that gradually faded away. Li Ku frowned and said to the two guards, "Quickly go and see what's going on outside." "Yes." The two quickly walked out of the room. A moment later, "How dare you? Let go of this prince. Quickly let go of this prince. Otherwise, this prince will kill your entire family. This matter has nothing to do with this prince. If you want to capture someone, capture Li Ku. Why are you capturing me? Quickly let go. Otherwise, do you believe that this prince will not let you see tomorrow's sun?" Amidst the commotion, two of Li Ku's guards walked in with two teenagers in tow. "Your Highness, the commotion outside the house just now was caused by the sixth prince and Prince Lu. They should have just arrived at the bank." One of the guards put down Li Ku and saluted Li Ku. Speaking of which, these two children were unlucky. They had planned to use the same trick today and come to the bank to extort a sum of money from Song Siming. They did not expect to see Li Ku lecturing Song Siming when they arrived at the bank. It was fine if he was lecturing Song Siming, but the content of the lecture just so happened to include them. After eavesdropping for a while, they saw that the situation was not good and immediately fled. However, when Li Yuanchang turned around, he accidentally knocked over a flower pot beside him, which alerted Li Ku inside the house. Li Ku's gaze was gloomy. He nodded at the two guards and said, Both of you can leave first." "Yes, sir." The more one knew about the imperial family's matters, the faster one would die. The two guards had no intention of listening in at all. When they heard that, they hurriedly left as if they had been pardoned. Third brother. After the two guards left the room, Li Ku hesitated for a moment, raised his head, and looked at Li Ku fearfully as he spoke weakly. Although he was usually quite a scoundrel and often relied on his father as the emperor to cause trouble everywhere, he was not afraid of anything. However, as the saying goes, everything has its vanquisher. Li Gui was still quite afraid of this elder brother of his who shared the same mother. Li Yuanchang stood there calmly and did not say anything. According to seniority, he was Li Ku and Li Ku's imperial uncle, so he was not afraid of Li Ku. Li Ku stared at his younger brother from the same mother without saying a word. Just as Li Ku could not take it anymore, he heard Li Ku say coldly, "Apologize to Mr. Song immediately." The cold voice seemed to have no warmth, and there was no room for negotiation. "What? Third brother, you want me to apologize to this rotten old man? Impossible. I'm a prince. Who does he think he is?" Hearing this, Li Gui exclaimed in disbelief. Song Siming narrowed his eyes and pretended not to hear Li Ku's rude words. Bam! However, Li Ku could not pretend not to hear. He slammed the table angrily and stood up. "Bastard! Shut up! How did Imperial Father teach us? He taught us to be benevolent, humble, kind, and gentle. Look at you now, how are you any different from those hooligans on the streets? Hurry up and apologize to Mr. Song, or I will return to the palace today and report everything you did to Father. We'll see how Father will punish you then." "Hey! Don't. Third brother, please don't tell Father. Apologize, I will apologize to Mr. Song right now." When Li Gui heard this, he immediately panicked and said hurriedly. The person he feared the most in this world, other than Li Ku, was Li Er. Li Er was an emperor on horseback. He had been on the battlefield and killed people before. If Li Ku made a mistake, Li Er did not even need to lift a finger. He just needed to glare at him coldly, and Li Ku would not be able to take it. Therefore, when he heard that Li Ku wanted to report the matter to Li Er, this little bastard immediately gave in. "Your Highness, I am just a commoner. How can I accept the sixth prince's apology? Please take back your order, Your Highness." Song Siming cupped his fists and said to Li Ku. "Humph. Old man, at least you know what's good for you." Before Li Ku could say anything, Li Ku could not help but whisper. Although his voice was soft, Li Ku, who had sharp ears, heard it clearly. Li Ku said with a livid expression, "Li Ku. Mr. Song is my right-hand man. If you dare to disrespect him again, don't blame me for not acknowledging you as my younger brother." These words were a little harsh. As a princess of the previous dynasty, Yang Fei's status in the palace was already awkward. Li Ku usually did whatever he wanted outside because he had a brother who was favored by Li Er. "Third brother, please calm down. I know my mistake." Li Ku hurriedly begged for mercy. When he saw that Li Ku was unmoved, he quickly bowed to Song Siming and said, "Mr. Song, I'm sorry. I have offended you in the past. Please forgive me, Mr. Song." Li Yuanchang, who was standing at the side, revealed a surprised expression when he saw Li Yu admit defeat. Song Siming only wanted his family to be safe. He did not have the guts to be angry with Li Ku. Before Li Ku could bow, he had already reached out to support Li Ku. "Your Highness, please don't. Please don't. This old man can't bear it." "Ha! I've already apologized and watched the show. Little Ku, your uncle still has some things to do in the palace. I'll take my leave first." Li Ku's problem was temporarily resolved. Li Yuanchang knew that Li Ku might turn to him next, so he hurriedly wanted to leave. "Uncle, please wait," Li Ku hurriedly said. Although the young man in front of him was born in the same year as him, there was still seniority. No matter what, he had to call him uncle. This was not a rule that could be messed up in any dynasty. "What? Little Ku, do you also want me to apologize to this old man?" Li Yuanchang stopped and looked at Li Ku with a mischievous expression. This little rascal was basically the same kind of trash as Li Ku. From the words he said, it was obvious that he was worse than Li Ku. Li Ku shook his head and said, "Uncle, you worry too much. Ku just wants to ask, where did you and Little Ku use the 1,500 Tang Yuan that you and Little Ku transferred from the bank last month?" Li Yuanchang and Li Ku looked at each other. Their expressions suddenly became a little unnatural. However, the unnatural expression on Li Yuanchang's face disappeared in an instant. He said as if nothing had happened, "Hey, hey, hey. Little Ku, don't slander me and sully my innocence. What 1,500 Tang Yuan? Why don't I know about it? This matter should be done by Little Ku. If you want to ask him. What does it have to do with me?" Being heartlessly betrayed by his own teammate, Li Ku's face turned pale. He looked at Li Yuanchang's side profile and said in disbelief, "Uncle, you what? What? Did I say something wrong? Didn't you go to the bank last month to withdraw money from Mr. Song?" Li Yuanchang stared and said. After he said that, he turned his eyes and looked at Li Ku again, saying, "Little Ku. Maybe Little Ku is a little tight on money recently, so he wanted to borrow some money from Mr. Song. It's not like he won't return it. Why do you have to be so serious?" Li Yuanchang's face was black for a while, then red for a while. Not only did he remove himself from the situation, he also secretly sold Li Ku to make the other party feel grateful to him. It had to be said that this move of his was really good. Sure enough, Li Ku's eyes, which were filled with resentment before, now had a faint trace of gratitude in them. He turned to Li Ku and said, "Yes, yes, yes. Third brother, this money is only borrowed from Mr. Song. I will definitely return it in the future. Don't be so stubborn." Li Ku was unmoved. He said in a low voice, "Little Ku, if you still treat me as a brother today, tell me honestly, what did you do with so much money?" Hearing Li Ku's question, Li Ku's eyes suddenly dimmed. At this time, Li Yuanchang took the opportunity to say, "Haha. Little Ku, if you two brothers have something to talk about, you can talk about it. Uncle, I really have something to do, so I'll take my leave first." After that, he lifted his feet and was about to leave. Unexpectedly, at this time, a voice full of energy came from the door. "If you two don't explain things clearly today, you can't go anywhere." Chapter 1452. Li Yong. Marquis Yong and Yanhuang Bank. Just as Li Yuanchang was about to take the opportunity to slip away, a cold voice sent him into the abyss. Just as the voice fell, Li Yuanchang saw a person who often gave him nightmares stride in. Who else could it be but Li Zishuan? Back then, Li Yuanchang ordered the evil servant to cause trouble at the foot of Yunshan. After being taught a lesson by Li Zishuan, he ran back to Li Yuan to complain. Li Yuan had a son late and was rather doting on Li Yuanchang, his youngest son. After hearing the news, he wanted to take revenge for his son. Who knew that after Li Zishuan saw Li Yuan, not only was he not scared to the point of kneeling and begging for mercy, he resolved the crisis with a few words and scared Li Yuanchang to the point of wetting his pants. Since then, Li Yuanchang realized that Li Yuan did not seem to dote on him as much. In the past, he could easily get money and people from Li Yuan, but now it was very difficult to get them. This made Li Yuanchang very confused and fearful. Of course, towards the man who caused all this, Li Zishuan, Li Yuanchang's heart was filled with resentment and fear. After several months, seeing Li Zishuan again, the shadow of fear in Li Yuanchang's heart did not fade. Instead, it grew stronger, to the point that he stuttered when speaking. "Yamacho." Seeing Li Zishuan arrive, Li Ku hurriedly went forward to greet him and heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. Li Zishuan nodded, then looked at Li Yuanchang lightly and said, "Your Highness King Lu, it's really been a long time. I didn't expect that the great King Lu would be interested in a mere 1,500 strings of coins." After returning from Chang'an City, he passed by Yanhuang Bank in Lantian County. His heart moved and he wanted to come in and see how Li Ku was doing in the bank. Before he went to the Black Armored Army, he wanted to straighten out all the errands on him, such as the workshop and Yanhuang Bank. Once Li Zishuan went to the barracks, he would have less time to do these chores. That was why Li Zishuan had been busy running around for the past few days. However, he did not expect that there would be a case of someone embezzling public funds in Yanhuang Bank. Moreover, the person who embezzled public funds was that little bastard Li Yuanchang. Li Ku could handle Li Gu, but because of the difference in seniority, he couldn't handle Li Zishuan. Therefore, Li Zishuan stepped in. Yanhuang Bank was basically equivalent to a modern bank, or even a central bank. It would never allow anyone to embezzle public funds. This was because not only would it be irresponsible to the shareholders of the bank, it would also be irresponsible to the people who deposited their money in the bank. Apart from that, it would also be a blow to Tang Yuan's credibility in the entire Tang dynasty. Li Zishuan would never allow such a thing to happen. Wah! What 1,500 strings of cash? Marquis Yong'an, what are you saying? I don't understand. Li Yuanchang's face paled as he tried to defend himself. This was really being stubborn even in the face of death. Li Zishuan's eyes narrowed as he said in a deep voice, Your Highness King Lu, don't pretend to be confused. Today, I will say these words. If you don't clearly explain the 1,500 strings of cash, no one can leave. When the time comes, I will find His Majesty or the retired emperor to judge. Or you can think about it. Will those nobles who invested in Yanhuang Bank let you off? As he finished speaking, Li Zishuan's voice gradually turned cold. Li Yuanchang and Li Ge couldn't help but shiver. After his expression changed, Li Yuanchang opened his mouth and said, Isn't it just 1,500 strings of cash? I will send someone to return it to you when I return. This money was originally borrowed from Mr. Song. Today, I will return it all to you. In the future, don't bother us anymore. He had thought it through. Rather than completely falling out with Li Zishuan and causing a huge ruckus, he might as well grit his teeth and return the money. He was clear in his heart that even if this matter reached his father, Li Yuan, it would not end well. After all, he was not in the right. Moreover, the shareholders of the Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce were all nobles of the imperial court. He had affected the interests of so many people, Li Heir would not let him off. Li Zishuan nodded and said, It is only right to repay debts. The money that Your Highness King Lu owes should naturally be returned. However, where did you use the 1,500 strings of cash that you borrowed earlier? Hearing this, Li Yuanchang evasively said, This Marquis Yong'an, you don't have to care. Don't worry, when I return to the palace, I will immediately send someone to send the money to you. Li Zishuan lightly said, Why can't I care? I have to confirm whether the 1,500 strings of cash are still there or not. Or rather, I doubt Your Highness King Lu's ability to repay the debt. Originally, in Li Zishuan's impression, Li Yuanchang was still very rich. However, thinking about how this little bastard had colluded with Li Zishuan to extort money from the bank, Li Zishuan concluded that this little bastard was definitely not doing as well as before. Otherwise, why would he do such a thing? Li Yuanchang's face was instantly filled with anger. He angrily said, What a joke. A mere 1,500 strings of cash, I don't even care about it. Marquis Yong'an, don't go too far. Li Zishuan heard this and sneered, Oh? Since Your Highness King Lu is so rich, why did you come to the bank to extort money from Mr. Song last month? You, Li Yuanchang was instantly rendered speechless. At this moment, Li Ke looked at Li Zhe and said earnestly, Xiao Li, tell me the truth. What did you use the money for? Otherwise, if you commit another crime in the future, I will definitely not plead with Imperial Father and Imperial Mother on your behalf. Li Zhe's heart was already shaken when he saw his Imperial uncle, whom he relied heavily on, being completely suppressed by Li Zishuan. Now that he heard Li Ke's words, how could he bear it? He hurriedly grabbed Li Ke's arm and said with a sobbing tone, Third brother. Third brother. I was wrong. I was wrong. Don't ignore me. Li Zhe. Seeing that Li Zhe was about to give in, Li Yuanchang panicked and hurriedly stopped him. Your Highness King Lu, don't go too far. Li Zishuan grunted and said coldly. Li Yuanchang had seen Li Zishuan's martial prowess. Sensing the other party's unfriendly gaze, he hurriedly shrunk his neck and didn't dare to say another word. Li Ke struck while the iron was hot. Xiao Li, if you tell me now, I can still help you. If you don't, Yamacho and I can find out on our own. But when that time comes, no one can help you. Imperial father and imperial mother can't either. Third brother. I'll tell you. I'll tell you. Li Jie suddenly panicked. He hurriedly said, last month, imperial uncle and I went to bet on football. At first, we won more than 2,000 strings of cash, but then we lost all of it. Even our own capital of more than 2,000 strings of cash was lost. Later, imperial uncle and I came up with an idea. We went to the owners of the teams and threatened them in advance before the game that they must lose. Then we would take the opportunity to bet on losing. We would definitely make a lot of money. But you also need capital to bet on losing. At that time, imperial uncle and I lost all our money. Later, imperial uncle said that third brother, you were on duty at Yanhuang Bank and made a lot of money every day. I came to the bank to look for third brother. Coincidentally, you weren't there on May 15th, so I borrowed 500 strings of cash from Mr. Song. Bet on football. Li Ke's eyes widened in shock when he heard this. He scolded with a face full of resentment, it's fine if you bet on football, but you actually went to threaten the owners of the teams to fix the game? Xiao Jie, how dare you? On the side, Li Zixuan's expression could not help but turn serious. He had never imagined that a misappropriation of public funds would actually involve a series of major cases of corruption in football. And he had another identity, which was the president of the Tang Football Association. Therefore, this matter was even more important to him. Li Yuanchang's face was now ashen. He had already decided to go all out, but he still looked at Li Jie angrily from time to time. Third brother, I didn't do it on purpose. I just wanted to earn some money so that imperial concubine mother wouldn't treat me like a child anymore. I also wanted to buy a few new clothes and jewelry for imperial concubine mother. Li Jie said with a sobbing tone. Hearing the second half of Li Jie's sentence, Li Ke's cold eyes couldn't help but soften. He took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, a gentleman loves money, but he gets it in the right way. If you use this method, no matter how much money you earn, Imperial Mother and I will look down on you. Imperial Mother won't want the clothes and jewelry you bought with your ill-gotten money. In the palace, danger is everywhere. Imperial Mother is cautious every day, afraid of getting involved in trouble. But you, on the other hand, did such a thing outside to smear Imperial Mother's reputation. Do you still have a heart of loyalty, filial piety, and benevolence? Third brother, I was wrong. I was wrong. Li Jie was ashamed by Li Ke's words and could only admit his mistakes. Li Zixuan picked up the account book on the table next to him. With his mathematical attainments and mental calculation ability, he could easily find the problem in the account book. After a while, he looked at Li Jie and asked, Sixth Prince, you withdrew 500 and 300 Tang Yuan from the bank on the 15th and 20th of May. According to what you said just now, you should be able to make a lot of money by threatening the owners of the teams to fix the game. But why did you withdraw 700 Tang Yuan from the bank on the 28th of May? Were you still short of money at that time? Li Jie knew that Li Ke respected Li Zixuan very much, so he didn't dare to put on airs in front of Li Zixuan. Hearing this, he thought for a while and replied, of course, it's very profitable to get people to fake matches, but the teams we found earlier weren't very strong. There weren't many people who thought that they would win, so the gambling house set very low odds for them to lose. All in all, Royal Uncle and I didn't make much money. At the end of the month, Imperial Uncle and I decided to do something big. We found the super strong team that was in the limelight this year, the Wind Thunder team. Their young master is called Jing Qianjun. Imperial Uncle and I revealed our identities and threatened him to deliberately lose the game against the Fire Wolves team the next day. Although the Fire Wolves team is a First Division team, they are at the bottom of the First Division teams. They are no match for the Wind Thunder team. So there will be a lot of people who bet on the Wind Thunder team winning, and we bet on the Wind Thunder team losing, so we can make a fortune in one fell swoop. Do you mean that Jing Qianjun agreed to fix the game for you? Li Zixuan's face darkened. He interrupted Li Ke and asked. Li Zixuan valued Jing Qianjun. The Wind Thunder team's current achievements were not 80% due to Jing Qianjun, but at least 60%. So Li Zixuan arranged for him to be the tactical coach of the national team. But if he really agreed to fix the game for Li Ku and Li Yuanchang, Li Zixuan had to do things according to the law, no matter how much he thought highly of Jing Qianjun. Li Ku nodded and said, at that time, the young master of the Wind Thunder team did agree that we would deliberately lose to the Fire Wolves team. In order to win more money, Imperial Uncle and I went to the bank to ask Mr. Song for more money. Under the threat of Imperial Uncle and I, Mr. Song had no choice but to give us 700 strings of cash. Li Zixuan's heart suddenly sank. He said with an ugly face, "How much did you win in this game?" Li Ku said with a sad face, "We didn't win a single penny. We lost everything. That kid surnamed Zheng is not a good person. The day before, he clearly promised us that he would deliberately lose the game. But on that day, the players of the Wind and Thunder team did not show any modesty at all. They kicked the Fire Wolves team to 3-0. The more than 2,000 strings of money that we bet were all lost." Li Zixuan was stunned, but there was a glimmer of hope in his heart. He asked again, "You mean that Jing Qianjun agreed to fix the game for you, but he didn't instruct the players to deliberately lose the game?" Li Ku said gloomily, "Yes." Seeing the boy's aggrieved face, Li Zixuan held back his laughter and said, "Then you didn't take revenge on him in private?" Li Ku said angrily, "Why didn't we take revenge? After the game, Uncle and I took a few guards to the Zheng family's house to find that bastard Jing Qianjun. But the door of the Zheng family's house was closed. No one opened the door. The door of the Zheng family's house was so strong that it couldn't be opened even if we hit it with a piece of wood. In broad daylight, we couldn't make a big deal out of it, so we could only send people to guard outside the Zheng family's house. But after so many days, we didn't catch Jing Qianjun." Li Zixuan nodded satisfactorily and said, "Well, you should be glad that you didn't catch Jing Qianjun. Otherwise, if you caught him and tortured him, you and Prince Lu wouldn't be able to escape." Then he looked at Li Ku and said, "Little Ku, they not only misappropriated public funds, but also secretly bribed the team to fix the game. This seriously violates the Tang Empire's principle of fairness and justice. According to the rules, they should be handed over to the Supreme Court. What do you think? Marquis Yong and you dare? My father won't forgive you." Hearing this, Li Yuanchang immediately panicked. Li Ku said with fear, Third brother. Save me. I don't want to go to the Supreme Court. My father will kill me if he knows." Li Ku hesitated for a moment and looked at Li Zixuan and said, "Yamacho, little Ku and uncle are in the wrong. But if this matter is brought to the Supreme Court, my father, can you hand them over to me? I will report to my father and punish them by grounding them in the palace to reflect on themselves." Li Zixuan pondered for a moment and nodded, "Okay. I will give you face today. But first, they have to pay for the money they misappropriated from the bank. Second, they have to give me the list of the teams that fixed the game. Third, they are forbidden to watch any game held by the Tang Empire's Football Association in the future." Chapter 1453. As early as when he promoted football, Li Zixuan expected that football betting would slowly rise along with football. Later, things did indeed develop in the direction he expected. Although he knew that football betting would harm people, it was a matter of mutual consent. He couldn't control it. To put it nicely, it was called a quiz. To put it bluntly, it was called gambling. However, although he couldn't control the people's football betting, he could control the teams that fixed the matches. When the Tang Football Association was first established, Li Zixuan said that any team or individual involved in fixing matches would forever be included in the Tang Football Association's blacklist. Players could no longer play football, team owners could no longer form teams, and people who bribed teams to fix matches would be banned from watching any football matches held by the Football Association. Serious cases would be directly handed over to the Supreme Court to deal with. Considering that Li Ku and Li Yuanchang didn't earn too much money because of this, instead, they lost everything, and that Li Ku was pleading for mercy. If this matter was brought to the Supreme Court, it would be very embarrassing for Li Er. Therefore, Li Zishuan finally handed these two little bastards over to Li Ku to deal with. Correspondingly, Li Ku also handed over the list of teams that were coerced by them to fix matches. Originally, there were a total of 4 teams. However, because the Wind and Thunder team put Li Ku and Li Yuanchang together, there were 3 teams that fixed matches: the Raging Bull team, the Cool Breeze team, and the Fire Phoenix team. Li Ku and Li Yuanchang were sent back to the palace. Now that things had developed to this point, it was impossible for Li Ku to help his brother hide it. Li Ku originally wanted to immediately enter the palace and report this matter to Li Zishuan, but Li Zishuan asked him to stay alone. "Little Ku, you should have been in the bank for 3 months, right? How do you feel? Did you encounter any problems?" Yanhuang Bank, back hall. At this time, only Li Zishuan and Li Ku were left. After the two of them sat down, Li Zishuan asked. Li Ku thought for a moment and replied, "I have been here for exactly 3 months. In the beginning, I was not familiar with many things in the bank. When I did things, I always felt that there were a lot of restrictions. After a period of time, I sorted out the affairs of the bank and did things much more smoothly. However, it's not that there are no problems." "Oh. Tell me about it first," Li Zishuan said with a smile. Li Ku organized his words and opened his mouth. "I feel that there are too few people in the bank who know about the new mathematics and Yamacho's new accounting system. This will greatly affect the efficiency of the bank, and it is easy to make mistakes in the accounts. Once there is a mistake in the accounts, the loss will often be very big, so what I have done the most in the past 3 months is to check the accounts, but this is not a long-term solution. When the scale of our bank is bigger in the future, I will not be able to do 2 things at once. Talent. In the end, the bank still lacked talents. Li Zishuan's new mathematics had only been introduced for less than a year. It was extremely difficult to find a group of bookkeepers who were proficient in the new mathematics and accounting system. This lack of talent situation might improve in a few years, but the bank could not wait. Li Zishuan frowned and thought for a moment, then said, "Actually, it is not difficult to solve this problem. Little Ku, you can recruit a group of students from Yanhuang College who are proficient in the new mathematics and accounting system. Hire them to the bank and use their weekends to check the accounts for the bank. This way, there are 2 benefits. First, it will allow the bank to operate efficiently and accurately. Second, these students will work part-time and part-time. They can use this to deepen their understanding of the knowledge that they usually learn from books, and they can also get in touch with the daily operations of the bank. When they graduate in the future, those students who are not interested in an official career can stay in the bank as bookkeepers. In terms of salary, they will definitely be able to ensure that their family will not have to worry about food and clothing." Yanhuang Bank's position in Tang Dynasty was equivalent to a modern-day bank or central bank. It was considered a large-scale, state-owned enterprise. Li Zishuan felt that assigning his students to work in the bank would not be a disgrace to Yanhuang College's reputation. "Yamacho, you intend to let the students of the college to work in the bank as bookkeepers?" Li Ku's eyes widened in disbelief. In the minds of the ancient people, there was no such thing as a state-owned enterprise. In their eyes, there was only the imperial court. Scholars studied and obtained scholarly honors in order to enter the imperial court and serve the country. They had never heard of anyone studying specifically to become bookkeepers. "Why? Little Ku, are you looking down on Yanhuang Bank? Do you feel that it is a waste of talent for the students of the college to stay here?" Li Zishuan's sharp eyes seemed to be able to see through people's thoughts. He looked at Li Ku and said with a faint smile, "No. No. Ku did not mean that." Li Ku hurriedly said. Li Zishuan shook his head and said with a smile, "Little Ku, you have been in the bank for a long time. You should know what kind of place Yanhuang Bank is. Today, I can tell you with absolute certainty that in less than 3 years, Yanhuang Bank will become an existence that controls the entire economy of Tang Dynasty. Its importance is definitely not inferior to any of the 6 ministries in the imperial court. As such, do you still feel that it is a waste of talent for the students of the college to stay here?" Li Ku was a little shocked. However, after thinking about it carefully, Li Zishuan's words might not necessarily be true. He clasped his hands and said, Yamacho's words are also what Ku hopes for. No matter what others think, Ku will never feel that it is a waste of talent to stay in the bank. Li Zishuan smiled. After pausing for a moment, he said, Yanhuang College teaches engineering. Although there is a subject in the Imperial Court's imperial examinations, compared to the subjects such as Jinshi and Mingjing, the number of students admitted to this subject is much smaller. The number of students in Yanhuang College who can stand out in the imperial examinations every year is extremely small. And the number of students who can use engineering to gain a foothold in the imperial court is even rarer. Therefore, I feel that instead of letting the students be small officials in the 6 ministries and waste their time doing odd jobs for the officials, it is better to let them come to a place like Yanhuang Bank where they can truly display their strengths. Other than Yanhuang Bank, there is also the workshop of Chitsu Pavilion. That place also needs them. Little Ku, don't look down on the workshop. This workshop is now the most technologically advanced workshop in Tang Dynasty. With the revolution of energy and power machinery, the workshop of Chitsu Pavilion will become more and more advanced, so advanced that it will surpass this era. The students of Yanhuang College can use what they have learned to create wealth here. Wealth that will allow them to live their lives without worry. Master's position today is mostly due to engineering. In the future, among these students, there might be hundreds and thousands of master, hundreds and thousands of Marquis Yong and. The meaning of these words was very simple. That was, if the imperial court did not want too many engineering students, then he wanted them. He did not mind having too many. This was a plan that had been buried in Li Zishuan's heart for a long time. It was called the Great Lantian Plan. In his view, since the imperial examination system of this era was mainly based on Confucianism and the imperial court did not want so many engineering students, then he would bring this group of students to Lantian County and create a world that would surpass this era. In any case, he was now the lord of Lantian County. There were many vacant positions under him. He had the ability to give these engineering students generous treatment and high social status. Chapter 1454. Yamacho, now that Confucianism is in power, it is indeed difficult for engineering students to stand out. However, I am willing to help you. After listening to Li Zishuan's words, Li Ku was silent for a long time before he spoke. Oh. How do you plan to help me? Hearing this, Li Zishuan asked with a smile. Li Ku pursed his lips and said, in a few years, I will be going to Shu. Shu has been isolated from the Central Plains for a long time, and the conditions there are very backward. It is in need of large-scale construction to improve the living conditions of the people. At that time, if there are students from the college who are willing to go to Shu to be officials, I will gladly accept them. I believe that with the ability of our college students, it will not be a problem for them to benefit the people. Li Zishuan glanced at Li Ku and laughed, haha. Little Ku, you have seen Ku Shiqing's good deeds in Shu, so you want to recruit more students from the college to help you manage your fief, right? Don't be fooled by Li Ku's dignified words, as if he was helping Li Zishuan share his burden. In fact, Li Ku's actions were snatching talent from Li Zishuan. However, even though Li Zishuan knew Li Ku's true intentions, he was not angry. This was because the students of the college were free to choose where to develop in the future. Li Zishuan could not control them at all. If Li Ku had the ability to attract these talents to Shu, it could only be said that he was charismatic. Li Zishuan would not be angry about this. After being seen through by Li Zishuan, Li Ku was slightly embarrassed. He coughed dryly and said, ahem. Nothing can be hidden from Yamacho's eyes. Actually, what I am thinking is that the Central Plains is deeply influenced by Confucianism. Even if the engineering students have made outstanding contributions, it will be difficult for them to compete with Confucianism that has been passed down for hundreds and thousands of years. But Sichuan is different. Since the Qin and Han dynasties, it has been isolated from the Central Plains and is less influenced by Confucianism. As long as Ku can lead the students of the academy and make Sichuan a prosperous place, engineering will be able to gain a foothold there. Maybe Ku can even open a school similar to Yanhuang College there. I hope Yamacho will agree. Li Zishuan couldn't help but laugh and said, "Little Ku, you're helping me spread the seeds and leaves. What reason do I have to disagree?" Pausing for a moment, he continued, "Just as you said, the study of engineering is indeed met with a lot of resistance in the current Great Tang, but I don't think this resistance is a problem. As more and more people realize that engineering can change the world, they will slowly accept it. Of course, if you want to develop engineering in Shu, it might not be a bad idea. This can also be considered as blossoming." Li Ke cupped his fists and said, "What Mr. said makes sense. Then from now on, Ku and Mr. will work together to develop our skills." In the past, Li Ke was repulsed by Sichuan. After all, he had lived in Cheng and since he was young. It was inevitable for him to have some resistance in his heart when he was asked to go to Sichuan, which was thousands of miles away. However, after talking with Li Zishuan, Li Ke even faintly looked forward to going to Sichuan as soon as possible. Because leaving Cheng and was like a fish entering the sea. At that time, he could be like his idol, Li Zishuan, vigorously develop engineering in his fief and make the people there better. He was looking forward to the land of Sichuan being transformed into a true heaven on earth under his transformation. Li Zishuan nodded. Just as he was about to get up and leave, he suddenly thought of something and said to Li Ke, "Little Ku, I just saw on the account book that Yanhuang Bank's monthly income is more than 30,000 strings of coins. Is that right?" Hearing Li Zishuan suddenly ask this, Li Ke was a little confused. He paused for a moment, nodded and replied, "Indeed. In recent months, the number of merchants in Lantian County has skyrocketed. Countless shops have sprung up in the city like bamboo shoots after a spring rain. These merchants are opening shops and purchasing goods, so it's inevitable that they will encounter problems with funds. Thus, more and more people come to Yanhuang Bank to borrow money, and our income is also increasing. However, if this was a bank in other places, it might not be able to earn so much money. But if there are too many people borrowing money, it might not be a good thing. After all, the money in our bank is limited. At the end of every month, the bank will have a shortage of money. Many merchants want to borrow money, but they can't, so they can only borrow money from those big families who specialize in lending money. Moreover, the amount of Tang Yuan issued is closely related to the total wealth of Tang Empire. We can't just rashly print more Tang Yuan, so we can only watch as those merchants are exploited by those big families." Li Zishuan knew that Li Ke was telling the truth. After all, in the current Tang Empire, if one were to talk about the most prosperous places, it would only be Cheng and Lantian County. But if one were to talk about the place where the scale of business grew the fastest, it would only be Lantian County. The expansion of business required a large amount of liquidity, and the bank was a place that specialized in providing liquidity for merchants. Currently, the capital of the bank was mainly accumulated from the investments of the bank's shareholders and the profits from the bank's operations in the future. The bank's source of profit was, first, from collecting the fees from the commoners when exchanging copper coins for Tang Yuan, and second, from lending money to the merchants to generate profits. After a moment of silence, Li Zishuan said, "Little Ku, one must know how to be flexible when dealing with matters. Since the bank will encounter a shortage of money at the end of every month, then we should think of a way to attract more funds." Li Ke frowned and asked, "Yamacho, where should we go to find a source of funds?" Li Zishuan smiled and said, "Of course it's from the commoners. Previously, Little Ku, you were able to think of lending money to the merchants to generate income for the bank. Now, why didn't you think of using small profits to attract the commoners to deposit their money in the bank? You can post a notice to inform the commoners of Lantian County that as long as they deposit their copper coins in the Yanhuang Bank, not only will we not charge them the fees for exchanging copper coins for Tang Yuan, we will also give them a certain amount of interest. This interest is divided into current interest and fixed interest. Current interest means that there is no fixed deposit period. If the commoners need money, they can come to the bank to withdraw it at any time. Fixed interest means that the money cannot be withdrawn until the agreed upon date. Therefore, the fixed interest rate is higher than the current interest rate. Those commoners who have extra money can deposit their money in the Yanhuang Bank. This way, not only can they ensure the safety of their property, but they can also earn extra interest. I think there will be many commoners who will be willing to deposit their money in the bank. Li Ke's eyes widened when he heard this. His face was full of disbelief. At this moment, his mind was already in a daze. After a while, he finally regained his senses. He swallowed his saliva and asked, "Mountain Elder, if we really release this notice, I can guarantee that our bank's doorstep will definitely be trampled down by the people who will flock to our bank. Are you sure we won't lose money like this?" Lose money? If a bank can lose money, then there is no business in this world that can make money. Li Zishuan muttered in his heart. Then he smiled and said, "Whether we will lose money or not, it will depend on Xiao Ke's methods. I am only introducing you to a way to solve the problem. In this method, there is still a lot of room for manipulation. For example, the interest rate. When the bank is short of money, you can slightly raise the interest rate to increase the commoner's enthusiasm to save money. When the bank is not so short of money, you can adjust the interest rate to reduce the cost of the bank's deposit. There is a limit in the middle. You need to consider and balance all the factors. As for your worry that the bank will lose money, this worry is completely unnecessary. The interest rate of the bank will always be higher than the deposit rate. Also, money can only create more value when it is in circulation. If everyone hides their money in their own homes, then money will always be money. But if they keep their money in the bank, and the bank uses the money to help businessmen expand their business, then money can easily become 2 strings of money, or even more. That is why I told you before that there is a lot of knowledge in the bank. Using money to generate more money is the fundamental purpose of the bank's existence. Li Zishuan seriously pondered over Li Zishuan's words for a long time. He couldn't help but sigh in admiration. Listening to Yamacho's words is better than reading books for 10 years. The knowledge contained in the way of the economy is really mysterious and endless. Thank you, Yamacho, for your teachings today. Li Zishuan waved his hand and said, "Actually, Xiao Ke, you have already done very well. When everything here is stable, I hope that you can return to the headquarters of the Yanhuang Bank in Cheng and City and shoulder more responsibilities. Our Yanhuang Bank is under the name of the Ministry of Revenue. But most of the officials in the Ministry of Revenue are old-fashioned. If we rely on them to manage the bank, I am afraid that in less than half a year, the bank will not be able to operate anymore. Therefore, the heavy responsibility of bringing the bank to greater heights still falls on your shoulders." There was nothing wrong with these words on the surface, but Li Ke felt that it sounded a little strange. After a moment of silence, he frowned and asked, "Yamacho, what about you? Don't tell me that you intend to leave the bank alone?" At this moment, he finally realized that something was wrong. Li Zishuan spoke too much today, as if he couldn't wait to impart all the knowledge in his mind to him. Li Ke suddenly had a bad premonition in his heart, and his whole body suddenly became nervous. Li Zishuan was silent for a long time, then sighed and said, "Master has more important things to do. But if the bank encounters any problems in the future, Xiao Ke, you can still come to me." Li Ke didn't ask Li Zishuan what the more important things were, because he knew that if Li Zishuan wanted to talk about it, he would have told him directly. Since he didn't say anything, it meant that Li Zishuan didn't want to talk about it. Li Ke naturally wouldn't force him. Haha. Let's not talk about this anymore. Seeing that the atmosphere was a little stagnant, Li Zishuan laughed and broke the silence. The reform measures that I told you about earlier must be tested in Lantian County, because the demand for money here is large enough. In addition, not only can the bank lend money to merchants, but it can also lend money to the commoners. Now that the commoners in Lantian County are living well, some of the smarter commoners will want to make a living. The bank can lower the interest rate and lend them some money to create more wealth. Li Ke was puzzled. Merchants can use their shops as collateral to borrow money, but what can the commoners use as collateral to borrow money? Li Zishuan thought for a while and said, "They can use land deeds. But when the amount borrowed is small, they don't have to use collateral. They are all from the same county, so even if they want to take the money and go far away, they can't go far." In ancient times, most of the commoners were more honest. Farmers were more conservative, and they didn't like to owe money to others. If they did, they would pay it back as soon as they had the money. If they delayed it for another day, they wouldn't be able to eat or sleep well. Therefore, Li Zishuan wasn't worried that the commoners would renege on their debts. Li Kun nodded and said, Yamacho's words make sense. In the future, if the commoners of Lantian County need anything, the bank will definitely lend them money. After leaving the bank, Li Zishuan went straight home. Firstly, it was getting late, and it was time to go home for dinner. Secondly, he was going to the Black Armored Army's camp soon. Before he went, he had to spend some time with his family. He was comfortably going home to spend time with his family, but there were some people who weren't feeling well. One was Li Tai, and the other was Ching Chimo. Around noon, Li Tai went to the workshop to look for Mo Lingwei to learn some technology. Mo Lingwei used the force-feeding method to teach Li Tai the principles of the workshop's newest products, such as DC motors, batteries, and diodes. Li Tai was busy wandering around the workshop, trying to understand everything that Mo Lingwei explained to him. He worked all the way until night time. Poor Wei Wang, he had to work overtime in the workshop at night. If word got out, no one would believe it. Now, he and Li Ku were brothers in the same boat. One was fighting in the bank, and the other was researching new technology in the workshop. Although it was hard work, the two brothers were willing to endure it. Hey! This electric bike is so fun to ride. It's so much better than riding a horse. No. I can't return the bike to Shaoxian so soon. I have to ride it for 2 more days. In the evening, Ching Chimo rode the electric bike that he borrowed from Li Zishuan. He was like a young man, attracting the attention of all the passers-by. He couldn't help but mutter to himself on the bike. F *CK. So majestic. At this moment, Ching Chimo saw a woman riding a bicycle towards him. Of course, that wasn't the main point. The main point was that the woman had a particularly spectacular body part. As the bicycle bumped along the road, Ching Chimo's eyes widened. Bam! As the saying goes, extreme joy begets sorrow. All happiness is destined to have a price to pay. Ching Chimo was so focused on looking at the beautiful woman that he forgot to look at the road. With a bang, he and his car crashed into a newly erected electric pole on the side of the road. Ouch! Help! Soon, Ching Chimo's painful howls came from under the electric pole. That sound was really miserable. Chapter 1455. Ouch! Softer. It hurts so much. Night fell, but in a ward of Lantian County's Tang Joint Medical Center, there was a faint light. A woman with a good figure was applying medicine and bandaging a burly man. What was annoying was that the man was still crying and howling from time to time. Those who didn't know the situation would think that they were doing something in the room. Serves you right. Who asked you to ride without looking at the road and like to look around? The woman with a good figure could not help but snort angrily. Looking at her face carefully, who else could it be but Guqinyue? And the man half leaning on the couch was Ching Chimo. It turned out that the woman Ching Chimo saw on the road today was Guqinyue, who had just finished work and was about to go home. However, this fellow was so fascinated by the scenery that he did not even know that he had crashed into a telephone pole. Hearing Guqinyue's scolding, Ching Chimo was not ashamed. Instead, he smiled proudly and said, Gu. Dr. Gu, you can't blame me for this. You said that a piece of iron was sucked away by a magnet. Can you blame the iron? If you want to blame someone, you can only blame the magnet for being too attractive. Summer was really a good season. Ching Chimo, whose hormones were exuberant, seemed to be enlightened at this moment. His speech was obviously much better than before. How could Guqinyue not understand the meaning of Ching Chimo's words? But it was precisely because she understood that she felt both angry and a different kind of emotion in her heart. Ouch! Dr. Gu, can you be gentler? Ching Chimo, who had just said something, suddenly felt a strong force coming from his knee, followed by a sharp pain. It was so painful that he almost cried. Who Who told you to talk nonsense? Gu Qingyue's eyes were filled with anger as she glared fiercely at Qing Chimo. Obviously, she had deliberately taught Qing Chimo a lesson just now. Qing Chimo finally understood. Not only did the girl in front of him have a hot figure, but her temper was also quite fiery. He couldn't afford to offend them. Qing Chimo decided to restrain his wretched and dissolute nature a little, so as to avoid further physical pain later. If Dr. Gu thinks that I'm talking nonsense, then I'm talking nonsense. Today, I really have to thank Dr. Gu. Otherwise, where would I find a clinic at this time? But it would be better if you were a little gentler. Qing Chimo scratched his head and decided that a wise man knew better than to fight when the odds were against him. Gu Qingyue snorted and rolled her eyes at a certain someone. She said, back then, Guangong didn't even make a sound when he scraped his bones to treat his wounds. But you, on the other hand, are in so much pain from a small fall that you want to die? Are you still a man? F***ck. He could tolerate other things, but Qing Chimo could not tolerate it when it concerned his gender. Dr. Gu, what you said is wrong. Lord Guan was a peerless hero. Wasn't it natural for him to not be afraid of pain? It can't be that anyone who can't compare to Lord Guan isn't a man, right? Then you really won't be able to get married in the future. What he said sounded like it was true, but as he spoke, this idiot couldn't help but drive. Not only did he drive, but others also had evidence of him driving. Although Gu Qingyue's personality was stronger than the average woman, she was still an unmarried girl. How could she tolerate others saying that she couldn't get married? You're the one who can't get married. Your whole family can't get married. You're really an ingrate. I shouldn't have saved you today. Gu Qingyue put her hands on her hips and scolded Qing Chimo fiercely. Qing Chimo shrunk his neck. Obviously, he didn't expect Gu Qingyue to have such a big reaction. He hurriedly said, Dr. Gu, calm down, calm down. I didn't say that you can't get married. I'm only saying that according to your standards, there aren't many men in this world, so you can't get married. But obviously, there can't be only a few men in this world, so it's impossible that you can't get married, right? Hearing Qing Chimo say, you can't get married, Gu Qingyue was about to explode. When Qing Chimo finished speaking, she couldn't help but roar, you lecher, shut up. Get out. Get out now. Tang Alliance Medical Center doesn't welcome you. Hey. Don't. I'm an injured person, and you're a doctor. Aren't doctors supposed to save the dying and heal the injured? How can you chase me out? Qing Chimo also realized that there was something wrong with what he said just now, and hurriedly tried to salvage the situation. Gu Qingyue just said it out of anger. She didn't really want to chase Qing Chimo out. After all, Qing Chimo was still injured. However, Qing Chimo's words just now were really too hateful. It was impossible for her to admit defeat now. Fine. You won't leave. I'll leave. Anyway, you've already applied medicine on your leg. You can rest here for a night, and you can walk tomorrow. After a moment of silence, Gu Qingyue said coldly. Qing Chimo was stunned. He thought to himself, didn't I say too much even if you can't get married? It was just a joke. Why do you have to overreact? He didn't know that his unintentional words had hit Gu Qingyue's soft spot, so Gu Qingyue had such a big reaction. Dr. Gu, wait. Seeing that Gu Qingyue was really going out, Qing Chimo hurriedly said, it's dark now. Lantian County and Chang'an City are all under curfew. Where can you go? Besides, you're a girl. It's dangerous for you to go out alone so late at night. Hearing the faint concern in Qing Chimo's words, Gu Qingyue's ears turned red, and her expression was a little unnatural. After a moment, she snorted, no matter how dangerous it is outside, it's still safer than here. Even a fool would be able to understand the deeper meaning of this sentence. After saying that, she walked directly out of the door. Qing Chimo was stunned and hurriedly said, hey. Dr. Gu, wait. You stay, I'll go out. But at this time, Guqingyue had already left without looking back. How could he still see her? Chengchimo was anxious. How could he bear to let a girl wander the streets in the middle of the night? So at this time, he didn't care about the injury on his knee. He directly jumped off the bed and limped out, shouting, "Dr. Gu, wait. You stay in the room, I'll sleep in the hall of the medical hall." Ouch! Chengchimo ran too fast and sprained his knee under the strenuous exercise, adding to his injury. His right knee instantly lost feeling, and he fell forward to the ground. Guqingyue, who was walking in front, heard the movement behind her and immediately stopped. She turned around and a trace of panic flashed in her eyes. Then she hurriedly walked over to Chengchimo. "Why do you have no sense of seriousness? You're clearly injured, but you still want to get off the bed and run out. Great, your injury that could have been healed in 1 or 2 days will now need at least 7 or 8 days to recover." After helping Chengchimo into the room and checking his injury, Guqingyue couldn't help but reprimand him. As a doctor, the most annoying thing was when the patient was disobedient and caused the patient's condition to worsen. Guqingyue was no exception. Chengchimo grinned and said, "I'm worried that a girl like you will encounter bad people if you sleep on the streets at night. Let's say first, you'll stay here in a while, I'll go downstairs to sleep in the hall. It's hot now, so you don't have to worry that I'll catch a cold at night." "Who cares if you catch a cold at night?" Guqingyue rolled her eyes and grumbled in her heart, but she said, "Who told you that I'm going to sleep on the streets? Behind this joint medical center is the temporary residence of the doctors. I have to go back and rest, so I'll leave this place for you to stay." After saying that, Guqingyue waved her hand and left very suavely, leaving behind a stunned Chengchimo. F***ck? There's a place for the doctors to stay in this joint medical center of Tang? Why haven't I heard of it? After sighing, Chengchimo silently glanced at his sprained right leg and couldn't help but curl his lips. He probably felt that it wasn't worth it for this brother leg. Fell for nothing. This lecher, although he's a little perverted and his words are a little hateful, he can still be considered a gentleman who knows how to care for people. After talking for so long, I actually forgot to ask for his name. Pay. No. Why do I need to know the name of this lecher? Guqingyue, who had always thought of herself as a strong woman, was inevitably confused tonight. The main reason was that Chengchimo was different from the men that the matchmaker introduced to her in the past. She felt that Chengchimo seemed to be more real. Whatever he was thinking in his heart, he would show it on his face. He was not like the young talents she had seen before. On the surface, they were all cultured and elegant, but behind their backs, they were all dirty and filthy. Although this little girl's temper is a little fiery and impatient, she's quite good at taking care of people, and she's also very good looking. Hee. On the other side, Chengchimo touched the bandage on his knee and whispered with a smile on his face. Previously, when he borrowed the car from Lisa Xuan, he had repeatedly assured that there wouldn't be any accidents. He didn't expect that in less than a day, he and the car would crash into an electric pole. Although the culprit was Guqingyue's beauty, it was still a collision. He just didn't expect Guqingyue to be a doctor, and a doctor of the Joint Medical Center of Tang at that. This was really a bit too much of a coincidence. Get up quickly. It's time to change your medicine. Early in the morning, the sky was just beginning to brighten. Chengchimo was still chatting with Zhou Gong in his dreams when he heard a woman's voice in his ear. Moreover, the voice was a little loud, and it was difficult for him to not wake up even if he wanted to. "Miss Gu, Dr. Gu, how did you come in?" Chengchimo rubbed his sleepy eyes and said in surprise. "Your door wasn't locked. How do you think I came in?" Guqingyue rolled her eyes and said in a bad mood. "Oh. I don't think I closed the door last night." Chengchimo scratched his head and thought for a while before saying. His knee was injured last night. After Guqingyue left, he didn't have the strength to get out of bed and close the door, so he fell asleep directly on the bed. "Sit tight. I'll help you change your medicine. In a while, the clinic will start accepting patients, and I won't have time to take care of you then." Gu Qingyue put down the medicine box on her shoulder and said to Qing Chimo as she took out the medicine from it. Oh. Qing Chimo sat up obediently and rolled up his trousers, revealing the injured area on his knee. This time, Qing Chimo learned his lesson. When Gu Qingyue was changing his medicine, he didn't take the initiative to say a word, not even a humph. It seemed like he wanted to learn from Guan Yu and be a tough guy. Just like that, Gu Qingyue quietly changed his medicine, and Qing Chimo raised his head and stared at her without saying a word. Although the scene looked a little funny, it was more heartwarming. Gu Qingyue was now squatting. If Qing Chimo lowered his head and looked, he should be able to see some scenery, but the people of the old Qing family were all walking and sitting upright. Gu Qingyue was now helping him change his medicine. If he did something like that, how was he different from a beast? It's really strange. Why aren't you in pain today? After changing the medicine, Gu Qingyue stood up and asked curiously. Qing Chimo said smugly, I used to be on the battlefield with my father. I don't care about such a small injury. Besides, I'm a man who wants to be Guan Yu. Why would I make a fuss over a small injury? Gu Qingyue couldn't help but burst into laughter and said, keep bragging. Who was the one crying for his parents last night? Then, she felt that laughing like this might make people think that it was unladylike, so she quickly stopped smiling and shifted her gaze elsewhere. But after waiting for a long time, she didn't hear Qing Chimo's voice. She couldn't help but turn her head to look at Qing Chimo. At this time, Qing Chimo was completely stunned. If one were to use 8 words to describe it, it would be that his face was dull and his eyes were shining. Because in Qing Chimo's eyes, Gu Qingyue's smile just now was simply too beautiful. Did I look good? Gu Qingyue's emotionless voice inexplicably came from the air. Yes, yes, yes. Qing Chimo replied subconsciously. To describe his current state of mind in one sentence, it was, I've confirmed with my eyes that I've met the right person. Lecher. Shameless. Gu Qingyue glared fiercely at Qing Chimo, then stomped her foot and left in a fit of anger. She didn't even want the medicine box. Ouch. In the ward, Qing Chimo's wails and howls sounded again. It was Gu Qingyue's angry kick just now that happened to land on Qing Chimo's foot. F***CK. Women's minds are really strange. If I said it didn't look good just now, would I have been trampled even more miserably? Qing Chimo hugged his smelly foot and muttered to himself while sucking in cold air. What were you muttering just now? Coincidentally, at this moment, Gu Qingyue's voice sounded again. Qing Chimo looked up and saw Gu Qingyue standing in front of the door expressionlessly, staring at him with a burning gaze. No. Nothing. Dr. Gu, why are you back again? Qing Chimo laughed dryly and said. Gu Qingyue walked in at this moment and reached out to take the medicine box on the table. Then, she said, I'm here to ask what your name is and where you live. Qing Chimo's eyes lit up. Just as he was about to say something, Gu Qingyue mercilessly interrupted him. Don't think too much. I just want to ask clearly and send someone to inform your family to come and pick you up. At the same time, I'll hand over the consultation fee. Our Tang Alliance Medical Center never takes credit. Qing Chimo was speechless and his heart instantly broke. Chapter 1456. That's right, the bike outside shouldn't be yours, right? It looks very similar to the legendary electric bike. What's your relationship with Marquis? Inside the Tang Alliance Medical Center, Gu Qingyue was secretly delighted to see Qing Chimo's injured expression. The corners of her mouth curled up slightly. She suddenly remembered the car that Qing Chimo had crashed into the telephone pole yesterday evening and couldn't help but ask. The reason why she was so sure that Qing Chimo was related to Li Zixuan was because as far as she knew, there was only one electric bike in the world, and it was in the hands of Li Zixuan. However, Qing Chimo also had one, so it was either stolen or borrowed. In this world, the number of people who could steal from Li Zixuan could be counted on one hand. This mischievous lecher in front of her was obviously not one of them. Then there was only one possibility, Qing Chimo's bike was definitely borrowed. To be able to borrow such an expensive bike from Li Zixuan, it meant that Qing Chimo and Li Zixuan had a close relationship. Qing Chimo thought about it and decided not to hide it. He smiled and said, "My name is Qing Chimo. I'm good friends with Marquis Yongman. How about it? Miss Gu, do you still want to ask me for the consultation fee?" Qing Chimo, the son of Lu Guogong, Qing Yaojin? Gu Qingyue was shocked, but when she saw a certain someone's proud expression, she tried not to show it on her face. Instead, she said lightly, "Yes. Of course. Even if Marquis comes to the medical center to see a doctor, he will also take the initiative to pay the consultation fee. Since you are Marquis' good friend, how can you smear Marquis' face? Today, no matter what, you must pay the consultation fee." Qing Chimo was stunned speechless. Gu Qingyue proudly snorted and said, "You stay here. In a while, I will send a servant to your house to inform Lu Guogong. I believe that with his unparalleled reputation, he won't go back on his word, right?" "No, no, no. Please don't. Wasn't it just a consultation fee? I'll hand it over now. How much is it altogether?" When Qing Chimo, who was on his sickbed, heard that Gu Qingyue wanted to send a letter to the Qing residence, he was truly startled awake from his deathbed. He hurriedly called out to Gu Qingyue and said, "In the past, during the weekends, he often stayed at Yunshan Villa. Therefore, even if he did not return to his home in Chang, and last night, his father and mother would not think too much about it. However, if Gu Qingyue sent someone to inform them, wouldn't his father know about the embarrassing incident of him crashing his bicycle into an electric pole yesterday? This was something that Qing Chimo would never allow. Not only did he embarrass himself, but he also embarrassed his father, Qing Yaojin. Who knows, old Qing might even beat him up." Gu Qingyue's eyes flashed as she was about to leave. She looked at Qing Chimo with a smile that wasn't a smile and said, "The consultation fee and medicine fee is 200 copper coins. Will eldest young master Qing use Tang Yuan or copper coins?" "Of course it's Tang Yuan." Qing Chimo rummaged through his pockets and fished out 3 Tang Yuan notes. He handed it over and said rather generously, "Dr. Gu, here's your consultation fee. Keep the change." Gu Qingyue secretly curled her lips. With her family's financial situation, she naturally did not care about a few coins. The reason why she said that was purely to tease Qing Chimo. "Then you stay here properly. Someone will deliver your meal and change your medicine in the afternoon. Your leg will need at least 2 days before you can get out of bed and walk." Gu Qingyue said worriedly as she took the Tang Yuan from Qing Chimo's hands. Won't Dr. Gu be the one to change my medicine later?" When Qing Chimo heard this, he stared at her and said, "In your dreams." Gu Qingyue rolled her eyes at this blockhead and turned to leave. "Mr. Zhang San, immediately send people to Raging Bull, Cool Breeze, and Fire Phoenix to investigate. You must find out if they were involved in the betting and match-fixing cases between King Lu and the 6th Prince last month." In the morning, Li Zixuan came to the Football Association office next to the academy and told the bearded man about Li Ji's confession yesterday. Since the Football Association of Tang Empire had developed to this point, its personnel allocation was basically complete. As the bearded man was the academy's physical education teacher, and he was not a simple-minded person who was all brawn and no brains, he was good at military strategy and management. Therefore, Li Zixuan handed over the task of the Football Association to him for the time being. The bearded man nodded and said in a deep voice, "Yamacho, don't worry. I will send people to investigate and get to the bottom of this." Li Zixuan said in a deep voice, "Of course I'm not worried about Mr. Zhang San. Once this matter is confirmed, it will not be tolerated. Moreover, it will be announced to all the teams so that the rest can take note of it." The bearded man responded and paused. He wanted to say something, but in the end, he did not say anything. Seeing that the bearded man wanted to say something but stopped, Li Zixuan said, "If Mr. Zhang San has anything to say, please say it directly. Between you and me, what scruples do we have?" The bearded man hesitated for a moment and said, "Yamacho, it's June now. Although I've been living a carefree life in the academy for almost a year, this season is suitable for me to go out to sea. Back then, I promised Yamacho that I would protect Yunshan for a year and it's about to expire. Yamacho, what do you think? After saying that, the bearded man's face looked a little unnatural. In his opinion, the academy had provided him with good food and drinks for so long, but he was going to say goodbye now. It felt a little unkind. Li Zishuan was stunned. Only then did he realize that the bearded man had actually stayed in the academy for almost a year. Time really flew. The scene of the bearded man being beaten into a pig's head when he went up to Yunshan to ask for the sea map was still vivid in his mind. But now, he was going to say goodbye and leave. After lamenting in his heart for a while, Li Zishuan cupped his hands and said, I was negligent and actually forgot about this matter. For almost a year, I thank Mr. Zhang San for protecting the academy and Yunshan. Since the agreed time is up and Mr. Zhang San wants to go out to sea, I naturally have no reason to stop you. However, I would like to ask Mr. Zhang San to stay for a few more days. At that time, I will hand over the sea map and compass and personally send Mr. Zhang San off. Hearing Li Zishuan mention the sea map and compass, the bearded man's face revealed a hint of excitement. He cupped his hands and said, Thank you, Yamacho. Li Zishuan nodded and left. The bearded man looked at Li Zishuan's back and couldn't help but recall everything that had happened to him in Yunshan for the past year. At that moment, his steel-like heart couldn't help but have a trace of reluctance. Yunshan was infinitely good. The mountains were good, and the people were even better. Unfortunately, the sea was the place that he, the bearded man, yearned for. Perhaps in the future, when he was old and couldn't run anymore, he could retire at Yunshan. The bearded man thought in his heart. Marquis, there's news from the medical hall. They say that the eldest son of the Qing family got into an accident while riding his bicycle yesterday and was admitted to the medical hall. After exiting the academy, Pang Feiji walked over and whispered in Li Zishuan's ear. Qing Chimo got into an accident? Li Zishuan heard and couldn't help but frown slightly. This guy. I shouldn't have lent the car to him. How is he now? Are his injuries serious? Pang Feiji replied, his injuries aren't serious. When Mr. Qing got into an accident yesterday, Dr. Gu from the medical hall was at the scene. His injuries were treated by Dr. Gu. Gu Qingyue. That's good. This idiot is really lucky. Li Zishuan couldn't help but laugh. Gu Qingyue's medical skills were considered the best in the entire Tang Alliance medical hall. With her treating Qing Chimo's injuries, Li Zishuan would be more or less relieved. Let's go to the medical hall to see him. After a pause, Li Zishuan said again. He wasn't feeling sorry for the electric bicycle. He just thought that the speed of an electric bicycle was definitely faster than a bicycle. Qing Chimo's injuries were probably not light. Imperial Palace West Court, Concubine Yang's palace. Li Qing was kneeling on the ground with snot and tears on his face. He looked as miserable as he could possibly be. Sob, sob. Mother, I know I was wrong. Li Qing looked at Concubine Yang, who was so angry that her face turned green, and quickly cried. Qing heir, I already knew that you were daring, but I didn't expect you to be so daring. As a descendant of the emperor, you actually threatened a civilian team to play a match. You've completely disgraced the imperial family. From now on, I don't have a son like you. Go to your father to receive your punishment. Concubine Yang looked at her son kneeling on the ground and said bitterly. Although she said it casually, only she knew how painful it was to say the words, I don't have a son like you. Mother. No. No. Qing heir will always be your son. This time, Qing heir knows he was wrong. Mother, please give Qing heir a chance to change. Li Qing quickly cried. Li Ku, who was standing at the side, couldn't help but plead, Mother, please forgive Qing heir this time on the basis that he knows he was wrong. This time, he was also bewitched by Imperial Uncle, so he was momentarily blinded and made a big mistake. Shut up. Concubine Yang quickly interrupted, Qing heir, no matter how wrong King Lu is, he's still your elder. You must not talk about him behind his back. Li Ke's eyes narrowed, and he cupped his hands and said, "Yes. Mother. I know I was wrong." Concubine Yang couldn't help but sigh and said, "Sigh. If Qing Er is half as sensible as you, I can be at ease. Now, we can only wait for your father to finish the morning court and see how he will deal with Qing Er." "Haha. What are you talking about?" Just as Concubine Yang finished speaking, Li Er's voice came from outside the hall. Concubine Yang and Li Ke quickly went up and bowed. "Greetings to your majesty, father." Qing Er is also here?" Li Er nodded. After seeing Li Ke, he couldn't help but be surprised. Replying to father, "I returned to the palace last night. At that time, it was already late. I was worried that I would disturb father's rest, so I didn't pay my respects to father. I hope father can forgive me." Li Ke bowed and said, "Haha. It's fine, it's fine." Li Er laughed and waved his hand. "Qing Er, you can be considered to be busy with work in the Yanhuang Bank. Furthermore, I heard that the bank in Lantian County is lending more and more money. Just the monthly interest alone is more than 10,000 strings of coins. It's comparable to a superior county's annual tax. Today, you can tell father about the bank's current situation." Li Er admired Li Ke very much. Not only was he skilled in both the pen and the sword, he was also very smart and knew his limits. He wouldn't fight for things that he shouldn't. Furthermore, Li Ke was able to obtain Li Zishuan's recognition and learn a set of economic skills from Li Zishuan. This made Li Er very happy. Although he trusted Li Zishuan, the economic lifeline of Tang dynasty was still more appropriate in the hands of the royal family. This wasn't only for himself, but also for Li Zishuan's good. "Greetings to father." Li Ke, who was kneeling on the ground, turned around and bowed to Li Er with a guilty conscience. "Li Ke. You're here too. What are you doing?" Seeing Li Ke on the ground, Li Er couldn't help but be startled. His face couldn't help but darken. The dragon had 9 sons, and each of them was different. Li Ke was obviously one of the least likable of Li Er's sons. Li Er, who was still smiling when facing Li Ke, instantly pulled a long face when he saw Li Ke. Seeing old Li's long face, Li Ke felt even more terrified. He stuttered, "Father, Your Majesty." Xiao Ke forced the team to play a fake match outside the palace and used it to profit. "Your Majesty, please punish me severely." Yang Fei, who was at the side, saw Li Ke stuttering and couldn't help but speak up. She knew that Li Er disliked cowardly people who dared to do things but didn't dare to admit it. The more Li Ke stuttered, the more Li Er would hate him. Rather than that, it would be better for her to clarify the matter quickly. There's such a thing?" Li Er's gaze darkened. He looked at Li Ke, who was on the ground with resentment, and said angrily, "Bastard. A dignified prince actually dares to threaten the people and do such dirty things. Our reputation is great, how did we give birth to such a disappointing thing like you? Father, please calm down. I know my mistake. I won't dare to do it again." Seeing Li Er angry, Li Ke trembled in fear and hurriedly begged for mercy. "In the future? There's a future. From today onwards, until the day you set up a government office, you can only stay in the palace. You can't go anywhere. When you have 30% of your third brother's ability, we will let you out of the palace." Li Er said angrily. Confinement, this was considered a long-term confinement. It would be at least a few years. After saying that, he looked at Li Ke and said, "We'll leave this stinking brat to you. We don't expect him to be as proficient in both the pen and the sword like you. As long as he doesn't do things that disgrace the royal family's reputation, we will be satisfied." Li Ke breathed a sigh of relief. To Li Ke, this was already a pretty good result. Thus, he hurriedly cupped his hands and said, "Yes. Father." Li Er flicked his sleeves and left without even sitting down. It was obvious that Li Ke had angered him to no end. When it was close to noon, an imperial edict was sent out to the palace where Li Yuan lived. The king of Lu, Li Yuanchang, was reduced by 300 households, his salary was fined for a year, and he was grounded for half a year. It must be that after Li Er left Yang Fei's place, he investigated the whole matter clearly, so he added such an imperial edict. Compared to Li Ku, Li Yuanchang's punishment was obviously more severe. This fellow had been short of money recently and still had to pay 1,500 strings of coins to the bank. Now that he was punished by Li Er, it made things worse. He probably had a lot to cry about. Chapter 1457. Don't move. It might be a little painful to tear off the bandage. Bear with it. It's okay. Qingyue, just tear it off. If I make a sound, I'm not a man. Ouch. Who allowed you to call me Qingyue? Lu Guogong is a hero. How did he give birth to a lecher like you? Haha. Well, we've been through thick and thin together, right? We can more or less be called friends. It shouldn't be too much to call me Qingyue, right? Otherwise, why would you take the time to come over and help me change my bandage? If you think it's unfair, you can call me Chumo or Chonyo. Who's been through thick and thin with you? Yesterday, at most, you were in trouble. I am your savior, so you better show me some respect. I'm here to help you change your bandage because the other doctors in the clinic are too busy. Besides, I think it's good to call you a lecher. How is this good? If others hear this, how can I survive in Cheng and in the future? Tang Union Medical Officer. As noon approached, the sharp-tongued but soft-hearted Gu Qingyue finally came over to help Ching Chimo change his bandage. As for Li Zishuan, who came to visit Ching Chimo at the clinic, he happened to hear this good show at the door. You can do whatever you want. What does it have to do with me? All right. I've changed your bandage. If you want to eat, you can ask the servant to buy some food and wine for you. Oh, you can't drink with this injury. I'll take my leave first. After changing Ching Chimo's bandage, Gu Qingyue turned to pack her medicine box and said to Ching Chimo. This. Qingyue, I can't even get out of bed now. How can I call the servant? Why don't you help me buy some food and wine? Ching Chimo licked his face and pretended to be pitiful. Humph. Lecher, you're really pushing your luck. Gu Qingyue rolled her eyes and left with her medicine box. Chimo, I'm here to see you. Cough cough. What a coincidence. Dr. Gu is here too. In order to avoid being discovered by Gu Qingyue that he had been eavesdropping at the entrance of the academy, Li Zishuan hurriedly walked out. When he saw Gu Qingyue, he pretended to be surprised. Marquis. I'm here to help Ding Tu. Young Master Ching change his dressing. Dr. Sun still has something to do, so I'll take my leave first. You guys go ahead. In the face of Li Zishuan's sudden appearance, Gu Qingyue's face was a little flustered. She tightened her grip on the medicine box on her shoulder and said, Yes. Dr. Gu, if you have something to do, then go ahead and do it. Thanks for your hard work. Li Zishuan looked at Gu Qingyue with a smile and said, Who would have thought that the super-strong woman who came to the Tang Alliance Medical Center to apply for a job would have such a panicked side? Marquis, you're too kind. Saving the injured is the responsibility of us doctors. Gu Qingyue shook her head and said a few words, then left. When Li Zishuan walked to the sickbed, Ching Chimo suddenly looked embarrassed and didn't know where to put his eyes. In the end, he simply raised his head and closed his eyes. Of all things, I shouldn't have knocked over your electric bike. Now, if you want to kill me, do whatever you want. Anyway, if you want me to compensate you with a new bike that's exactly the same, that's impossible. When this guy was flirting with Gu Qingyue a moment ago, he was still acting like a bootlicker. Now that he saw Li Zishuan, he suddenly became a dead pig that wasn't afraid of boiling water, piece of meat. The change of character was so fast that it was really jaw-dropping. Li Zishuan helplessly rolled his eyes and said, Who wants to kill you? When I borrowed your bike, I knew this would happen, but I didn't expect you to fall so hard. I heard from Sun Daozhang that your leg needs at least 7 days to recover. Do you want me to tell Uncle Cheng and ask him to send someone to take care of you? When Ching Chimo heard this, he quickly waved his hand and said, No, no, no. Please don't. Xiao Xian, I'm begging you. Please don't tell my father about this. Why is that? Li Zishuan asked suspiciously. Ching Chimo said with a bitter face, Aren't you asking the obvious? With my father's temper, if he knew that I hit a pole with my bike, wouldn't he come over and beat me up? How can I expect him to send someone to take care of me? Li Zishuan was silent. After a while, he said, In your eyes, Uncle Cheng is that kind of person? What else could it be? I've been his father for more than 10 years. How can I not know him? Ching Chimo rolled his eyes and said in a muffled voice. Li Zishuan couldn't help but laugh. He waved his hand and said, Okay, I won't tell Uncle Cheng. In a while, I'll leave a guard here to take care of your food and lodging. I'll also apply for a week's sick leave from the academy. Here. I asked the Drunken Immortal restaurant to make some food for you before we came. Eat it while it's hot. When Ching Chimo heard that it was a leave of absence and that there was good food to eat, he couldn't help but be overjoyed. He gave Li Zishuan a thumbs up and said, Hee hee. What a good brother. The best thing I've done in my life was to recognize you as my good brother at the Drunken Immortal restaurant. Li Zishuan teased at this time, Hee hee. Eat your food. But I reckon that this food shouldn't be as good as the food that Dr. Gu bought for you, right? Even though Ching Chimo had always been shameless, he couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed at this moment. Moreover, his love for Gu Qingyue was only one-sided. He didn't intend to announce his love for Gu Qingyue to the public. When Li Zishuan said this, he felt as if his old face was burning. Xiao Xian, what nonsense are you talking about? I'm going to eat. If you have something to do, quickly go do it. Ching Chimo quickly took the food box that Li Zishuan handed over with both hands and ordered him to leave. When Li Zishuan saw this, his heart was suddenly shocked. Because from Ching Chimo's expression, it was obvious that he really liked Gu Qingyue. Was this still the rash Ching Chimo of the past? He even learned how to pick up girls? You're really ungrateful. As your brother, I've worked so hard for you for so long. You're not even saying thank you, and you're directly chasing me away. Li Zishuan couldn't help but ridicule. Oh. We're brothers, why are we still so polite? Don't you think so, Xiao Xian? Ching Chimo said in a muffled voice as he ate the food in his bowl. Li Zishuan couldn't be bothered with this idiot. He waved his hand and said, All right. Then you eat slowly. If there's anything, just get someone to inform me directly. The next day, Datong Daily published 2 major news, which shocked millions of people in and around Chang'an City. The first was an announcement issued by the Tang Football Federation. Tang Football Federation emergency announcement, Raging Bulls team, Cool Breeze team, and Fire Phoenix team, 3 teams of Tang League A, have been permanently expelled from the Tang Football Federation because of 3 match fixing last month. All the players of the 3 teams are permanently banned from participating in any competitions related to the Tang Football Federation. The owners of the 3 teams are permanently banned from establishing any football teams in the Tang Football Federation. We hope that all the teams in the Tang Football Federation will take this as a warning to cherish the hard-won opportunity to participate in competitions in their own honor, and stay away from betting and match fixing. If any players know that their team is about to play match fixing, please take the initiative to report it to the Tang Football Federation. For all the reporters, the Tang Football Federation will not punish them, but will instead reward them. From now on, the Tang Football Federation will increase its monitoring efforts. Teams that play match fixing and go against the spirit of competition will not be tolerated. All the people of the Tang Football Federation will also supervise this. Issued by the Tang Football Federation President, Li Zishuan. The second news was an announcement published by Yanhuang Bank. Yanhuang Bank announcement, from today onwards, Lantian County's Yanhuang Bank will introduce the following preferential policies to encourage the people to deposit money in the bank. First, all the people who deposit money in Lantian County's Yanhuang Bank, no matter how much money they deposit or how long they deposit it for, can enjoy the free exchange of Tang Yuan service. Money can be exchanged for 1 Tang Yuan, fair and square. Second, all the people who deposit money in Lantian County's Yanhuang Bank will receive different amounts of interest depending on the type of deposit, the amount of deposit, and the time of deposit. As for the details, the types of deposit can be divided into fixed deposit and current deposit. Fixed deposit means that the money can only be withdrawn at a fixed time. Current deposit means that the money can be withdrawn from the bank at any time. The annual interest rate for fixed deposit is 1.75%, which means that a fixed deposit for a year can earn 6 won in interest. 10 strings of money is 60 won, and 100 strings of money is 600 won in interest. The interest rate for current deposit is lower at 0.3%. A fixed deposit for a year can earn 2.4 won in interest. Yanhuang Bank will spare no effort to protect the vital interests of every depositor. The money deposited by the depositor will be recorded. The bank and the depositor will each have a passbook that is difficult to counterfeit. The depositor will withdraw money from the passbook. If the depositor loses any money deposited in the bank, Yanhuang Bank will unconditionally compensate the depositor in full. The new regulations will be implemented in Lantian County's Yanhuang Bank as of today. All the people of Lantian County can enjoy the preferential deposit policy. Please pass this message to each other and not miss this good opportunity. In addition, the new deposit policy of Yanhuang Bank in other states and counties will be implemented gradually. Please be patient. Issued by Li Zishuan, Yanhuang Bank's head steward. After seeing these two pieces of news on the front page of Datong Daily, the people were all stunned. These two announcements were issued by Li Zishuan, but they represented two different circles. One was the football circle, and the other was the financial circle. But no matter which circle, these two pieces of news could be said to be super heavy news that could shake the earth and mountains. Countless people were discussing it. What? Team Raging Bull, Team Cool Breeze, and Team Fire Phoenix played fake matches? They are Tangjia League teams. How could they play fake matches? Sigh. If you ask me, they are really stupid. It was not easy for them to become a Tangjia League team. Just relying on the financial support from the businessmen every year is enough for their team to squander for a year. They just had to think about playing fake matches. Now, from the team owners to the players, they can forget about participating in the competitions organized by the Football Association for the rest of their lives. Hey! Who said it wasn't? But this is also good. Let's see if any other team dares to play fake matches in the future. Yes. The determination of the Tang Dynasty Football Association to investigate fake matches is unquestionable. Let's see if any other team dares to play fake matches. After a team owner saw this news, he hurriedly shouted, "Quick! Inform all the players to gather in the front yard immediately. I have something to say." Immediately after, when the people saw the second piece of news, they immediately went crazy. What? Not only do you not need to pay a commission to exchange Tang Yuan at the bank, but you can also get interest. Is there such a good thing in this world? When the Tang Yuan was first introduced, there was a free exchange business for the Tang Yuan for a period of time. However, after the imperial court took over the Yanhuang Bank and the Tang Yuan was confirmed as the official currency of the Tang dynasty by Emperor Li Er, this free exchange business was cancelled. However, even so, it could not stop the enthusiasm of the people to exchange Tang Yuan. Firstly, Tang Yuan had the endorsement of the Tang dynasty's imperial court, so it was very secure. Secondly, Tang Yuan was very convenient to carry around. People who were used to using Tang Yuan basically did not want to use cumbersome copper coins anymore. With the support of these two reasons, even though there was a certain commission to exchange Tang Yuan, the people were still very happy to exchange all the copper coins in their hands for Tang Yuan. Now, not only was the commission for exchanging Tang Yuan cancelled, but the safety of keeping copper coins or Tang Yuan in the bank was not only not safe, but they could also get interest. In the eyes of the people, this was no different from a pie falling from the sky. This was a good thing that could not be found even if one held a lantern. This little trick of the Yanhuang Bank was not worth mentioning to the modern people who were familiar with all kinds of financial management methods. In fact, many modern people would even feel that it was very low. This was because the interest rate given by the Yanhuang Bank was even lower than some of the modern banks. It was better to store it in the UX bao that could be used at any time. However, the ancient people did not know about all kinds of financial management methods. They only knew that the two preferential methods given by the Yanhuang Bank could be said to be unprecedented. Save money. I want to save all the money in the family in the Yanhuang Bank. Not only is it safe, the interest I get in a year is enough to buy dozens of dongs of rice. I want to go too. Not to mention other things, with this saving until the new year, it is more than enough to use the interest to buy 10 jin of meat for the family. Save, save, save. Zhao San, quickly go back and inform madam to save all the money in the family in the Yanhuang Bank. Not to mention that it is not safe to keep so many copper coins in the house, we have to take them out to dry every once in a while. Saving them in the bank will save us a lot of trouble. And the interest every year, old master, let me calculate. With our family's wealth, the interest every year will be dozens of strings of coins. Save. Save. Hey. Didn't you see that it is only limited to the citizens of Lantian County? The citizens of other counties can't enjoy this kind of preferential treatment. Hey. Why is it that only the citizens of Lantian County can enjoy this kind of good treatment? Why? The Marquis of Yong is abusing his power for personal gain, especially for the citizens of Lantian County. What are you shouting about? Didn't you see what the newspaper said? The Yanhuang Bank in Lantian County is only a pilot operation. If the results are good, the banks in other counties will slowly adopt it. What abusing his power for personal gain? The Marquis of Yong is selfless, wholeheartedly for the welfare of the citizens. Hey. I won't talk to you anymore. I am from Lantian County, I have to go to the bank to save money. Haha. Pay. After talking for so long, you are from Lantian County. Why am I not from Lantian County? Chapter 1458. Don't push. Come one by one and line up properly. Everyone will definitely be able to line up today. Lantian County, Yanhuang Bank. When the commoners found out that the Lantian County Bank did not charge any commission and that they could earn interest from saving money, they all brought along most of their copper coins and flocked over. At this moment, the sun had just risen and the bank had just opened for business. The door was already filled with people. The manservants in the bank quickly came out to maintain order and calm the excited hearts of the commoners. After all, these commoners were all carrying a large bag of copper coins. If there was a dispute because of queuing, it was easy to lose money. Considering this situation, Li Ku hurriedly sent someone to inform the Lantian County's yamen runners to come over and maintain the law and order here. However, there were still too many people who came to save money. There were more than 1,000 people. Although the streets of Lantian County were not narrow after the renovation, it could not accommodate so many people. The entire street in front of the bank was filled with people. There are so many of us. Will the bank not take our money when it's our turn? That's right. There's so much money. The bank can't take it all, right? Some of the commoners who were queuing at the back could not help but worry. The manservant of the bank had clearly been trained. Hearing this, he said loudly, "Don't worry. Since Marquis dares to say that we can save money to earn interest, our bank will definitely be able to take in everyone's money. Furthermore, we will definitely be able to guarantee the safety of everyone's savings. If you have something to do today and cannot wait, go ahead and do it first. Wait until there are fewer people behind you to save money. Our bank will take it all. This, I guarantee you." The manservant's words made the commoners feel more at ease. Those who were queuing at the back were prepared to carry their bags of copper coins home. After all, the commoners had a lot of farm work to do during the season. However, there were still some rich people in the queue who were not at ease. They questioned, "You guarantee? You're just a manservant. What guarantee do you have?" If everyone listens to you and goes back now, what if the bank doesn't take the money when they come back tomorrow? What will you use to compensate us for our losses? The moment he said that, there were sparse voices of agreement from the crowd. That's right. You're just a manservant. What guarantee do you have? When the time comes, who will compensate us for our losses? That's right. We can't go back. Today, I must deposit all my copper coins in the Yanhuang Bank. Right. I'm not leaving. After such a commotion, the people who were preparing to go home immediately stopped in their tracks. The manservant who shouted earlier couldn't help but blush when he saw this scene. However, no matter how much he said, it was useless because he was only a manservant of the bank. If his promise is useless, then what about mine? At this moment, a young man walked out of the bank's hall and said expressionlessly. Although his voice wasn't loud, it was loud enough to be heard clearly by everyone. Who is this young man? Shut up. That's His Highness, King of Shu. What? It's His Highness, the King of Shu. Soon, someone recognized Li Ku. The chaotic scene instantly calmed down. Since everyone recognizes this prince, then this prince will make some things clear in front of all of you today. Li Ku looked at the crowd and said in a clear voice, waiving commission and saving money to earn interest is a preferential policy that the Yanhuang Bank of Lantian County has introduced to all the people in our county. This policy is long-term and will definitely not be gone tomorrow. I, in the name of the King of Shu, promise all of you. Your Highness is wise. Your Highness is mighty. After hearing Li Ku's solemn promise, the people immediately burst into cheers. After a while, the cheers gradually died down. Li Ku continued, also, there is something that this prince needs to tell all of you in advance. That is, the deposit interest rate of the Yanhuang Bank is not fixed forever. This month, it is 1.75%. Next month, it may increase to 1.8%, 1.9%, or it may decrease to 1.7%. It may increase, and it may decrease. However, this prince can promise all of you that even if the deposit interest rate decreases, it will not be lower than 1.5%. Therefore, there is no need for everyone to rush to the bank to deposit money today. It will be the same when you have time to deposit money. Moreover, the interest rate might be higher by then. What? The deposit interest rate can still increase? Good. Can any of you calculate for me? If the interest rate increases to 1.9%, how much interest would 100 strings of cash earn in a year? Old master, 100 strings of cash earn 15-20 copper coins in a year. That's close to 2 strings of cash. Haha. Good. Then 500 strings of cash will be 10 strings of cash. Let's go. There are so many people today. Let's not fight with everyone to save money. That's right. There's no rush to save money. I still have to go up the mountain to water the white stack today. Yes. I'll save money when I have time. Hearing Li Ku's words, those at the back of the line, whether they were rich or ordinary people, all turned and left. Those at the front of the line did not leave. Although the deposit interest rate could increase in the future, it could also decrease at the same time. They might as well save their money in the bank today and be at ease. Seeing that most of the people had left, Li Ku could not help but heave a sigh of relief. This could not be blamed on the small scale of the Yanhuang Bank. It was just that the flow of people just now was too huge and too scary. Even if the bank scale was 10 times bigger, it would not be able to handle it. This was just like a modern bank. If a bank received thousands of depositors at the same time, it would not be able to handle it. Moreover, this sudden surge of customers was not a healthy and long-term way for the bank to operate. What the bank needed was a stable and long-term source of customers. The rest of the people, line up and go in one by one. Pass the copper coins to the servant who is counting the money. Also, tell him whether you want to deposit it for a current or fixed period. Remember to take your passbook and put your fingerprint on it. Li Ku looked at the remaining commoners and ordered loudly. Yamacho, you're here. I have something to ask you. In the afternoon, Li Zishuan had just arrived at the workshop. Not long after, Li Tai came to Li Zishuan with a messy stack of blueprints. Qingke, you didn't sleep last night? Li Zishuan was stunned. This was because Li Tai's hair was messy and there were dark circles under his eyes. This did not match the little fatty's usual clean image. It was obvious that he did not sleep last night or did not sleep well. Li Tai scratched his head, causing his already messy hair to look even more like a chicken's nest. Yamacho, there were some things that I couldn't figure out last night, so I read a little more. However, I still slept for a few hours. Yamacho, quickly help me solve a few problems. Otherwise, I won't be able to sleep well tonight. It's over. Looking at the little fatty's appearance, it was obvious that he was possessed. Just like Wang Ji back then. What problems? Tell me. In order to let the little fatty have a good night's sleep, Li Zishuan brought Li Tai to a meeting room and said. Li Tai put down the blueprints in his hand and looked at Li Zishuan. Yamacho, I've already figured out the working principle and manufacturing process of the DC motor, battery, and diode. However, I heard from Professor Mo yesterday that you mentioned to her that there's an electronic device that can amplify current. I think it's called a transistor. It's based on the principle of the diode. Can you tell me more about it? Li Zishuan was slightly surprised. Qingke, why do you suddenly want to hear this? Li Tai replied, Yamacho, I think that with the transistor's ability to amplify current, we can do a lot of things. For example, we can use it to increase the transmission power of the telegraph. Other than that, I believe that it can be used in many other places. It's very important, so we should build it as soon as possible. Hearing this, Li Zishuan's eyes flashed with surprise. He tapped the table lightly with his finger. After a moment of silence, he spoke with a serious expression. Qingke, you're right. The transistor is indeed very important. It seems that the Academy's second killer project is about to start. The second killer project? Li Tai exclaimed in surprise. Suddenly, he said excitedly, Yamacho, does the second killer project have something to do with the telegraph? Li Zishuan nodded. That's right. But before we talk about it, I have to confirm if you're willing to participate in the Academy's second killer project. Li Tai didn't even think before replying, I'm willing. Yes. Of course I'm willing. Li Zishuan was gratified. That's good. Today, I'll briefly explain the second killer project to you. The main purpose of this project is to improve the existing telegraph so that it can achieve ultra-long-distance wireless communication. This ultra-long distance should be at least 1,000 miles. 1,000 miles? Li Tai opened his mouth in shock. Then wouldn't it be able to cover the entire Tang Empire? Li Zishuan nodded. That's right. Although this sounds a little exaggerated, it's not impossible from a technical point of view. With the transistor and the diode, we can increase the transmission power of the telegraph. On the other hand, we can create detectors to enhance the telegraph's ability to identify useful information in electromagnetic waves. In addition, we can set up telegraph relay stations in the various provinces and counties to receive and transmit electromagnetic waves. With this three-pronged approach, it won't be difficult to achieve ultra-long-distance communication. Although Li Zishuan's explanation was simplified as much as possible, there were still many technical terms in it. Li Tai only understood half of it. Yamacho, if the improved telegraph can really achieve ultra-long-distance communication as you said, then our Tang Empire will very likely dominate the world in the future. Li Zishuan smiled. It's not just very likely, it's definitely. Tang Empire will definitely become stronger and stronger, and become invincible in the world. In fact, the second trump card project has another purpose, and that is to use the improved telegraph to lay a certain foundation for Tang Empire's electronic industry in the future. For example, the electronic diode, the transistor, the resistor, the capacitor, the inductor, and so on. We have to find a way to produce some basic electronic components. Only then will we be able to produce more advanced and convenient communication tools than the telegraph. Li Tai listened attentively. Hearing this, he couldn't help but excitedly clasp his hands and say, "Student Li Tai is willing to help Yamacho." Although he had given up on fighting for the throne, he was still a Tang Empire citizen. He hoped that Tang Empire could become stronger, especially after he learned geography at the academy. After he understood how big the aristocratic families were and how many countries there were, his desire to make Tang Empire invincible in the world became even stronger. The pride and national honor of the Tang Empire was incomprehensible to others. Li Zishuan smiled and said, "You are talented and smart, and you like to study. Of course, this second trump card project can't be done without you. I just hope that you won't complain about being tired when the time comes." Li Tai shook his head and said, "Yamacho, don't worry. I've survived the military training. There's no obstacle in this world that I, Li Tai, can't overcome. Quickly teach me how to make the transistor." That was why it was said that military training was the best way to train people. After going through the military training, the little fatty was filled with the courage to overcome all difficulties, because he already felt that there was nothing more difficult than military training in this world. Li Zishuan nodded. He picked up the blueprint in Li Tai's hand and began to write and draw. It's not wrong to say that the transistor is based on the diode, because compared to the diode, the transistor only has an additional grid. The so-called grid is a mesh or spiral electrode made of metal filaments. It controls the electric field on the surface of the cathode, thus changing the cathode's emission of electrons or capturing the secondary emission of electrons. Qingke, you can make it like this. After Li Zishuan's explanation and step-by-step teaching, Li Tai finally understood the workings of the transistor and how to make it. After digesting it for a while, the little fatty frowned and said, "Yamacho, after the transistor is made, how can I be sure that it can really amplify the current? Do I have to connect an electric lamp at the back and judge the strength of the current based on the brightness of the lamp?" This question stumped Li Zishuan. After a long silence, just as Li Tai was about to lose his patience, Li Zishuan finally spoke. He looked at Li Tai with some sympathy and said, "Of course we can't use this method. Firstly, it's not accurate, and secondly, it's too troublesome. Therefore, I think it's time to start Yanhuang College's third trump card project." Hearing this, Li Tai almost fell off his chair. After calming down, he said with some surprise, "The third trump card project? Yamacho, isn't this a bit too fast? The second project hasn't even started, and you're already starting the third?" Li Zishuan shook his head and said, "It's a bit too fast, but we have no choice. The Academy's technology is developing too fast, and many of the basic facilities can't keep up. We can only carry out the trump card projects together." Li Tai thought for a while and felt that Li Zishuan's words made sense. He sighed helplessly and said, "Yamacho, what's the third trump card project?" Li Zishuan said slowly, "The ammeter, the voltmeter, and some other basic instruments. The Academy wants to take this opportunity to set up its own standards committee." Chapter 1459. Li Zishuan had always wanted to set up units and standards for new physical quantities. In addition to these, Li Zishuan also planned to let Yanhuang College set the standards for new technologies in the future. In Li Zishuan's previous life, a certain superpower had launched a trade war using technology as the vanguard in order to curb the rise of China. Some international organizations and technical standards committees had wanted to kick out China's outstanding companies in an attempt to cause China's high-tech industry to collapse. At that time, although Li Zishuan was angry, his words carried little weight and his ability was limited. But in this life, Li Zishuan had the ability and status. He had to push China's technological development and let China's technological strength stand at the top of the world. Maybe his generation couldn't do it, but he could lay a solid foundation for future generations. This was why Li Zishuan was so busy and tired when he could just eat and wait to die for the rest of his life. Not only did he want to build a military power, but he also wanted to build a technological power. "Yamacho, are these ammeters and voltmeters specifically used to measure current and voltage?" Li Tai asked in surprise after hearing about Li Zishuan's third trump card project. Li Zishuan nodded and said, "That's right. Any physical quantity must have a measurement scale and a quantitative measurement tool. In the future, if we want to develop more precise and complex integrated circuits, it's impossible without an ammeter and voltmeter. In addition, we also need to make instruments specifically used to measure electrical resistance. So, Qingke, we have a heavy responsibility on our shoulders. Li Tai nodded in agreement, then he frowned and said, "But Yamacho, how am I going to make an ammeter and voltmeter?" Li Zishuan knew that it would be difficult for a child who had only been exposed to electricity for less than a year to make an ammeter and voltmeter. So, he picked up a pen and drew a sketch on rice paper and said, "Look, green sparrow. We can use the principle of electromagnetic induction to make an ammeter. When an electric current passes through, the electric current passes through the magnetic field along the spring and the rotating shaft. The electric current cuts the magnetic induction wire, so under the effect of the magnetic field, the coil is deflected, driving the rotating shaft and the pointer to deflect. Since the magnitude of the magnetic field force increased with the increase of the current, the magnitude of the current could be observed through the degree of deflection of the pointer. As for the voltmeter, we can use the above principle to get the current, then connect a resistor with a known resistance, and multiply the current by the resistor to get the voltage scale." The ammeter that Li Zishuan was talking about was called a magnetoelectric ammeter. It was the kind that was often used in modern school laboratories. Li Tai nodded his head as he listened. After a short pause, the little fatty asked, "Mountain leader, where do we get this resistor with a known resistance value?" Li Zishuan was stumped by this question. If they were in modern times, wouldn't it be a piece of cake for him to make a resistor with a known value? He could get as many as he wanted, but this was ancient times. Most people in this era didn't even know what a resistor was. Where would he get a resistor with a known value? After pondering for a long time, Li Zishuan finally said, "Since we don't have a resistor with a known value, let's set our own standard. Let the workshop forge a steel block that is 1 inch in length, width, and height, and use it as a standard resistor of 1 ohm to make a voltmeter. With a voltmeter and an ammeter, we can measure the resistance of all devices." In the end, it was still a matter of standards. There were many standards in this era that didn't exist, so he could only create standards. Otherwise, there would be a lot of follow-up work that couldn't be done. Li Tai heard this and said with deep admiration, "Yamacho is wise." Li Zishuan smiled and said, "Qingke, you will probably encounter many similar problems in the future. You must diverge your thinking, have the courage to think, and have the courage to do. Otherwise, you will never be able to surpass me in the future, because you learned all your knowledge from me. Only by having the courage to forge ahead will you be able to surpass me." This guy was painting a pie in the sky for Li Tai again. To be honest, even if Li Tai was a celestial being, even if Li Tai worked hard, he would still never be able to surpass Li Zishuan in engineering. Even if there was a chance, the probability was only 0.001%. After all, this guy's brain contained hundreds of years of engineering knowledge, the crystallization of more than 10 generations of knowledge. How could Li Tai surpass him? However, Li Tai definitely didn't know this. This poor kid was nodding energetically and said, "Tai will remember Yamacho's teachings." Li Zishuan nodded with a gratified expression and said, "N. Go." Li Tai stood up and saluted Li Zishuan, then turned around and left in high spirits. TSK. No wonder the teachers in my previous life liked to give their students chicken soup for the soul, because it really works. Li Zishuan sighed softly as he watched Li Tai leave with his head held high. If Li Tai heard this, he would definitely vomit blood. "Faubert, I'll have to trouble you to arrange for someone to make something for me." After helping Li Tai, Li Zishuan came to Faubert's office and said, "Young master, what do you want to make?" Faubert stood up and asked with a smile. Li Zishuan took out a stack of blueprints and said embarrassedly, "Faubert, the thing I want to make this time is more complicated. Take a look at it first. If there's anything you don't understand, I'll explain it to you later." Faubert nodded and then immersed himself in the blueprints. After a while, the surprise on Faubert's face became more and more obvious. After looking at the last blueprint, Faubert couldn't help but ask, "Young master, you want to make a car?" Li Zishuan nodded and praised, Falbert has good eyesight. That's right, I want to make a car. Falbert frowned and said, but what kind of car is this? Why does it look bigger than a horse carriage? Li Zishuan replied with a smile, I call it an electric car. The principle is similar to an electric bicycle. It uses a battery and an electric motor to drive the wheels to achieve the purpose of fast travel. It's just that this electric car is bigger, can carry more people, and needs more electricity. Falbert paused and said doubtfully, young master's idea is good, but this way, the car will become heavier. If it carries more people, I'm afraid it will be difficult to drive the car. Li Zishuan shook his head and said, Falbert, you don't have to worry about this. The electric motor of this electric car is definitely different from that of an electric bicycle. It has more power and traction. You just have to arrange people to make it according to the blueprints. You can ask Qin Ke or me about the parts related to electricity. But you must remember to keep it a secret from Xiaoning and Ink Girl. Hearing this, Falbert asked curiously, young master, why is that? Li Zishuan smiled and said, Falbert, this car is my wedding gift to Xiaoning and Ink Girl. I plan to give them a surprise when the time comes. No matter what, Yan Xiaoning was still his good brother. His good brother's wedding gift definitely couldn't be shabby, so Li Zishuan came up with this idea. Falbert heard it and understood. He nodded and said, I see. Young master, don't worry. I will arrange for people to make the car for you and keep it a secret. Falbert's old face was full of gratification. Yan Xiaoning and Li Zishuan, one was his current boss and the other was his former boss. Falbert had always had deep feelings for the Yan and Li families. Since Li Zishuan was so concerned about Yan Xiaoning's marriage, it proved that Li Zishuan really saw Yan Xiaoning as a brother. Of course, Falbert was happy. At the same time, Uncle Fu became more and more attentive to the car-building matters that Li Zishuan had instructed him to do. He secretly told himself that he had to be 120% alert and keep an eye on the people below to build the car building properly. I heard that countless people flocked to the Yanhuang Bank to save money today. I wonder if you can still handle it over there? Do you want father to send more people to help you? In the evening, Li Ku was unexpectedly summoned back to the palace by Li Er. After dinner, Li Er began to show concern for Li Ku's daily work. Li Ku was flattered. He cupped his hands and said, Thank you for your concern, father. However, I can handle the bank. Yamacho told me this afternoon that he wants to recruit a group of guards for the Yanhuang Bank. After all, there is too much money in the bank. If there are criminals coveting it, the loss will be too great. Li Er nodded thoughtfully and said, Yes. Marquis Yong An's arrangement is very appropriate. Let's do as he says. Father, I won't do anything unnecessary. Father, what are you saying? Yamacho and I are already grateful that you can personally inquire about the bank's affairs. Li Ku quickly cupped his hands and said. Although these words were somewhat flattering, they were also somewhat sincere. After all, Li Er didn't ask about the bank's affairs before. Haha. Don't flatter father. I'm already tired of hearing such words. Li Er waved his hand and said with a smile. Then he asked again, now that the people are flocking to the Yanhuang Bank, wanting to save money to earn interest, can the Yanhuang Bank take in so much money? When the time comes, can we pay off the promised interest to the people? Originally, the free exchange of Tang Yuan for the commoners was already an act of the bank to give up on profits for the sake of the commoners. Now, not only is the bank not collecting the money for the commoners, but it is also giving them interest. In the long run, won't the Yanhuang Bank be unable to make ends meet? Li Ku pondered for a moment and said, Father, the Yanhuang Bank will definitely not lose money. The annual interest rate we give the citizens is 1.75%, and the annual interest rate for lending money to the merchants is 8%. If we can borrow 100 strings of coins from the citizens to the merchants, then the Yanhuang Bank can earn 6.25 strings of coins a year with these 100 strings of coins. One thing that can't be ignored is that the 100 strings of coins didn't originally belong to us, but to the people who came to save money. In other words, our bank doesn't use any capital and can earn 6.25 strings of coins a year from the people's 100 strings of coins. This is a business without any capital, and the profits are not low at all. Where else can we find such a business? How can our bank lose money? Modern banks had many types of business income, including the interest rate difference between deposits and loans, commission fees, investment income, etc. But the most important thing was still the interest rate difference between deposits and loans. This was the foundation of the bank. Similarly, today's Yanhuang Bank's most important way of making profits was the interest rate difference between deposits and loans. When Li Er heard this, he nodded thoughtfully. Then he asked, "What you said just now makes some sense. But if there are too many people who come to save money, and the merchants who come to the Yanhuang Bank to borrow money are not enough to support such a large amount of savings, for example, if the people save 100 strings of coins, and the bank only lends out 100 strings of coins, then wouldn't the Yanhuang Bank still suffer a loss?" To be able to say this, it proved that Li Er had done his homework. Otherwise, he wouldn't have asked such a sharp question. Li Ke couldn't help but laugh. "Father, you don't have to worry about this. The reason why this policy of saving money for interest was first tested in Lantian County is mainly because the merchants in Lantian County are very active. All kinds of shops, big and small, have sprung up like bamboo shoots after the rain, appearing in the market of Lantian County. The merchants in the surrounding counties came and went. Under such circumstances, the merchants in Lantian County naturally have a higher demand for money than the merchants in other places. At the end of every month, the Yanhuang Bank in Lantian County would have a shortage of money. Now that the people are actively saving money, the bank probably won't have a shortage of money in the future. This is very beneficial to the expansion of the bank's business. Before this, I have carefully calculated with the bank staff. According to the current business situation of the bank, as long as the deposits are less than 500,000 strings of coins, we definitely won't lose money, and will even make a big profit." "Oh. Cool, you're so confident?" Li Er couldn't help but ask with a smile. Li Ke replied, "Of course. Imperial Father, don't forget, although the interest rate of our bank's loans is higher than the deposit interest rate, compared to the other large families that lend money, the interest rate that our bank charges for loans from merchants is as low as it can be. Just based on this point, as long as the merchants lack money, they will definitely come to our Yanhuang Bank to borrow money. Therefore, we don't have to worry about whether we will lose money or not." "Oh, the annual interest rate of the Yanhuang Bank in Lantian County is only 8%. Compared to the loans of the people, the interest rate is really low." Li Er had some understanding of the affairs of the people and nodded. This 8% annual interest rate may be a little scary in the eyes of the modern people, but to the ancient people, this interest rate was simply too cheap. In this era, a monthly interest rate of 10% could be called the conscience of the industry. With a monthly interest rate of 10%, the annual interest rate would be over 100. It was a little too expensive. Especially during the Sui and Tang dynasties, the imperial court set up a special fund called the public capital for official loans. Its function was a little similar to a modern-day bank. The public capital was managed by the various prefectures. Lending out 50,000 yuan, the monthly interest rate was 4,000 coins, and the annual interest rate was about 100%. Therefore, the interest rate of the Yanhuang Bank was simply a blessing from the heavens to the merchants who lacked money. Chapter 1460. Marquis, this Lin has exchanged 120,000 caddies of brass from the Wei Nation merchants. It has all been transported to Lantian County. The next day, early morning, Lin Wenyuan came to Marquis Yong and Manor and reported to Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan was delighted and said, "So fast? Good. 120,000 caddies, plus Mr. Wang has already set up the production line at the Gall alumina mine. Our Lantian County shouldn't be lacking in brass for a short period of time. Boss Lin, you have done this Marquis a huge favor." 2 days ago, he had just received news that the production line at the Gall alumina mine in Lantian County had been set up. According to Wang Ji's estimation, the first month's output of brass from the Gall alumina mine should be about 3,000 caddies. Although it sounded a little, but in this era where there was a lack of brass, it was quite a lot. Furthermore, as the refining process matured, the monthly output of brass would definitely increase greatly. By then, the Great Tang Imperial Court would also pay attention to the wet smelting copper technique. The Gall alumina mine would definitely become very popular. You're too kind. To be able to work for Marquis is this Lin's honor. Lin Wenyuan bowed slightly and quickly cupped his hands. Li Zishuan smiled and said, Boss Lin doesn't need to be so modest. Now that we have such a huge amount of brass, this Marquis can arrange for people to set up electric wires in Lantian County. By then, the people of Lantian County can be like Yanhuang College and use electric lights. Boss Lin has to be credited for this. I wouldn't dare. Lin Wenyuan cupped his hands and suddenly his eyes flashed and sighed. This Lin just moved from Chang'an City to Lantian County a few days ago. I didn't expect to be able to enjoy such a magical thing like electric lights. No matter what, this is all thanks to Marquis' kindness. So helping Marquis to exchange brass is also helping this Lin. This Lin doesn't dare to claim the credit. Li Zishuan chuckled and asked, Oh? Boss Lin has settled down in Lantian County? Is there anything you need this Marquis' help with? Settled down. Everything has been settled. The residence that I purchased is in Yong'an Lane. It's only a few steps away from the Marquis' estate. Lin Wenyuan smiled and cupped his hands. Although the population of Lantian County had increased explosively in recent months, it was basically hard to find a place to live, and the prices of the houses and shops had increased by a lot, especially in Yong'an Lane where the Marquis residence was located. Those who could live here were either rich or respectable, and ordinary people simply couldn't afford to buy a house here. However, Lin Wenyuan was still part of the first batch of members of the Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce. With his wealth, it wasn't difficult for him to buy a house in Yong'an Lane. As for why he wanted to settle his family in Yong'an Lane, those who understood would naturally understand. Oh. Doesn't that mean Boss Lin is my neighbor? Li Zishuan raised his eyebrows and smiled. Lin Wenyuan hurriedly said, I dare not. I just want to be able to listen to Marquis' orders better. Li Zishuan didn't comment on this, but smiled and asked, Boss Lin, if you have any difficulties in doing business in Lantian County in the future, you can come and find this Marquis. This Marquis may be able to help you with some matters within the law. The officials of this era generally looked down on merchants, but Li Zishuan had never looked down on merchants. The workshop's products sold well all over the world, and the prosperity of Lantian County today were all due to the merchants. Sometimes, Li Zishuan was also willing to give the merchants some benefits to let them help him develop his territory. Thank you, Marquis. Lin Wenyuan's heart was instantly filled with a huge surprise. He stood up and cupped his hands towards Li Zishuan. If Marquis has any errands in the future, I will definitely be at your beck and call. Li Zishuan thought for a moment, then smiled and asked, It's already June. How is your son, Lin Hao, preparing for the exam? Hearing Li Zishuan mention Lin Hao, Lin Wenyuan's old face was immediately filled with gratification. He cupped his hands and smiled, Thank you, Marquis, for your concern. My son has been diligently preparing for the exam under Han Zhao's guidance for more than half a year. He hasn't slacked off at all. This old man has watched this child grow up, but I have never seen him put so much effort into anything. From this, it can be seen that he really wants to get into a sacred place like Yanhuang College. Li Zishuan smiled and said, You reap what you sow. With your son working so hard, he will definitely reap some rewards. Immediately, he felt that it was a bit inappropriate to say that. It was as if he was hinting that Lin Wenyuan would secretly recommend his son to get into Yanhuang College, so he quickly added, However, even if your son is careless and fails in the exam, it doesn't matter. Now that the Lin family is considered to be part of Lantian County, Lin Hao can directly study in the county school. There are many teachers in the county school who have taught in Yanhuang College. After studying there for a year and a half, and then getting into Yanhuang College, the success rate will greatly increase. Under normal circumstances, Li Zishuan would not open the back door in the matter of college enrollment. In the past, royal children like Li Ku and Li Tai relied on their own abilities to get into Yanhuang College. Even if Lin Wenyuan helped Li Zishuan do more things, Li Zishuan would not open the back door for his son, Lin Hao, in the matter of college enrollment. Hearing this, Lin Wenyuan's eyes flashed with a trace of imperceptible disappointment. It was mainly because Li Zishuan's first half of the sentence gave him hope. Otherwise, he would not have felt slightly disappointed. Marquis is right. When I decided to move my family to Lantian County, I also had this layer of consideration. After all, in other provinces and counties, it is basically impossible for a merchant's son to get into a local government school. Lin Wenyuan cupped his hands and smiled. At this moment, he had already thought it through in his heart. This was because compared to other merchants, he was undoubtedly much more fortunate. The prosperity of Lantian County today relies on the prosperity and vigorous development of commerce. Behind this, it cannot be separated from the efforts of merchants. This marquis will not be like other officials in other provinces and counties, ostracizing merchants and their sons. Li Zishuan said with a solemn face. Marquis is righteous. Lin Wenyuan cupped his hands. Then, as if he suddenly thought of something, he said somewhat embarrassedly, speaking of commerce in Lantian County, this Lin is planning to build an inn recently to provide a place for merchants to rest. However, in the construction of this inn, there are many problems. I wonder if Marquis can help. Build an inn? What kind of inn does Boss Lin plan to build? According to what Lin Wenyuan said, this inn was definitely not an ordinary inn. Otherwise, he would not have come to ask for help. Li Zishuan could not help but ask curiously. Lin Wenyuan cupped his hands and replied, Marquis, this Lin plans to imitate the style of the Cloud Mountain Villa. With reinforced concrete and colored glass, this Lin plans to build a 6-story inn. The interior decoration will be a copy of the Cloud Mountain Villa's decoration. There will be sofas, transparent colored glass windows, and so on. I hope that Marquis can allow it. If it was someone in a higher position, they would definitely not agree. After all, people in a higher position were all tyrannical. They did not wish for someone to imitate their own home to build an inn. However, Li Zishuan did not care about this. Instead, he was somewhat surprised that Lin Wenyuan could see the potential value of the Cloud Mountain Villa and discover it. He waved his hand and said, Boss Lin is using your own money to build an inn. How can this marquis disagree? If you like the architectural style of the Cloud Mountain Villa, I have some similar blueprints here. You can use them when the time comes. But then again, after Boss Lin's inn is built, it won't be cheap to stay for a night, right? When he was building the Cloud Mountain Villa, Li Zishuan did not only design a set of blueprints, but also many backups. Now that he did not have the energy to build a house, it was not a bad idea to give it to Lin Wenyuan as a favor at little cost. Lin Wenyuan was pleasantly surprised. He cupped his hands and said, Many thanks to Marquis for the blueprints. After this inn is built, this Lin hopes that it can become a big landmark of Lantian County. In terms of price, it should be slightly more expensive than other inns. Immediately, his face showed a difficult expression. He hesitated and said, But this inn needs a lot of cement and craftsmen who know how to build cement buildings. This Lin boldly asks Marquis to help. Cement, craftsmen. Li Zishuan's heart moved. He said, The workshop has a lot of cement in stock right now. I can transfer some to you. As for craftsmen, this marquis has an idea. What do you think? Lin Wenyuan said respectfully, Marquis, please speak. Li Zishuan said slowly, When Yanhuang College and the Cloud Mountain Villa were built, most of the craftsmen were local farmers in Lantian County. This marquis thinks that if the style of the Cloud Mountain Villa can be liked by the merchants, this marquis can let some farmers who know how to build a construction team to specially contract the construction of this style of building. Firstly, it will be convenient for you. Secondly, it will allow the commoners to have more income and live better lives. What do you think? Wonderful. 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 Marquis's plan is wonderful. Lin Wenyuan's eyes lit up. He clapped his hands and said with a smile, Marquis, you don't know. There are definitely a lot of merchants in Lantian County who have the same idea. They also want to build a clean and beautiful, tall and sturdy house like the Cloud Mountain Villa. However, they don't have cement or skilled craftsmen. If Marquis really wants to let the commoners form a construction team, there will definitely be a lot of merchants who will hire them. When Li Zishuan heard this, he immediately said, "That's good. This Marquis will first let the Han family village and Plum village set up a construction team. Then, I will first supply a batch of cement to Boss Lin. After Yuan starts construction, this Marquis will encourage the people of the other villages to set up construction teams and open a few cement factories to speed up the production of cement." Lin Wenyuan said gratefully, "Thank you, Marquis. It's just that. If this Lin is so bold, I would like to ask Marquis to help this Lin give this Lin's in a name." Li Zishuan said with a strange expression, "You want me to give Yuan a name? Are you sure?" Lin Wenyuan had a bad premonition in his heart. However, since he had already said it, there was no reason to take it back. Therefore, he braced himself and said, "Please give me a name, Marquis." Li Zishuan was helpless. He pretended to think for a while and then said with some mischievous interest, "Then let's call it Dragon Gate Inn." Dragon Gate Inn? When Lin Wenyuan heard this, he was immediately suspicious. He thought to himself, why did Marquis want to name it Dragon Gate Inn? I heard that there's a Longmen County in Hedong Province's Jianghu. Could it be that Marquis has some connection with that place? I have to find time to take a look. Li Zishuan didn't know that his little mischievous interest had implicated a big matter. Now that the brass was in place and the dozens of bicycles given to Lin Wenyuan had all been replaced, Li Zishuan immediately ordered to start setting up electric wires for Lantian County. At the workshop, the second generation of bicycles had also entered the stage of mass production. As for the electric bicycles, Li Zishuan planned to postpone it for a while. After all, it would take some time to set up electric wires and connect electricity to every household in the county. There was no point in selling electric bicycles before that. In addition, that afternoon, Li Zishuan found old Hu, Lu Qingfeng, and Lu Wanshan and told them about the joint construction team in Plum Village and the Han family village. "Young master, it's not a problem for us to set up a construction team to help others build houses like Yunshan Villa. However, the wheat in the fields is about to be harvested. During the busy farming season, no one in the village would be willing to work in the city." Old Hu scratched his head and said. Second Master Lu also nodded and said, "Xiao Hu is right. We farmers naturally have to prioritize our crops. We can't let our crops rot in the fields just to earn money in the city." It wasn't Hu Hanyun and Second Master Lu's fault for not giving Li Zishuan any face. It was just that farmers had always valued their crops more than anything else. This concept was already deeply ingrained in them, and no one could change it. Li Zishuan smiled and said, "Uncle Hu, Second Master Lu, there is no conflict between harvesting crops and working in the city. I didn't say that everyone in the village should join the construction team. That's not realistic. We only need a small number of young people who know how to build to join the construction team. The rest can still harvest crops in the village. Even if we don't have enough manpower, we can just pay outside the village to hire people to help harvest crops. We won't lose anything because the construction team will be very generous." Hearing this, the few of them looked at each other. Finally, Second Master Lu said, "That's a good idea. Young master, don't worry. We will go back and recruit people to set up a construction team. When the time comes, we will go to the county to help people build houses." Li Zishuan nodded. Lu Qingfeng then asked hesitantly, "Young master, where should we buy the cement needed by the construction team?" Li Zishuan smiled and said, "Lu Lizheng, you don't have to worry about this. I have already arranged it. Also, I plan to choose a few suitable locations and open a few cement workshops. When the time comes, we won't be short of cement." Lu Qingfeng nodded and said, "That's good." Then, the few of them got up and left. Looking at their backs, Li Zishuan couldn't help but smile. He had always wanted to increase the income of the people. Previously, he had promoted bean sprouts and greenhouse vegetables. This year, he had promoted cotton. Logically speaking, farming could only provide food for the people. If he wanted the people to be rich, he had to think of other ways. The construction team was just a good start. According to Li Zishuan's plan, in the future, he would encourage those poor farmers to open some small workshops. When workshop production replaced the pure handicraft industry, production efficiency would be greatly improved. It would be difficult for the commoners not to be rich even if they didn't want to. Chapter 1461. The next day, a piece of good news came from the workshop. The transistor was completed, and Li Tai used a very crude ammeter to verify that it could indeed amplify the current. Li Zishuan heard the news and immediately rushed to the workshop. Yamacho, it's done. It's really done. According to my preliminary measurements, after the current passes through the transistor's grid, it's amplified by about 5 times. If we connect a few more transistors, the amplification can be even greater. As soon as he walked into the laboratory, Li Tai greeted him with a face full of excitement. Li Zishuan walked to the test bench and saw a glass tube slightly smaller than a fist and a crude instrument. The instrument didn't even have a casing, and the magnets, springs, wires, and pointers were all exposed. There were only a few simple fixtures. Although Li Zishuan could roughly guess the function of the instrument, the appearance of this thing was really not flattering. As for the glass tube that was slightly smaller than a fist, it should be the world's first transistor, because the glass tube had 3 electrode connectors exposed outside. However, this transistor was too big. The transistors that Li Zishuan used in his previous life were all semiconductor, crystal, transistors, which were only the size of a fingernail. With the development of microelectronics, some crystal transistors could even be smaller than 10 nanometers in size. In comparison, the electronic transistor in front of him could be called a giant. Qingke, connect it to the electricity for me to see. Li Zishuan knew that now was not the time to be picky. After all, under the current conditions, Li Tai was already not easy to make a transistor. It would be a bit difficult to ask for more, so he pointed to the transistor on the table and said to Li Tai. Okay. Yamacho, wait a moment. Li Tai nodded in response and quickly started to connect the wires. After a while, he turned on the power switch and pointed to the ammeter. Yamacho, look, the current at the cathode end is 0.7. Now I connect the ammeter to the anode end. Look, the current is 3.8, which is about 5 times amplification. This proves that the weak signal change on the grid can modulate the current from the cathode to the anode. Therefore, we can get the same current change as the input signal, but the intensity is greatly increased. Li Zishuan saw this series of operations and couldn't help but clap his hands and sigh. Good. 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 Qingke, I didn't expect you to be able to make a transistor so quickly. It's not easy. Now that we have a transistor, and a resistor with a stable resistance value, the Academy can start the work of modifying the telegraph. Li Tai thought for a while and asked, Mountain Leader, the factory has already made the resistor that you mentioned before. However, I feel that its volume is too big. If we need a bigger resistor in the future, its volume will be even bigger. If it is used in the circuit, it will seriously affect the volume of the entire product. Is there any material that can replace steel as a resistor? Previously, in order to make it easier for Li Tai to make the voltmeter, Li Zishuan proposed to make a standard resistor with a length, width, and height of 1 inch of steel. However, although the conductivity of steel was not as good as copper, it was still good. The resistance of a piece of iron wire was very small, so it was not suitable to use it as a resistor. Modern resistors were mostly made of nickel-chromium alloy, while SMD resistors were made of metal powder and glass uranium powder mixed together and printed on a substrate by screen printing. With the current technology, it would be difficult to make these 2 resistors. After thinking for a long time, Li Zishuan said, yes. Of course there are materials that can replace steel. Qingke, you can mix carbon black, resin, and clay according to a certain ratio, press the mixture, and then heat treat it to make a resistor rod. The resistors made of this material are thinner than chopsticks, only about 1/4 of an inch long, but the range of resistance value can be very wide. It can completely meet the needs of any situation. The resistor he was talking about was called a carbon resistor in modern times, and its resistance value was represented by a color ring. Its material was cheap, its cost was low, and its resistance value was wide, but its performance was poor, so it was rarely used. In the market, it was replaced by more stable metal film resistors and SMD resistors. But for the current Tang Empire, it was already quite amazing to have carbon resistors. Carbon black, resin, and clay? Yamacho, can the resistors made of these materials be used? Li Tai was stunned. Carbon black, resin, and clay as resistors, no matter how he looked at it, it did not sound reliable. Li Zishuan smiled and said, "Why can't they be used? Not only can they be used, but they are also very useful. If you don't believe me, Qingke, you can find a craftsman in the workshop later to try and make a batch of resistors like this for you." Li Tai scratched his head and said, "Okay. Then I will find someone to try and make one later." Li Zishuan nodded and said, Then this matter is settled. This afternoon, I will officially announce the start of the second and third trump card projects at the Academy. Qingke, you will also attend the meeting. Yamacho, what can I do at this kind of meeting? I'm not going, I still have a lot of things to do here. Li Tai heard and quickly shook his head. When it came to important projects like the trump card projects, the teachers of the academy were basically in charge. The students only played the role of assistant. Li Tai felt that it was better for him not to attend this kind of meeting. It was a waste of time. However, Li Zishuan still insisted, "Qingke, you have to attend this afternoon's meeting. After all, the next 2 trump card projects can't be done without you." After that, he did not wait for Li Tai to respond and directly left. "Can't be done without me? Yamacho, what do you mean by that?" Li Tai was puzzled. Gradually, he suddenly thought of something and could not help but feel a little excited. "Today, I have called all the teachers for this meeting mainly because I have something important to announce." At 3 in the afternoon, all the teachers of the academy were called to the big meeting room on the first floor of the Guanghua building. As for the students, the first 2 classes in the afternoon were naturally changed to self-study. Anyway, it was near the end of the semester and all the classes were basically finished. The students just needed time to review. Seeing that all the teachers were here, Li Zishuan said in a deep voice. Seeing that Li Zishuan was so serious, everyone could not help but raise their spirits and wait for him to continue. Li Zishuan said, "All the gentlemen present here have passed the Academy's confidentiality exam and signed confidentiality agreements. Today's meeting is a top-secret meeting, and the minutes of the meeting will be classified as top-secret documents. After the meeting, Mr. Yen will send someone to file and lock it. What's more, what you hear later is not allowed to be leaked to others, including your family members. Violators will be charged with treason and handed to the Supreme Judiciary for punishment. I hope you can treat it seriously." Hearing this, everyone could not help but become serious. Ever since the Academy established a strict confidentiality system, there had never been a top-secret incident. One must know that top-secret technology was related to the safety and survival of the country. It was not easy to define a document as top-secret. However, it also showed the high standard of today's meeting and the importance of the content. Everyone cupped their hands and said solemnly, "Yes. Yamacho. We will strictly abide by the confidentiality system of the Academy and will not leak the content of today's meeting." "Good. Now let's officially start the meeting." Li Zishuan nodded and said in a deep voice, "Today, I called everyone here to inform you that from today onwards, Yanhuang College's second and third trump card projects will be officially launched." "Yes, you didn't hear wrong. 2 trump card projects will be launched at the same time." All the academy teachers present felt that it was incredible. At the beginning of the year, Li Zishuan proposed 100 trump card projects for Yanhuang College, and the Ba hydropower station was the first trump card project. Until now, the first trump card project had not been completed, because the later work of the hydropower station had not been completed. However, now Li Zishuan directly proposed 2 more trump card projects. In everyone's eyes, the progress was too fast. Moreover, at the beginning of the meeting, Li Zishuan defined these two trump card projects as top-secret projects. This kind of high standard made the academy teachers feel a sense of seriousness. Yamacho, what are the contents of the second and third trump card projects? Will it be too much pressure to launch them at the same time? Mo Huai couldn't help but ask. Everyone else also looked at Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan replied, of course there will be pressure, but it must be overcome. The reason why I chose to launch two trump card projects at the same time is because I have sufficient reasons. Now, let me talk about the specific tasks of these two projects. The second trump card project is to improve the current telegraph. First, we need to add signal amplification circuits to the telegraph to increase the transmission power of the telegraph. Second, we need to install detectors for the telegraph to identify useful information in the electromagnetic waves and enhance the telegraph signal recognition ability and anti-interference ability. Third, we need to build telegraph relay stations in key states and counties to be used as transmission and reception relays of electromagnetic waves, further increasing the telegraph's communication range. The ultimate goal of this trump card project is to increase the telegraph's effective communication range to more than 1,000 miles, or even further. The workshop has already prepared the key electronic components needed for this project. Those who are involved in the project can go to the workshop later to understand the details. The communication range is 1,000 meters. Hearing this, everyone present couldn't help but gasp. 1,000-mile telepathic transmission. This was really equivalent to 1,000-mile telepathic transmission. If this had happened in the past, they would have scoffed if they had heard this. However, in the past year at Yanhuang Academy, they had seen too many incredible things. Therefore, even if the teachers felt that it was inconceivable, no one refuted it. Seeing everyone's incredulous expressions, Li Zishuan smiled and said, although this sounds incredible, everyone has been at the academy for so long. You all have a certain understanding of engineering, especially those in the physics group. You should know that the goal I mentioned just now is not completely impossible, right? The group of physics students around Mo Huai all showed hesitation in their eyes, and their expressions showed that they were tempted. Mo Huai cupped his hands and said, what Yamacho said just now is not completely impossible. The key question is, does the workshop have devices that can amplify power and detect electromagnetic waves? If there is, then the 1,000-mile communication range can be achieved. Li Zishuan smiled and said, Mr. Mo, you can rest assured. Now, everything is ready. We only need one thing. Now, let me talk about the third trump card project. From today onwards, the Academy will establish a Standards of Measurement Committee. I will be the chairman, and Mr. Su Hongji, Mr. Mo Huai, and Mr. Wang Ji will be the vice chairman. The purpose of establishing the Standards of Measurement Committee is to establish measurement units and standards for some new physical quantities, such as current, voltage, resistance, and so on. For the third trump card project, first of all, we need to establish measurement units and standards for the three physical quantities of current, voltage, and resistance, and make measuring instruments. In addition, I plan to reformulate the units of length. From small to large, they are millimeters, centimeters, decimeters, meters, and kilometers. Among them, 3.07 meters is equivalent to 1 zhang. 1 meter is equivalent to 10 meters, 100 centimeters, and 1,000 millimeters. According to this conversion relationship, the Academy needs to make new measuring tools. In the future, all the projects of the Academy will use this new unit of measurement. This will be conducive to more precise production. The reason why we need to establish and carry out these two trump card projects at the same time is mainly because there are many cross-links between these two projects, which can play a role in promoting each other. According to historical records, 1 zhang in the Tang dynasty was equivalent to 3.07 meters. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a faint buzz of discussion in the conference room. Li Zishuan wanted to establish units and standards for the new physical quantities, but he also wanted to change the unit of length that had been deeply ingrained in everyone's minds. This was a bit difficult to adapt to. However, Li Zishuan's reason was too strong, because the new unit was indeed more precise than the previous inch, foot, and zhang. It was also more conducive to precision processing and precision production. Haha. I know that you may not be able to accept the new unit of measurement for a while, but when you participate in the precision manufacturing project in the future, you will know the benefits of this new unit of measurement. Seeing the difficult expressions on everyone's faces, Li Zishuan smiled and comforted them. Then, he said in a deep voice, "Next, I will announce the personnel appointments for these two trump card projects. I will appoint Mr. Mo Huai as the chief designer of these two trump card projects, and Li Tai, Mo Chui, and Su Hongji as the deputy chief designers. The few of you must quickly select the outstanding students and teachers in the academy who have outstanding results in mathematics and physics to join these two trump card projects as soon as possible. The deadline for these two tasks is half a year. Within half a year, the set goals must be achieved." Like a stone that raised 1,000 ripples, everyone was stunned. At this time, the teachers of the academy noticed that Li Tai had been standing behind Li Zishuan all this time. Was Li Zishuan crazy to let a student be the vice president of the trump card project? Chapter 1462. Yamacho. I can't be the deputy chief designer. You'd better let the other gentleman do it. In the meeting room on the first floor of Guanghua building. As soon as Li Zishuan finished speaking, Li Tai was the first to exclaim. He had expected Li Zishuan to let him take on heavy responsibilities in the two killer projects, but he didn't expect Li Zishuan to let him be the deputy chief designer directly. He was just a student. In the past year of Yanhuang College, an academic atmosphere of respect for teachers had formed. In the college, no matter if you were a high-ranking official or a noble, once you came here, you had to listen to the arrangements of the teachers. Therefore, when Li Tai heard that he was going to be the deputy chief designer and lead a group of teachers in the college to work on the projects, the little fatty was immediately flattered. At this moment, the teachers in the meeting room were also discussing spiritedly. Some of them even looked a little unconvinced. After all, Li Zishuan's move was publicly announcing that their abilities were not as good as Li Tai's. How could some of the proud teachers be convinced? Yamacho, Qin Kei is talented and has excellent grades in the college. This is undeniable, but he is still a student. Now that the college's final exam is imminent, Qin Kei should seize the time to prepare for the exam. If he is appointed as the deputy chief designer, I'm afraid it will affect his studies. Yamacho, please reconsider. Sure enough, as soon as Li Tai finished speaking, one of the teachers in the college stood up and saluted Li Zishuan. The person who spoke was Mo Chui. As the next powerful successor of the Mo family, Mo Chui's personal ability was naturally impeccable. Otherwise, he wouldn't be one of the deputy chief designers of the second and third killer projects. However, Mo Chui also had his own pride. Now that Li Zishuan asked Li Tai to be on equal footing with him and to be the deputy chief designer together, Mo Chui felt a little uncomfortable in his heart. However, Mo Chui was not the kind of person with low EQ. He didn't directly express his displeasure in his heart, but used a slightly better excuse. Yes. Yamacho. Qin Kei is still a student after all. She should prioritize her studies. That's right. As a student, Qin Kei can participate in the trump card project, but if he takes the position of deputy chief designer, it will definitely delay his studies. As soon as Mo Chui's voice fell, there was a sound of agreement in the conference room. Li Zishuan frowned and said in a deep voice, "Studies? Exam? Do the students of Yanhuang College study hard every day just for exams? Do you remember what I said on the first day of Yanhuang College last year? The most important thing for students of Yanhuang College is to apply what they have learned. I compiled engineering textbooks and imparted engineering knowledge to them, not for them to deal with midterm or final exams. I need them to use this knowledge to create value for the academy and the Tang Empire." In Yanhuang College, Meng Wenhao and Han Li made outstanding contributions in quelling the rebellion in Guan City. Later, Kushirqing led the people of Shu County to build roads and mines, and became rich through hard work. They are the pride of our academy. Even if their work affects their studies, they are still the role models of all the students of our academy. In my opinion, As long as Qin can help us complete these 2 trump card projects, even if he doesn't participate in this semester's final exam, I will still give him an excellent grade in all subjects, because the value he creates is far greater than the final exam. You may not know this, but Cyan Sparrow has already produced the key components needed for these 2 trump card projects. Therefore, I believe that he is absolutely capable of carrying out these 2 trump card projects. In addition, I will emphasize again today that there will never be a ranking in Yanhuang College based on qualifications. The capable will go up, and the mediocre will go down. Regardless of age or qualifications, this has always been my principle of employing people. In the future, please don't use this secular principle in the Academy's scientific research projects. Yanhuang College had developed rapidly, but in the process of development, some problems were inevitably exposed, such as the ranking of qualifications. This was a fixed practice that had been passed down from the Chinese nation until now. Of course, Yanhuang College also had it, but it was not obvious under Li Zixuan's deliberate suppression. Recently, Li Zixuan had been busy with the medical center and workshop, so he didn't stay in the academy much. This directly led to the revival of the unhealthy trend of ranking qualifications. Li Zixuan felt that it was necessary to take advantage of today's meeting to clean up the atmosphere in the academy. Sure enough, as soon as he finished speaking, the atmosphere in the entire conference room suddenly became solemn, and the academy teachers present couldn't help but sit up straight. Li Gang spoke at this time. Yamacho is right. The most important thing in the academy to teach and educate is to let the students apply what they have learned. Examinations are just a way to test the results of their studies, and the trump card project is where the students can really express what they have learned. As long as there is a chance, the academy should not prevent the students from participating in the trump card project. This old man remembers that Yamacho once said that the knowledge gained on paper is shallow, and the knowledge gained must be experienced. If the academy blindly focuses on theoretical education and examinations, and neglects practice, it will be extremely detrimental to the development of the students. The old teacher was now old, and he usually didn't speak on many important matters in the academy. Now that Li Zixuan wanted to clean up the atmosphere in the academy, the old teacher had to speak up. His words had the effect of making the final decision. Yen Silu immediately stood up and said, "This old man agrees with Yamacho's point of view. The purpose of Yanhuang College is to establish a heart for the world and life for the people. If we only rely on theoretical knowledge in books and midterm and final exams, how can we establish a heart for the world and life for the people? If Qin is really capable, what's wrong with letting him be the deputy chief designer?" When the 3 big shots of the academy agreed on a matter together, it was basically the decision for this matter. Mo Huai spoke up, "This old man agrees with Yamacho's suggestion." Su Hongji cupped his hands and said, "This old man also agrees." Ma Zhou nodded and said, "This old man agrees." Wang Ji said, "This old man also agrees." Seeing this, the rest of the academy teachers cupped their hands and said, "We all agree with Yamacho's suggestion." Li Zixuan nodded and said in a deep voice, "That's good." Since everyone agreed, then this matter was settled. From today onwards, all of you must work together to complete the 2nd and 3rd trump cards of the academy as soon as possible. For this, spare no effort in manpower, material, and financial resources. This is not only for the glory of the academy, but also for the Tang Empire to become invincible in the world as soon as possible. Yes. Yamacho. Everyone cupped their hands and agreed. Meeting adjourned. Li Zixuan immediately announced the end of the meeting and walked out of the conference room first. Li Tai hurriedly followed. The 2 walked out of Guanghua building. In the corridor on the 1st floor, Li Tai hurriedly called out to Li Zixuan, "Yamacho, please wait." Li Zixuan immediately stopped and turned around. He looked at Li Tai with a playful smile on his face and said, "What's wrong? Qin? Could it be that you still don't dare to accept this task?" Li Tai's expression froze and he said helplessly, "Yamacho, it's not that I don't dare, it's that I can't. Although the academy doesn't care about seniority, Tai has to respect the teachers. Yamacho asked me to be the deputy chief designer of the 2nd and 3rd trump cards projects. If there's any work in the future, how can Qingke dare to instruct the teachers of the academy? Li Zishuan shook his head and said, Qingke, true respect is in the heart, not in the mouth. Besides, there will always be some difficulties at the beginning, but these difficulties are not insurmountable. You need to find a way yourself. Today, I'll only tell you one thing. Xiao Ku is now able to take charge of the Yanhuang Bank. After the final exam of Yanhuang College is over, he will recruit some students who are proficient in mathematics and let them help him manage the Yanhuang Bank by working and learning. When Li Ku was first sent to the Yanhuang Bank by me, wasn't he like you now? He had no experience and no connections, but he was able to achieve such results in the Yanhuang Bank. Qingke, are you inferior to him? Provocation. But even if Li Tai knew that this was provocation, he had to accept it. Because from the moment he was born, Li Tai believed that he would not lose to anyone. Especially his own brother. Even if he had given up on fighting for the position of Crown Prince, he was not willing to fall behind others in terms of personal results. Good. Yamacho, I accept this task. Tai promises you today that I will complete the second and third trump cards projects of Yanhuang College within half a year. After listening to Li Zishuan's words, Li Tai's eyes suddenly became very firm. He promised Li Zishuan without hesitation. Good. Then go ahead and do it. The future of Yanhuang College will definitely belong to diligent young people like you and Ku. Li Zishuan smiled and patted Li Tai's shoulder. When he first met Li Tai, he wanted to dilute Li Tai's competitiveness because he did not want Tang Dynasty's stable political situation to be ruined by Li Er's sons fighting for power. But now that Li Tai, Li Ku, and the others had clearly given up on fighting for the position of Crown Prince, Li Zishuan slowly began to arouse Li Tai's competitiveness. After all, in his opinion, appropriate and healthy competition was beneficial to personal improvement. And from Li Tai's reaction, the effect was not bad. Falbert, how many second-generation bicycles have you produced? After 2 days, Li Zishuan once again came to the new workshop of Strange Interest Pavilion. He found Falbert and asked. Falbert wiped his sweat and replied, Young master, the chains of the second-generation bicycles require hydraulic stamping machines. And the workshop's machines are fully supplying Zhang Hongxing's plate armor. The bicycles can only be given one stamping machine at most, so the progress is naturally slower. These few days, we have only produced a total of 50 second-generation bicycles. The workshop is now manufacturing more hydraulic stamping machines to speed up the production of bicycles. Li Zishuan heard this and could not help but be silent. Speaking of which, the workshop now produced too many things. Cement, glass, carriages, steel, water wheels, first-generation bicycles, batteries, motors, generators, light bulbs, second-generation bicycles, plate armor, lances, and so on. The workshop was a little too big. Not to mention Falbert, even Li Zishuan sometimes could not take care of everything. Li Zishuan pondered in his heart. Perhaps he could assign some of the less technical tasks to the people of Lantian County to do. I got it. Falbert. When the number of second-generation bicycles reaches 100, send someone to inform me. We will sell 100 of them immediately. After a moment of silence, Li Zishuan opened his mouth and said, Yes. Young master. Falbert nodded his head and replied. Oh. Right. Falbert. How is the progress of the special bicycle that I asked you to produce? Li Zishuan suddenly asked. The special bicycle that he was talking about was the wedding gift for Yan Xiaoning and Mo Lingwei, the electric bicycle. Falbert heard this and laughed. Young master, the workshop has been using the stamping machines to forge the outer shell of the bicycle. I estimate that it will be done before the end of the month. Li Zishuan breathed a sigh of relief and said, That's good. That's good. Oh, there's one more thing. The workshop can't neglect the production of the batteries and DC motors. When Lantian County gets electricity, and the second generation of bicycles starts selling well, we will officially launch the electric bicycle. Then, we will be able to recoup some of our funds and cover more places in Lantian County with electricity. Now that he had copper, he could bring the electricity from the Ba River hydropower station to the county seat of Lantian County. After all, his residence was in the city. He was busy coming and going, so he had to seek some convenience for himself, right? Falbert nodded his head and said, "Young master, don't worry. The battery and motor workshop has been producing. I guarantee that we will be able to launch a batch of electric bicycles before Lantian County is electrified. Oh, Mr. Wang has already refined a batch of higher purity brass. Now, the generators at the Ba River hydropower station have all been replaced with this type of high-purity brass core. I think that the power generation ability will be stronger than before." "Oh. The generators have been upgraded? That's great." Li Zishuan heard this and said with a face full of surprise, "Now, everything is ready. We just need to wait for the final push. I believe that before long, Lantian County will become the first city that never sleeps in the Tang Empire." After listening to Li Zishuan's description, Falbert's old face couldn't help but be filled with yearning. He smiled and said with emotion, "Who would have thought that I would be able to see a city that never sleeps in my lifetime? Following you, young master, I can see all kinds of miracles." Li Zishuan couldn't help but smile and said, "Falbert, since you want to see it, then keep looking. There are more miraculous things to come. Maybe in a few decades, ordinary people like us won't even need to take carriages when we go out. We can just take a flying vehicle and travel from Chang until Woyang in 2 hours." Falbert waved his hand and said, "I'm content. I'm content to have lived until now. I don't dare to ask for anything else." Now that Fu Bin, that brat, has made a name for himself under young master's command, this old man really has no regrets. Haha. Chapter 1463. Let's go. We're going to work in the city. Early in the morning, when the eastern sky was just a shade of red, 2 groups of young men walked out of the Han Manor and Plum Village. The Han Manor group was led by Old Hu, while the Plum Village group was led by Second Master Lu's eldest son. Second Master Lu also wanted to come, but he was too old, so no one dared to let him come. After the 2 groups of young men left the village, they met at the foot of Cloud Mountain and headed towards Lantian County. "Hey, isn't this Old Hu? Where are you going so early?" On the way, there were many early risers who bumped into the group entering the city, and they couldn't help but ask curiously. "Boss Lin wants to build an inn, so our Han Manor and Plum Village formed a construction team to help Boss Lin do the work. We can earn some money." Old Hu didn't hide anything when he met someone he knew, and directly told them about the construction team. "The summer harvest is in a few days. Why are you still going to work in the city? Hey! What can we do? If we can't get away, we can only ask someone to help us harvest the wheat. Who asked Boss Lin to rush us?" Lantian County wasn't small, but it wasn't big either. Very quickly, the news of the Han Manor and Plum Village forming a construction team spread. "Hey! Did you hear? Boss Lin of the Flaming Yellow Chamber of Commerce wants to build a big inn, and he invited people from Plum Village and Han Manor." This. Why did he invite them? Why didn't he invite the craftsmen in the city? Hey! You don't know about this, right? The villagers of the Han family manor and Plum Village have all participated in the construction of the Yanhuang Academy and Yunshan Villa. I heard that Boss Lin even went to the workshop of the interesting pavilion to hire a few craftsmen who specialize in construction. It seems like the inn he is going to build will definitely be extraordinary. Based on what you said, Boss Lin wants to build an inn the same as Yanhuang College and Cloud Mountain Villas? That I don't know. But the wages that Boss Lin gave to the Han Manor and Plum Village's construction team shouldn't be low. Otherwise, why would the villagers of these 2 villages help him build an inn when the summer harvest is coming? Of course. Old Hu from the Han family manor said that they weren't willing to work in the city at this time, but they couldn't resist Boss Lin's urging. I think Boss Lin's salary must be very generous. TSK. When Yanhuang College and Yunshan Villas were being built, many people from the Wang family village also went there. We also know how to build those kinds of houses. Later on, we'll also form a construction team. If there's a boss in Lantian County who wants to build a house like that, we'll also take on the job. Our Liujia village also has people who can build that kind of house. We also want to set up an engineering team. I heard that the workshop of the Strange Interest Pavilion is also hiring. They are hiring a lot of people. The workshop is recruiting again? How could this be? I think there are already many people in Marquis's workshop. Hey! I heard that Marquis wants to build a power line from the Bar River all the way to Lantian County. This requires a lot of people. What? Does this mean that Lantian County is going to be electrified? That's great. In the past, when I saw that Yunshan village was still brightly lit at night, I was very envious. Now that Lantian County has electricity, it will be like Yunshan village at night. Everywhere will be brightly lit. That's right. I just don't know when our village will be able to use electricity. I've seen it before. Electric lights are much brighter than candles and oil lamps. I want to work at the workshop of the Strange Interest Pavilion. I'll work for a few days before the summer harvest. I can also earn quite a bit of money. I'll go too. I'll go too. While the commoners were discussing animatedly, an empty plot of land in Lantian County's rising Dragon Lane was already bustling with activity. Oxcart after oxcart of cement was unloaded under the shade of a tree beside the construction site. The construction team and commoners were digging the foundation, mixing cement with cement, and sawing wood. It was very lively. Old master, we've invested so much money to build an inn. When will we be able to recoup our capital? You've never done an inn business before. Why did you suddenly think of doing this time? In a nearby shed, Madame Lin looked at the bustling construction site. Not only was there no joy on her face, but there was also a hint of worry. This was because she knew that this construction site was burning money at every moment. Lin Wenyuan patted his wife's hand and said with a smile, "Hee hee. Madam, don't worry. After our Longmen Inn is completed, it will be the tallest building in Lantian County. Just based on this gimmick, it will attract countless businessmen to stay here. What's more, it's not like you haven't seen Yunshan villas before. Tell me, do you like that kind of house? That kind of architectural style is hard to come by in the entire world. If we seize the opportunity to build it, do you have to worry about attracting customers? Madam, just wait and see. When our inn is completed, or even when it's only halfway done, there will definitely be many people who want to build houses like us. It's just that it's hard to say if they'll be able to get cement by then." At the end, Lin Wenyuan couldn't help but smile proudly. Although Li Zishuan planned to build a cement factory and increase the production of cement, there was still a period of time before the factory could be put into production. He could use his status as a member of the Yan Huang Chamber of Commerce to get a batch of cement from Li Zishuan in advance. This was a great opportunity. And in business, the most important thing was to seize the opportunity. Those who walked in front would have meat to eat, while those who came late could only drink soup. Seeing that Lin Wenyuan was so confident, Madame Lin heaved a sigh of relief. She said, "It's good that old master knows what to do. I believe in old master's foresight. Our Lin family has already made a fortune from the bicycle business. Now, with this Longmen Inn, it's fine even if we lose some money." Lin Wenyuan laughed heartily. Haha. Speaking of bicycles, our Qingye Zhai's second-generation bicycles will definitely become a best-selling model. Madam, just wait and see. It's getting late. Let's go back to Qingye Zhai and see if the shop assistants have tidied up properly. Newspapers for sale. Newspapers for sale. The new generation bicycles developed by Curious Pavilion are for sale today. Those who want to buy a bicycle, buy a newspaper to read. Newspapers for sale. Newspapers for sale. Curious Pavilion's second-generation bicycles are for sale today. They run faster than horses and are not easy to overturn. Those who want to buy them now. At 7 in the morning, the sun had just risen. The city that had slept for an entire night had completely awoken. At this time, the citizens had just finished their meals and were preparing to start the day's work. On the streets, the newsboy's cries injected a bit of liveliness into the morning of Lantian County. It was just that the content of the newsboy's cries today was especially attractive. Bicycles? Strange Interest Pavilion has made a new bicycle. Run faster than horses? Is it that exaggerated? Is this second-generation bicycle really that good? Hey! That kid! Give this old man a copy of the newspaper. Quick, quick, quick! Give this old man a copy too. Once they heard that Curious Pavilion seemed to have made an even better bicycle, some of the bicycle lovers immediately clamored to buy a copy of the newspaper to read the details. The current Lantian County was no longer the poor and run-down county of the past. Countless businessmen had moved in and countless shops had sprung up. In addition, the roads in Lantian County had been upgraded and all of them had been replaced with cement roads. They were both flat and spacious. This had increased the popularity of Lantian County by a lot. The number of rich people living in Lantian County was not much less than Cheng and City. The number of people who could afford bicycles was also not a small number. After months of research and development, the workshop has produced a new generation of bicycles that are rear-wheel drive and chain-driven. Compared to the previous generation of bicycles, the second generation of bicycles is at least twice as fast in terms of maximum speed. It also saves a lot of energy and makes it harder to fall when braking suddenly. The second generation of bicycles has truly turned riding into enjoyment. From today onwards, the second generation bicycle will be on sale. There will be a limited number of 100 bicycles on the first day. Cheng and City's West City's Craftsman Pavilion, Lantian County's Chow Family's Appraiser Pavilion, Lin Family's Qinya Zhai, Zhang Family's Elegance Pavilion, Liao Family's Jade Treasure Hall, Feng Family's Earth Treasure Pavilion, Lin Family's Wisdom Depository Zhai, and Wang Family's Jubao Zhai will be on sale at the same time. The starting price will be 599 yuan. All customers can try before buying. Note: Curious Pavilion's new products will not be discounted with membership cards. However, membership card holders can still enjoy priority in queuing. Seeing the introduction of the second-generation bicycle in the newspaper, the commoners instantly exploded. The second-generation bicycle is rear-wheel drive. This is a good change. But what is this chain-driven thing? How come I've never heard of it? It's good that you've never heard of it. This is the latest technology developed by Marquee Workshop. If you've heard of it, then why are all the craftsmen in Curious Pavilion working so hard? TSK. The second-generation bicycle is twice as fast as the first generation. That's too awesome. It's just that the price is a little expensive. It's 599 yuan and there's no discount. The products from Curious Pavilion are definitely the best. So what if it's a little expensive? As long as it's worth it. Besides, is 599 yuan really that expensive? Even a slightly better horse carriage costs more than that. In my opinion, it's better to buy a second-generation bicycle than a horse carriage. But I'm a little curious. What does the newspaper mean by the price starting at 599 yuan? Could it be that the second-generation bicycle has more than one price? I don't know about this. What I'm troubled about is that our bicycle was bought less than half a year ago. Now that there's a second-generation bicycle, what should we do? Haha. What's there to be troubled about? Whether we buy it or not, let's go take a look first. Didn't they say that we can try before buying? Let's go. Let's go and see if the second-generation bicycle is as amazing as the newspaper says. Brother Meng is right. Let's go take a look. This place is closest to the Lin family's Qinya Zhai. Let's go there and take a look. Alright. It's all thanks to Boss Lin's Qinya Zhai in Lantian County. Otherwise, we'd have to go all the way to Cheng and City. That's right. Lantian County is getting more and more lively. Didn't the Chow family's appraisal pavilion move here too? What was worth mentioning was that under Chow Wendong's lead, the few major members of the Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce had all moved their shops and businesses to Lantian County. For example, the Lin family's Qinye Zhai, the Zhang family's elegant house, the Liao family's Jade Treasure Hall, and the Feng family's Kuanbao Pavilion all had branches in Lantian County now. What's more, people like Chao Wendong and Lin Wenyuan had directly treated their shops in Lantian County as their main stores, and their shops in Cheng and City had become branches. At 7 a.m., less than half an hour after Datong Daily opened for sale, a large group of businessmen rushed to the appraisal pavilion, Qinye Zhai, Elegant Pavilion, Jade Treasure Hall, Earth Treasure Pavilion, and other major shops in Lantian County that were selling bicycles. Why hasn't the shop opened yet? Where's your boss? Get Boss Lin to open the shop. In front of Qinye Zhai, some of the businessmen saw that the shop's doors were still closed and could not help but shout. Yeah. What time is it? Why hasn't Qinye Zhai opened yet? Open the door. We want to buy the second-generation bicycles. Look. Are those two bicycles the second-generation bicycles that the Datong Daily was talking about? That's right. The style is indeed different from the previous generation bicycles. Didn't they say that we can try them before buying? I want to try them. Hey. Boss Lin is coming out. Just as the customers could not help but want to try the bicycles, Lin Wenyuan finally walked out from the side door of Qinye Zhai. He gestured with his hands and said in a clear voice, "Dear customers, please be patient. Our Qinye Zhai will open for business in half an hour. Now, you can try the two new generation bicycles in front of the shop and see if the rumors are true. Everyone, please line up and come one by one. Please do not crowd." After he said that, some of the businessmen were immediately dissatisfied. Why must we open for business in half an hour? Can't we open for sale now? I don't want to try it out, I just want to buy it. That's right. I also don't want to try it out, I just want to buy a second-generation bicycle. Reality proved that there were many rich and willful people in the crowd. There were many people who responded to that rich young master. Lin Wenyuan said helplessly, "Dear customers, it's not that I don't want to open for business earlier, but Qinye Zhai only opens for business at 9 a.m. every day. All the shops in this county also open for business in half an hour. How can I break the rules? Everyone, please be patient and try out the new bicycle first. You can line up later to buy it." Hearing Lin Wenyuan's words, everyone knew that it was impossible for Qinye Zhai to open for business. Thus, they could only line up to try out the two second-generation bicycles. This young master came first, I'll try it out first. A well-dressed young master stepped out from the crowd and walked towards one of the bicycles. He nimbly got on the bicycle and sat on the seat. With a light tap of his foot on the pedals, the bicycle immediately started to move. Wow! Easy to ride. This second-generation bicycle is really easy to ride. It's 1,000,000 times easier to ride than the previous bicycles. That rich young master's eyes lit up and he shouted excitedly. The businessmen who were lining up at the back couldn't help but discuss among themselves, "It does look a lot easier to ride than the first-generation bicycles. There's a reason why it's expensive." Of course. I've said it before. Strange Taste Pavilion's products are definitely the best. Although the things here are expensive, the quality is definitely worth the price. Haha. I'll buy this bicycle. Today, this young master must buy this second-generation bicycle. The well-dressed young master rode the bicycle and circled the empty space in front of Qinye Zhai twice before getting off the bicycle and laughing loudly. Chapter 1464. Nice ride. It's really nice to ride. The feeling of stepping on the pedals is obviously different. It's completely different from the previous bikes. 599 strings isn't expensive at all. That's right, that's right. I feel that this second-generation bicycle is much more stable than the previous one. It also saves a lot of energy. Just step on the pedals and the bike can move a long distance. Although it's a bit more expensive, it's totally worth it. If I can buy one, I'll definitely buy one. The newspaper said that the second-generation bicycle uses a chain to drive the rear wheel. The chain is probably the thing that connects the pedals to the rear wheel, right? TSK. Strange Interest Pavilion is really amazing. They can even make such an exquisite transmission mechanism. They didn't disappoint me. Haha. That's right. I also noticed the chain just now. The design is exquisite, and the manufacturing is even more exquisite. I'm afraid that only the craftsmen of Strange Interest Pavilion can make something like this. I must buy one of these second-generation bicycles. The newspaper said that 100 second-generation bicycles will be released today. I wonder how many will Xianxia get. There should be at least 10, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Hee, I'm ranked 6th. I also have a Yanhuang Merchant Supreme membership card. I'll definitely be able to buy one today. Lantian County Market, in front of Xianxia. After a group of customers tried out the second-generation bicycles, they were all full of praise. It could be said that if the conditions allowed, there was no one who wouldn't want to buy a second-generation bicycle. As for the previous generation bicycles, they would never want to ride them again. Of course, it wasn't that the previous generation bicycles weren't good. When the first bicycle was released, it still stunned everyone. It was just that the second-generation bicycles were even more stunning. Its dazzling edge completely overshadowed the many advantages of the first-generation bicycles. Boss Lin, why is there another bicycle over there? And the style seems a bit different? At this time, the first rich young master who tried out the second-generation bicycles pointed at a brand new and shiny bicycle by the side of Xianxia and asked. Yeah. That bicycle looks even better. Could it be that the Strange Interest Pavilion produced a more high-end bicycle? More high-end? The second-generation bicycles are already high-end enough. How much more high-end can it be? Everyone looked in the direction of the rich young master's finger and couldn't help but cry out in surprise. Lin Wenyuan smiled and said, that's the professional version of the second-generation bicycle, the super variable speed disc brake bicycle. The rear wheel of the bicycle was equipped with the latest transmission developed by Chi Chu Gu. The transmission was made up of a toothed disc and a flywheel. The flywheel had 8 gears of different sizes, while the toothed disc had 3 gears of different sizes. Therefore, the bicycle could change between 24 different speeds. Not only was it fast, but it also saved a lot of energy. This kind of bicycle is extremely troublesome to manufacture. In the first batch of bicycles that Strange Interest Pavilion made, there were only 3 of them. Our elegant pavilion was lucky enough to get one. Due to the high cost of building a variable speed bicycle, we are temporarily unable to provide a test ride service. Please forgive us. Furthermore, this speed-changing bicycle has already been pre-ordered by someone, so today, only the ordinary second-generation bicycle is available for sale. Needless to say, this marketing strategy must have come from Li Zishuan. Since he had transmigrated from the modern world, he had also started to play with the concept of normal and high-end versions in Tang Dynasty. Oh! This bicycle can even change speed? It was too magical. It was too magical. When everyone heard this, their eyes couldn't help but brighten. The rich young master rubbed his palms together and looked at Lin Wenyuan, saying, Boss Lin, a straightforward person doesn't resort to insinuations. Just tell us how much this variable speed bicycle costs. I am willing to raise the price by 500 strings of string of coins. I hope Boss Lin will be willing to part with it. Lin Wenyuan frowned. When he first saw the rich young master, he felt that he looked familiar. Now that he heard the rich young master introduce himself, he finally remembered who he was. He quickly cupped his hands and said, So it's second young master Chai. Sorry for the disrespect. Who else could this well-dressed young man be other than Chai Lingwu? He had been living in Lantian County recently to watch football matches. His father, Chai Xiao, had just returned from a victorious battle in Shuafang last month and received a lot of rewards. The Chai family was in the prime of their lives. As Princess Ping Yang's favorite son, how could Chai Lingwu lack money? Of course, he had to buy the best car. Only then would he be able to show off in front of his bunch of friends, right? Boss Lin, cut the crap. How much is this speed-changing bicycle? Are you selling it today or not? Hurry up and give me a definite answer. Chai Lingwu said impatiently. Lin Wenyuan was helpless. He cupped his hands and said, Second young master, the speed-changing bicycle workshop set the price at 1,199 strings of coins. However, this bicycle has already been reserved. I hope second young master can understand. If it really doesn't work, I will personally deliver the bicycle to Duke Xiao's residence when the next batch arrives. What do you think? 1,199 strings of coins? This speed-changing bicycle is actually 600 strings of coins more expensive than an ordinary second-generation bicycle. After Lin Wenyuan said that, the customers in line couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Chai Lingwu snorted and said unhappily. Humph. How about it? I will give you face on account of your relationship with the Marquis of Yong'an. I will give you 1,700 strings of coins. You will immediately sell this speed-changing bicycle to me. Otherwise, humph. The hidden threat was self-evident. This, Lin Wenyuan was suddenly put in a difficult position. Haha. Uncle Lin, since second young master Chai wants it, you can sell this speed-changing bicycle to him. We are open for business. How can we not make money when there is money to be made? At this moment, a young man's laughter came from the crowd. The onlookers followed the sound and saw an elegant young man in a white unlined shirt and holding a folding fan walk over. This is the young master of Misty Rain Villa. Why is he here? Misty Rain Villa is still in charge of the Immortal Tea Garden. Old Master Zhang's business is getting bigger and bigger. I heard that the King of Lu and the Sixth Prince were looking for trouble with him a while ago. He has been staying at home all this time. Why does he dare to come out now? What do you mean? Did he offend the King of Lu? Maybe, soon, someone recognized the elegant young man. Who else could it be but Jing Qianjun? To some extent, Jing Qianjun's name was even more famous than Chai Lingwu's in Lantian County. That was because he was the boss of Team Tempest, and Team Tempest was currently the hot favorite to win the League One championship. Yo! I was wondering who it was. So it is the young master of Team Tempest. Team Tempest is not bad. I like the style of play of those players. If you can win the League One championship this time, I will support Team Tempest in the future. Apparently, Chai Lingwu also knew Jing Qianjun. He lifted his chin and said with a fake smile. Jing Qianjun smiled and cupped his hands. Thank you for your kindness, second young master Chai. I heard that Uncle Lin had been allocated a speed-changing bicycle, so I decided to reserve it. I didn't expect second young master Chai to be a car lover. Today, I will transfer this speed-changing bicycle to second young master Chai. I hope we can be friends. Chai Lingwu glanced at Jing Qianjun and said with contempt, humph. I bought this bicycle with money. Why should I owe you a favor? Besides, it is not that easy to be friends with me. Boss Lin, what do you say now? Since Jing Qianjun is willing to give up this bicycle, are you going to sell it to me or not? After that, he turned his eyes to Lin Wenyuan. Lin Wenyuan was a little hesitant, but when he saw Jing Qianjun nodding at him secretly, he could only cup his hands and say, since nephew Zhang is willing to give up this bicycle, and second young master Chai is the first, I will sell this speed-changing bicycle to second young master Chai. Chai Lingwu smiled proudly and said, haha. That's more like it. Lin Wenyuan looked at the sundial in front of the shop and said loudly, it's now 9 a.m. Qingye Zhai is officially open for business. This time, nephew Zhang gave the Misty Rain Mountain Villa spot to me, so this time, Qingye Zhai will be given a total of 15 ordinary second-generation bicycles and one speed-changing version of the car. Everyone, please line up. Don't be discouraged if you can't get it. Strange House Workshop is speeding up production, and the next batch of second-generation bicycles will be on sale soon. Back then, Jing Yinhong had used the shares of the Celestial Tea Garden to exchange for shares of the Yan Huang Chamber of Commerce, and became a member of the Yan Huang Chamber of Commerce in one fell swoop. This time, when the second-generation bicycles were released, the Jing family also received some of them. However, the Jing family did not have a shop in Chang'an, so Jing Qianjun transferred the 5 bicycles that the Jing family received to Lin Wenyuan. Of course, in exchange for Lin Wenyuan's speed-changing bicycle, Jing Qianjun reserved it. But who would have thought that Chai Lingwu would come out of nowhere and snatch Jing Qianjun's spot? 15 bicycles? Then I won't be able to get it? Hey! 15 bicycles. This is beyond my expectations. I'll definitely be able to get it. I've made a fortune this time. After Lin Wenyuan finished speaking, there were howls and cheers from the crowd. But he had no choice. 15 bicycles was the most he could get. Chai Lingwu was quite generous at this time. He asked the servant to leave behind 1,700 Tang Yuan, and then rode away on the speed-changing bicycle, leaving behind only a gust of wind and the view of his back to the customers. Oh! This speed-changing bicycle is so easy to ride. Chai Lingwu's excited shout came from not too far away. Nephew Zheng, this is my fault. I should have hidden the speed-changing bicycle in advance. Otherwise, it would not have been snatched by the second son of the Chai family. Qinya restaurant's main door was wide open, and the customers were lining up in an orderly manner to buy the bicycles. At this time, Lin Wenyuan came out and apologized to Jing Qianjun. Jing Qianjun waved his hand and smiled. It's okay, Uncle Lin. It's the same to buy the bicycles when the next batch comes. Anyway, we are all members of the Chamber of Commerce. It's more convenient than other people buying bicycles. The second son of the Chai family is not easy to deal with. We don't have to annoy him because of a bicycle. Lin Wenyuan quickly said, Nephew Zheng, you are a righteous person. Brother Yin Hong has a successor for having a son like you. Don't worry, nephew. As long as the Qinya restaurant can get the speed-changing bicycles in the next batch, I will save one for you no matter what. Jing Qianjun smiled casually. Then I'll thank Uncle Lin in advance for your kind intentions. It's getting late. I have to pay a visit to Marquis. No matter what, I have to thank Marquis in person for this incident. Lin Wenyuan knew that Jing Qianjun was talking about the incident where Li Yuanchang and Li Shi tried to force the Fenglei team to play the match but failed. He nodded understandingly and said, Nephew, go ahead. However, I suggest that you seek help from Marquis in advance if you encounter similar incidents in the future. Marquis is a benevolent person. He will definitely uphold justice for us. Jing Qianjuan's eyes lit up. He cupped his hands and said, Thank you for your reminder, Uncle Lin. I'll remember it. After that, he bid farewell to Lin Wenyuan and left. What? Gone? Gone so quickly? How many bicycles did the appraisal hall prepare? Why are they gone so quickly? In Chang'an City, in the appraisal pavilion, a group of customers gathered in front of the door and shouted. Dear customers, we got a total of 15 bicycles this time. However, most of them are sold in Lantian County. There are only 5 in Chang'an City, so please come back a few days later. The servant in the appraisal pavilion bowed and smiled apologetically. What? Chang'an City only got 5? Is this how the appraisal pavilion does things? Is Chang'an City or Lantian County bigger? Besides, is your boss Chow from Chang'an City or Lantian County? How can you betray us like this? A hot-tempered customer immediately roared. Dear customer, I'm very sorry. My master used to be from Chang'an City. He moved to Lantian County last month and is now a Lantian County resident, the servant replied with an, and said embarrassedly. The crowd instantly fell silent. Or rather, the atmosphere was extremely awkward. A similar situation happened in Chang'an City's Qinya. In the past, the citizens of Chang'an City thought that they could enjoy the best products before foreigners because they were in the capital. However, this privilege gradually disappeared as Lantian County increased the status of merchants and gradually expanded the scale of business. Now, the citizens of the capital realized that their lives were not as good as the citizens of Lantian County. The supply of the new second-generation bicycles from Strange Taste Pavilion was actually more in Lantian County than in Cheng and City. Indeed, the river flows east for 30 years, and 30 years west for 30 years. Every dog has its day. What? Little Xian's workshop came up with a new type of bicycle? It's easier to ride, more energy efficient, and faster? Then why are you still standing there? Why don't you get someone to buy one for me? Do you think it's easy for me to go to court every morning? Qing Manor. Qing Yaojin had just finished his morning court session and was riding his bicycle back when he heard his second son, Qing Chuliang, talking about the news that had spread throughout Cheng and City. He immediately slapped Qing Chuliang on the back of his head and roared at him. Qing Chuliang felt wronged. He rubbed the back of his head and said in a wronged tone, "Dad. The first batch of bicycles was very little. When I went there, they were already sold out. I had no choice. So fast. Looks like this second-generation bicycle is really better than the one I ride." Qing Yaojin stroked his beard and muttered to himself. Then, he said, "Let your big brother go find little Xian. Forget it, after breakfast, I'll go there personally." Chapter 1465. You can come to me directly if you encounter this kind of thing in the future. Although I won't bend the law because of our friendship, this is within the rules. As the president of the Tang Football Association, I have the responsibility and obligation to help you. Lantian County, Yong and Marquis Mansion's main hall. Li Zishuan said to Jing Qianjun in a deep voice. He was talking about the matter of Li Yuanchang and Li Gui forcing Jing Qianjun's Wind and Thunder team to play a fake game. Although Jing Qianjun not only cleverly resolved the crisis of the Wind and Thunder team, but also resolved his own crisis by staying at home, Li Zishuan still didn't think it was the best way. This time, Jing Qianjun had encountered a relatively stupid opponent. To be honest, Li Yuanchang and Li Gu were somewhat stupid when it came to scheming against others. Otherwise, they would not have lost thousands of strings of cash. If Jing Qianjun had encountered a slightly smarter opponent, he and the Wind and Thunder team would definitely not have survived this calamity. Jing Qianjun, who was sitting below, stood up and saluted. "Thank you, Marquis." He thanked Li Zishuan for helping him deal with Li Yuanchang and Li Gui, and also thanked Li Zishuan for his caring words just now. Li Zishuan waved his hand and said, "You're welcome. Sit down and talk." Jing Qianjun sat down. Li Zishuan asked, "Qianjun, Mr. Zhang has been in Jiangnan for more than a few months. How is the situation in the Immortal Tea Garden now?" Jing Qianjun pondered for a moment and replied, "Marquis, after my father returned to Jiangnan a few months ago, he recruited people to pick the tea leaves planted in the villa and sent people to look for fertile mountains with moist air. In the end, Lion Peak, White Vine Mountain, Lingyin Mountain, Wuyun Mountain, Hupao Mountain, and Maijiawu Mountain were included in the Immortal Tea Garden. My father took your order and contacted the local county government and officials of the state government. Now, tea trees have been transplanted in these 5 places. We can send people to pick the tea leaves in early spring next year." When Li Zishuan heard that, he could not help but exclaim in surprise, "Old Heights Lord Zheng is really efficient. It seems that the Misty Rain Villa is indeed very influential in the Jiangnan area." Jing Qianjun hurriedly said, "Marquis, you're exaggerating. Although Misty Rain Villa monopolizes the silk, porcelain, cloth, and grain business in Jiangnan, merchants are merchants after all. It is impossible for the officials of the state government to give face to my father. The reason why this matter was so successful was all because of your prestige, Marquis, that we were able to get through all the important points." Li Zishuan's eyes flashed and he couldn't help but smile. "I'm afraid it's not because of this Marquis face, right? It's just that those state officials want to use the Immortal Tea Garden to make some political achievements so that they can be promoted in the future, right?" Now that the Immortal Tea was famous all over the world, Zheng Yinhong wanted to open an Immortal Tea Garden in the Hangzhou area, which was naturally what the local government wanted. Firstly, it could increase the local reputation. After all, Hangzhou in this era was far less famous than Hangzhou after the Qing dynasty. Secondly, the Immortal Tea Garden could also increase the taxes collected by the local government every year. These were all political achievements. Only a fool would not agree. In fact, what Li Zixuan didn't know was that White Vine Mountain, one of the 5 places that Jing Yinhong circled, was the Longjing village in the future. In the 7th year of the Qing dynasty, the surname Lin moved to White Vine Mountain, and then other surnames settled in the village one after another. In the 35th year of the Qing dynasty, when the 5th ancestor of the surname Lin created the family record for the first time, the name Longjing village was recorded. Jing Yinhong hit the nail on the head this time. Jing Qianjun, who originally wanted to flatter Li Zixuan, couldn't help but be stunned when he heard that. He said with some embarrassment, Marquis is wise. My father sent a letter before saying that the officials in the Hangzhou area did their best to promote this matter after hearing the name of the immortal tea. They must be planning to use the immortal tea garden to make Hangzhou famous all over the world. Li Zixuan waved his hand and said, "That's enough. I got it. I'll have to trouble your father to think more about the immortal tea garden." Although he sent people to deliver several batches of tea leaves, the demand in Chang'an still can't meet the demand. Many important officials in Chang'an have complained to me that the immortal tea is hard to buy. Wait until next year, we must solve the problem of the shortage of immortal tea. Jing Qianjun cupped his hands and said, "Yes. Marquis." Li Zixuan thought for a while and said, "Let your father handle the relationship with the local government well. Take note, I'm not asking him to bribe, and we don't need to bribe either. We just don't need to offend them. Usually, it's okay to give them a little favor. But if they are greedy and make excessive demands, just let your father send me a letter by pigeon. I'll deal with them." Li Zixuan understood this very well. In addition, he also knew that the king of hell was easy to provoke, the little ghosts were hard to deal with, and the strong dragon could not suppress the local snake. If he wanted to build a tea garden in Hangzhou safely, he had to give the local government some small favor. But if some local officials did not know how to appreciate kindness and asked for a yard after taking an inch, they could not blame Li Zixuan for being ruthless. Jing Qianjun felt a chill in his heart. He cupped his hands and said, "Marquis, don't worry. I'll tell my father what Marquis said. I believe my father will know what to do." Li Zixuan nodded and said, "Well. Then I'll have to trouble you and your father." Jing Qianjun smiled and said, "Not at all. This is what I and my father should do. But in Hangzhou, I don't want to have any conflicts with the local government. After all, peace makes money." Li Zixuan couldn't help but laugh and said, "Haha. Is that why you didn't get angry when Chai Lingwu robbed you of the speed-changing bicycle you ordered?" Jing Qianjun was stunned and then said embarrassedly, It turns out that Marquis knows about it." Li Zixuan got up and said, "Lantian County is so big. How can I not know about it? Although a real man knows when to yield and when not to, some people's grievances should be avoided. I'll remember this for you. Later, you can go to the workshop and ask Faubert for a speed-changing bicycle. There are a few bicycles over there that I stopped." After that, he patted Jing Qianjuan's shoulder, who stood up hurriedly, and then left. Hearing this, Jing Qianjun couldn't help but be stunned. Although he knew that Li Zixuan's words were to win people's hearts, he still couldn't help but feel deeply touched in his heart. After all, in this era where the social hierarchy of scholars, farmers, workers, and merchants was very strict, Li Zixuan, as a marquis, was considerate to him to this extent. Jing Qianjun felt that even if he had to work for Li Zixuan in the future, it would be worth it. Li Zixuan didn't know that his unintentional words had touched Jing Qianjuan's soft spot and strengthened Jing Qianjuan's determination to be loyal to him. But even if he knew, he wouldn't be complacent. What he said was just his heart. Logically speaking, if Jing Qianjun worked for him, he would be on Li Zixuan's side. He didn't recruit people to be bullied by others. Chai Lingwu openly robbed Jing Qianjuan's bicycle. Not only did he not give Jing Qianjun face, but he also didn't give Li Zixuan face. If Li Zixuan was present at that time, he definitely wouldn't let Chai Lingwu off so easily. But now, Li Zixuan couldn't care less about this, because Qing Yao Jin, the Demon King, was here. Haha. Little Xian. Where are you going? Li Zishuan left the marquee mansion and wanted to go to the workshop. Just as he walked out of Lantian County's city gate, he saw Qing Yaojin riding a bicycle towards him. Old Qing rode the bicycle with one hand and waved at Li Zishuan with the other, then laughed loudly. Li Zishuan was stunned. To be honest, this was the first time he saw Qing Yaojin riding a bicycle. Can you imagine a bearded, stocky man in ancient costume riding on a bicycle, waving at you and laughing heartily? Anyway, Li Zishuan felt that he had walked into the wrong movie scene. Shoo. Snapping out of his daze, Li Zishuan hurriedly controlled Dabai to stop. If it weren't for the fact that Dabai understood human nature and slowed down upon seeing Qing Yaojin, Li Zishuan would probably have bumped into Qing Yaojin by now. Uncle Qing, I'm going to the workshop. You came to Lantian County for? Li Zishuan jumped down from his horse and greeted Qing Yaojin, who was sitting on the bicycle and braking with his toes. Going to the workshop? Heh. That's great. Let's go together. Qing Yaojin was still fretting about how to tell Li Zishuan, but his eyes lit up when he heard this, and he laughed loudly. Together? Uncle Qing, why are you going to the workshop? Li Zishuan asked suspiciously. Sigh. I say, little Xian, you're usually so smart, why are you so muddle-headed now? Qing Yaojin slapped his thigh and decided to go all out and tell the truth. Don't you think my bicycle is a little old and outdated? Little Xian, shouldn't you think of something? After saying that, he winked at Li Zishuan with a, you know what I mean, expression. Li Zishuan was instantly speechless because the expression Qing Yaojin gave him was a non-standard flirtatious glance, and it almost made him feel like he was fried on the outside and tender on the inside. Ahem. So it's about this. Uncle Qing, I'm going to the workshop to arrange for the new generation of bicycles to be delivered to you, Uncle Qin, Uncle Yuqi, Uncle Niu, and Duke Wei's residence. I didn't expect you to come to Lantian County, so I don't have to make another trip. Li Zishuan quickly understood the purpose of Qing Yaojin's visit, and he quickly cupped his fists and smiled. The only person who could make it sound so dignified was probably this shameless old man Qing Yaojin. In any case, old generals like Qin Xiong and Niu Jinda wouldn't do such a thing. Of course, this also showed that old Qing really didn't treat Li Zishuan as an outsider. When Qing Yaojin heard this, he was immediately amused. He laughed out loud and said, Ha! Little Xian, you know me best. What are you waiting for? Let's go, let's go. After saying that, old Qing hurriedly urged Li Zishuan to go to the workshop with him. Just like that, Li Zishuan rode a horse and Qing Yaojin rode a first-generation bicycle. The two of them, one in front and one behind, rushed towards the workshop. On the way, Li Zishuan couldn't help but secretly criticize Qing Yaojin for not riding a horse and insisting on riding a first-generation bicycle. To be honest, this first-generation bicycle was really not easy to ride. There was no chain or gear transmission. Basically, one had to step on it once, and the wheels would turn once. It was too laborious to ride it, so Li Zishuan gave up on it after riding it a few times. However, he didn't expect Qing Yaojin to insist on riding it. Perhaps old Sheng was trying to be fashionable. Lantian County wasn't far from the workshop. It was only about 4 or 5 miles away. The two of them soon arrived at the workshop. Xiaoxi, where are the bicycles that I asked Faubert to keep? Hurry up and push one out. As soon as they entered the workshop, Song Xiaoxi came up to them. However, before he could say anything, Li Zishuan ordered. Young master, those bicycles are in the warehouse on the west side. I'll go get one now. Song Xiaoxi responded and quickly turned around to get the bicycle. Old Xing wanted to go to the warehouse to pick a good bicycle, but he felt that it would be too embarrassing. He also wanted to save face, so he could only give up. Seeing Qing Yaojin scratching his ears and cheeks, Li Zishuan couldn't help but laugh in his heart. In fact, the bicycles that he had deliberately intercepted in the warehouse were all the same. Even the color was the same. There was nothing to choose from. Not long after, Song Xiaoxi pushed a brand new black bicycle with variable speed disc brakes. Qing Yaojin's eyes lit up and he excitedly went forward. Good boy. The design of this bicycle is different from the previous ones. It's really a rear-wheel drive. What's the use of so many gears on the rear wheel? Old Sheng looked at the bicycle and muttered to himself. Li Zishuan went forward and explained with a smile, Uncle Cheng, the bicycle in front of you is the latest variable speed disc brake bicycle released by our workshop. Look at the knob on the handlebar. By rotating it, you can drive the chain to the gears of different sizes and change the speed of the bicycle. This bicycle has a total of 28 speeds to choose from. Not only is it fast, but it also saves a lot of energy, especially when climbing hills. If you adjust the speed knob to the appropriate gear, climbing hills will be very easy. When Qing Yaojin heard this, he clicked his tongue in wonder and said, Hey! This bicycle sounds quite magical. That's not right. This old man heard from Chu Liang that your workshop had made a second-generation bicycle, but I didn't hear him mention that you have a bicycle that can change the speed of the bicycle. Li Zishuan couldn't help but laugh and say, Uncle Cheng, the bicycle that Chu Liang mentioned was made by the workshop and sold to ordinary people. It also uses this kind of chain drive and rear-wheel drive, but it doesn't have this variable speed disc. This variable speed bicycle is a high-end bicycle released by our workshop. It's much more expensive and is only sold to a small number of customers. Today, the second-generation bicycle is on sale for the first time. Out of 100 bicycles, there are only 3 of these variable speed bicycles, and all of them are sold in Lantian County. Speaking of which, this kind of 24-speed bicycle, if placed in the modern era where materials were abundant, would cost 2,000 to 3,000 yuan for a slightly better brand. In this era where bicycles were just becoming popular, Li Zishuan didn't think it was expensive to sell it for more than 1,000 yuan. Hey! So that's how it is. When Qing Yaojin heard this, he couldn't help but feel a little happy and said, Hearing you say this variable speed bicycle is quite precious, ha. Xiao Xian, you're really loyal. Chou Niu didn't make you a brother for nothing. Yamacho, you're in the workshop. Quick! Come over and help me solve a problem. Li Zishuan was about to speak when a little fatty with unkempt hair and a dirty face came running from the east courtyard. He grabbed his arm and was about to pull him to the east. Hey! You're Wei Wang. Old Shing found the little fatty's voice familiar, and he felt that the little fatty's figure was even more familiar. When he took a closer look at the little fatty's appearance under the unkempt hair and dirty face, he was instantly shocked. He pointed at Li Tai and asked in disbelief. Chapter 1466. Xiao Xian, how did you torture Wei Wang to this extent? If His Majesty knew about this, he would not let you off so easily. In the workshop of Strange Interest Pavilion, Li Zishuan was pulled aside by Qing Yaojin after he had helped Li Tai solve his problem. This. Uncle Cheng, why do you say that? How did I torture Qing Ke? Li Zishuan was stunned when he heard this. Qing Yaojin thought that Li Zishuan was too embarrassed to admit it. He pursed his lips and said, Hey! This is not considered torture. When have I not seen Wei Wang in a clean, dignified manner? Look at him now, how is he any different from the ordinary craftsman in your workshop? If he did not speak up just now, I would not have recognized him. In the words of the literati, he is now unkempt and unkempt. In order to prove that Li Tai was indeed being tortured, Qing Yaojin racked his brains and used a few idioms. Unfortunately, he still used them incorrectly. Li Zishuan was speechless when he heard this. He paused for a moment and said, Uncle Cheng, Qing Ke is participating in a research project of the Academy. It has been hard on him recently, but he is willing to do all this. How can you say that I am torturing him? Research project? What research project? Oh, right. Chou Niu did not come home last weekend. Your aunt has been nagging for a long time. Could it be that he is also participating in this research project? Qing Yaojin's eyes lit up when he heard this. He immediately thought of his son and asked hurriedly. Li Zishuan was speechless. Qing Yaojin really thought highly of his son. With Qing Chimo's results and his restless personality, how could Li Zishuan arrange for him to do research? However, Qing Chimo was still recuperating in the medical hall. If he told the truth, that kid would probably be beaten up again. After thinking for a while, Li Zishuan could only say vaguely, "You can say that." However, the recent research projects carried out by the Academy are classified as top secret. No one involved is allowed to reveal anything to anyone outside of the project. This is a rigid rule, and I can't make an exception. I hope Uncle Qing can forgive me. Top secret? What kind of project is so mysterious? When Qing Yaojin heard this, he became even more interested. Old Sheng was completely convinced by Li Zishuan's ability to create new things. For example, the variable speed disc brake bicycle that he loved so much that he couldn't put it down. Therefore, a project that could make Li Zishuan take it so seriously must be a good project, so he asked somewhat unwillingly, "Little Xian, can't you tell this old man a little? Your Uncle Qing isn't an outsider, so he won't tell anyone. Besides, you're the Yamacho of Yanhuang College. Aren't you the one who sets the rules? Why are you so serious?" Li Zishuan said helplessly, "Uncle Qing, it's precisely because I'm the Yamacho of Yanhuang College that I have to set an example. If I don't follow the rules, how can I expect the others in the academy to follow the rules? Therefore, I really can't tell you about this matter. Don't worry, this research project is definitely beneficial to the Tang Empire." "No. Isn't that equivalent to not saying anything?" Old Qing muttered, but he also knew that it was impossible to get the truth out of Li Zishuan, so he didn't continue to ask. Seeing the brand new bicycle in his hand, Old Cheng's spirits rose again. He laughed and said, "Haha. Then little Xian, you go ahead. This old man will go back to Chang'an first. I don't want that old bicycle anymore. This one is enough." Haha. It turned out that Old Sheng was a person who liked the new and hated the old. This old guy rode the variable speed bicycle and left the workshop like a gust of wind. The poor old bicycle he had ridden earlier could only lie quietly in a corner of the workshop and collect dust. After Qing Yaojin left, Li Zishuan arranged for the remaining variable speed bicycles to be sent to the homes of Qin Xiong, Yuqi Jingda, Niu Jinda, and Li Jing. These families were the closest to him, so he definitely wouldn't forget about them if there were any good things. In addition, Li Zishuan also sent Lu Feng and Lu Yun to send 3 variable speed bicycles to the palace. They were for Li Er, Li Qingxian, and Changle respectively. After Changle's qi disease was cured, she was more lively than before. It was just right to give her a variable speed bicycle now. "Qingke, I suddenly have an idea. Come and listen to it and see if it's feasible." After everything was arranged, Li Zishuan went to a courtyard in the deepest part of the workshop and found Li Tai, who was modifying a telegraph. This courtyard was the secret research base of the Academy's 2nd and 3rd trump card projects. Outside the courtyard, Li Zishuan's personal guards were guarding day and night. All personnel entering and leaving had to have their identities verified. It could be said that the security was very tight. Currently, the participants of these 2 trump card projects were being recruited and screened. However, this didn't affect Li Tai, the deputy chief designer, in the slightest. In just a few days, Li Tai had already created simple electrical components such as resistors, capacitors, and inductors. In addition to the electronic diodes and triodes that the workshop had previously created, it could be said that the foundation of Tang's electronic industry was gradually taking shape. "Oh. Yamacho, please speak." Li Tai, who was busy, immediately put down his work and looked up at Li Zishuan. After hanging out with Li Zishuan for so long, Li Tai knew that Li Zishuan's every idea could change this era. He didn't dare to underestimate him. Li Zishuan pondered for a moment and said, "Qingke, the telegraph we are making now transmits information through the conversion of electricity and electromagnetic waves. This kind of telegraph can be used in the military to plan strategies and predict the enemy's moves. However, in the future, if the common people have the need for ultra-long distance communication, the telegraph will be inconvenient. Therefore, I am thinking that we might be able to create a device that can convert sound into electricity, and then convert electricity into sound. This way, we only need to connect a wire to achieve real-time sound transmission. This was actually a wired telephone. Li Zishuan had long wanted to make it, but in the past, Tang didn't have any industrial foundation and couldn't do it even if he wanted to. However, it was different now. These words might sound like a fantasy to others, but Li Tai wasn't in a hurry to deny it. He pondered for a long time before opening his mouth to speak. Electricity and sound? Yamacho, your idea sounds good, but when we implement it, the first step is to solve the problem of how to convert electricity and sound, which are two completely different types of energy. Professional. It had to be said that the current Li Tai was much more professional than before. He could see the essence of the problem at a glance. Li Zishuan's eyes shone with praise. Haha. Qingke, you are right. In order to achieve real-time long-distance sound transmission, the first problem is to solve the problem of converting electricity and sound. Although they are two different types of energy, it doesn't mean that they can't be converted to each other. For example, electricity and magnetism used to be different, but with Ink Girl's efforts, they can be converted to each other now, can't they? I have a preliminary idea here. I will tell you about it first, and you can think about it in private. Yes, yes. Yamacho, please tell me. Li Tai nodded quickly. He didn't feel dejected at all because Li Zishuan wanted to increase his burden. He was a person who naturally pursued new interests and new technologies. Otherwise, he wouldn't have given up on being a free and unfettered lord and come to the workshop to suffer. Li Zishuan picked up a pen and paper and wrote as he drew. Actually, it's not difficult to convert electricity and sound, but we need a magnetic field to act as a medium. Qingke, look, we can use this cone-shaped paper basin at the front of the machine to collect sound. You have studied physics, so you should know that sound is a sound wave produced by an object's vibration. Similarly, when the sound wave hits the paper basin, it will cause a small vibration on the surface of the paper basin. At this time, if we attach a copper coil to the bottom of the paper basin, and then place the copper coil in a permanent magnetic field, when the front of the paper basin receives sound, it will cause the coil to vibrate. The coil will cut the magnetic line and produce a current corresponding to the frequency of the sound wave. We have completed the process of generating electricity from sound waves. As for how to convert electricity into sound waves, this is also simple. We can attach an electric coil to the bottom of the paper basin and add a permanent magnetic field. When the current passes through the coil will produce a corresponding magnetic field. This magnetic field and the external permanent magnetic field will produce an interaction force. This force will cause the coil to vibrate with the sound current in the external permanent magnetic field. The diaphragm of the paper basin is connected to the coil, so the diaphragm will also vibrate. Qingke, you should know that under the same voltage, the size of the magnetic field produced by the same electrified coil is proportional to the size of the current. Therefore, when the current passing through the coil is larger, the coil will move more violently in the magnetic field, and the sound it produces will be louder. Therefore, the vibration of the coil can produce a similar or identical sound wave to the original audio signal. In this way, we can realize the conversion from sound to electric current, and from electric current to sound. As long as the wire is long enough and the electric power is strong enough, our sound can travel far enough. Li Tai was a little stunned. Faced with such an exquisite design, he was so excited that even his breathing became difficult. Perhaps this was what it meant to be suffocated by a dream. After a long time, Li Tai finally recovered from the shock. He took a few deep breaths, and then looked at Li Zishuan as if he were looking at a monster. He opened his mouth, but no words came out for a long time. Sean. Yamacho, this design is too exquisite. It is a wonderful work of art. It is amazing. After his mouth trembled for a long time, Li Tai finally said, if it can really be done, then there will be no need for a telegraph machine in the future. Yamacho, why don't we just start researching this kind of machine that can transmit sound from 1,000 miles away and give up on improving the telegraph machine? What do you think? Li Zishuan quickly waved his hand and said, no. Qingke, what I told you just now was just my idea. There is still a long way to go from idea to product. Even if you can make it, it will take a long time to debug the audio in the later stages. The improvement plan for the telegraph machine has been deliberated countless times, and now it is completely natural. We must not give up what is near at hand for what is far away. Moreover, compared to this kind of device that can transmit sound from 1,000 miles away, the telegraph machine is not completely useless. Especially for military communications, the telegraph machine has better confidentiality. Even if the enemy seizes our telegraph machine, it will be useless if they don't have a password book. In addition, the telegraph machine does not need wires to send and receive telegrams. It is most convenient during war. So, no matter what, we must improve the telegraph machine first. Hearing Li Zishuan's words, Li Tai also woke up from his excitement. He nodded and said, "Yes. I understand." However, he couldn't help but feel disappointed. He knew that there was a more advanced thing, but he didn't have the time to make it. This feeling really made Li Tai feel very uncomfortable. Li Zishuan saw this and smiled. He patted Li Tai's shoulder and said, "Although we don't have the energy to make a machine that can transmit sound over a long distance, we can first make a simple sound to electricity conversion device. It shouldn't take too long." "Oh. Yamacho, what do you mean?" Li Tai's eyes lit up as he quickly said. Li Zishuan smiled and said, "I just want to make a small thing. Qingke, help me make it." This thing uses a paper basin diaphragm to convert a person's voice into an electric current. Then, it uses a transistor to amplify the current. The amplified current flows through a coil, and through the magnetic field, it vibrates more violently. This way, the sound transmitted will be even louder. I call this thing a loudspeaker or a loudspeaker. Compared to those long-distance sound transmission machines, this thing is much simpler. If you have the time, try to make one first. Li Tai thought about it in his mind and then said excitedly, "This is a good idea." The loudspeaker is simple to make, but the principle is similar to those long-distance sound transmission machines. If we can make this thing, we will have more confidence in making long-distance sound transmission machines in the future. Li Zishuan nodded and said, "That is the reason." After that, he looked at the shadows of the trees outside the house and said, "Okay. Then that's it for now. Qingke, you continue with your work. I will leave first." Li Tai quickly bowed and said, "Yamacho, take care." After this incident, he admired Li Zishuan even more. It was like looking up to a high mountain. Although he could not reach it, he yearned for it. "Your Majesty, His Highness the Crown Prince requests an audience." Around 5 in the afternoon, in the Sweet Dew Hall of the palace. Li Er, who had been reading memorials for a while and was nodding off, was suddenly awakened by a sharp voice. Who else could it be but Zhao Song? Speaking of which, only Zhao Song dared to come and report at such a special moment. "Oh. Qingxian is here? Let him in." Li Er rubbed his sleepy face and forced himself to wake up. "Yes, sir." Zhao Song received the order and left. At the same time, he could not help but heave a sigh of relief. After a while, Li Qingxian came in. Moreover, he did not come in alone. Beside him, was pushing a bicycle. Seeing this, old Li immediately lost his sleepiness. Without waiting for Li Qingxian to bow, he said, "Qingxian, why did you push a bicycle in?" That's not right. There's something strange about this bicycle." Chapter 1467. Father. This variable speed bicycle is indeed different from the previous bicycles. This is the second generation variable speed bicycle developed by Strange Interest Pavilion. The Marquis of Yong and sent someone to deliver it to the palace. He asked me to give it to father on his behalf. In the Sweet Dew Palace, Li Er walked down from the dragon bed and curiously sized up the bicycle. Li Qingxian hurriedly explained. The bicycle that Li Zishuan gave to Li Er was naturally different from the other variable speed bicycles. This difference was mainly reflected in its appearance. Li Er's bicycle had a 5-clawed golden dragon pattern on it, representing the emperor. In the entire world, only Li Er could ride it. Variable speed? Does that mean this bicycle can change its speed? Hearing this, Li Er was puzzled. Oh. I have studied it in private. The Marquis of Yong'an's new variable speed bicycle uses the pedals to drive the chain. The chain drives the rear wheel to move forward. The rear wheel is equipped with large and small gears with different numbers of teeth. You can use the variable speed controller on the handlebar to let the chain ride on different gears. The smaller the rear wheel's teeth, the greater the transmission ratio. Stepping on the pedals, the number of revolutions the rear wheel makes will increase, and the bicycle will run faster. Li Qingshan hesitated for a moment before explaining to Li Er. It could be seen that Li Qingshan had done some homework before this. Otherwise, he definitely wouldn't be able to answer Li Er's question. Unlike Li Tai and Li Ku, Li Qingshan was more interested in Yanhuang College's engineering. However, he was still the heir to the throne. He was usually busy helping Li Er deal with government affairs. In terms of engineering, he naturally didn't know as much as his 2 younger brothers. Therefore, if he wanted to explain the principles of the variable speed bicycle to Li Er, he had to do his homework. Hearing this, Li Er looked at Li Qingshan in surprise. Then, he said with a smile that wasn't a smile, hee. I didn't know that Qingshan knew so much about engineering. Li Qingshan said embarrassedly, Father, you flatter me. Actually, I don't know much about these things. It's just that before I came, I asked a few teachers who knew about engineering. This time, other than gifting father a bicycle, Xiao Xian also gifted me and Changle one each. Your son has also sent people to inquire about it. Little Xian's Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce has only started selling these chain-driven bicycles today. An ordinary bicycle without the ability to change speeds costs 599 strings of coins. Today, the Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce is only selling 3 bicycles with the ability to change speeds, and each one costs 1,199 strings of coins. Haha. You're honest. But that kid is selling his bicycle at such an expensive price. He really has the nature of a profiteer. Li Er looked at Li Zishuan with some admiration. However, as he said that Li Zishuan was a profiteer, he looked at the bicycle with admiration and said, This variable speed bicycle is indeed not bad. I will accept it. But you and Changle have never practiced martial arts, so you have to be careful when riding. If this had happened in the Song and Ming dynasties, with the appearance of bicycles, the emperor would definitely not have allowed his children to ride them. This was because it would damage the prestige of the imperial family. However, the Tang dynasty was a very liberal one. The nobles of the Li Tang dynasty were greatly influenced by the Hu culture. For example, the nobles liked to eat mutton and did not like to eat pork or chicken. It was because of this liberal atmosphere that Li Er did not forbid Li Qingshan and Changle from riding bicycles. Li Qingshan smiled and said, Many thanks for father's concern. Your son indeed does not know martial arts. However, father may have forgotten that Changle has not only recovered from her illness, but also knows some internal martial arts. Father need not be overly worried. Hearing this, Li Er could not help but stare blankly. He had actually forgotten that Li Lizzie's illness had recovered. Sometimes, when protecting someone becomes a habit, even when that person has become strong and no longer requires protection, you can't help but care for them and protect them. Li Er was in this situation with Changle. Your Imperial Majesty, Princess Changle and Princess Gao Yang request an audience. While Li Er was in a daze, Zhao Song walked in and bowed. Oh. Quickly let them in. Li Er recovered his wits, a trace of warmth involuntarily appearing on his face. He hurriedly said. Understood. Zhao Song accepted the order and left. Not long after, Changle walked in with a delicate little girl. Father. Father. Gao Yang has missed you. Upon entering the hall, before Changle could even greet Li Er, the little girl beside her ran up and hugged Li Er's arm, acting spoiled. The little girl was about 3 or 4 years old. Her hair was tied into a small ponytail. Her delicate appearance was extremely adorable. This was the future Princess Gao Yang who would give Feng Yi a green hat. Li Er could not help but rub the little girl's head. With a loving smile, he said, "Haha. Is that so? Father has also missed our Gao Yang." Finished speaking, Li Er lifted Gao Yang up and kissed her. The stubble on his face immediately caused the little girl to tilt her head back. After teasing little Gao Yang for a while, Li Er looked towards Tranquil and asked, Tranquil, why are you looking for father today?" Tranquil said softly, "Father, Tranquil just tried riding the bicycle that brother Xiao Xian gave me. I realized that this variable speed bicycle is more than 10 times better than the previous one. However, the palace is only so big, and Tranquil is a little tired of staying here. I want to ride the bicycle to Cheng and City for a stroll. I've specially come to ask for father's permission." Father. Gao Yang wants to ride on Sister Tranquil's bicycle. Gao Yang also wants to go out of the palace to play. At this moment, Gao Yang tugged at Li Er's large hand and said in a childish voice. Seeing the two little angels looking at him with burning eyes, Li Er could not bear to refuse. He pondered for a moment and nodded, "Yes. That's fine. Tranquil, you go. But you must return to the palace before 5 p.m. Tranquil said happily, Yes. Don't worry, father. Tranquil is only going to the Warm Tang Foundation to talk to Sister Yushi. I won't go too far." Li Er nodded. Tranquil, on the other hand, brought Gao Yang and left. Li Qingxian looked at his sister's back as she left. Then, he looked at Li Er with a worried expression and said, "Father. Do you want me to send some people to protect Tranquil and Gao Yang?" Li Qingxian had always doted on this younger sister of his. Li Er waved his hand and said, "There's no need. I'll get Zhao Song to take care of them later. You can go about your business." When Li Qingxian heard that, he immediately felt relieved. He cupped his hands and said, "Yes. I'll take my leave." At this moment, Li Er nodded at Zhao Song. He did not say anything, but Zhao Song had already understood Li Er's meaning. He quickly cupped his hands and took his leave. In the main hall, Li Er turned his gaze to the speed-changing bicycle again. The more he looked at it, the more he liked it. Men loved bicycles, regardless of the era. This kid doesn't make good use of his time to do proper things. Instead, he's always playing dirty tricks. Looks like I have to find time to teach him a lesson. For Li Er to be able to sit in his current position proved that he was not a person who coveted pleasure. Although the bicycle made by the Curious Pavilion workshop was good, it was just a small trick to him. He had the world in his heart. Therefore, after a moment, he could not help but mutter to himself. "Cho Nyo, tell me, what kind of secret project has the Academy been working on recently?" 2 days later, it was Friday again. Cheng Chumo was a martial artist, so his recovery speed was several times better than the average person. His injuries were basically healed. Naturally, he had no reason to continue staying at Yanhuang Medical Hall. Thinking of last week's car accident, he did not return home. Therefore, on Friday afternoon, Cheng Chumo went home. After dinner, Cheng Yaojin called Cheng Chumo to the study and asked mysteriously. "Yes, that's right. Old Cheng's house also had a study. Some people like to fiddle with things the more they lacked something. Cheng Yaojin was cultured, so he had a study at home. He had collected many good books, but the dust on the books was probably an inch thick. He had hoped that his 2 sons would be able to improve themselves in their studies, but it turned out that he had thought too much. Therefore, the books on the shelves were even less read. This study naturally became a temporary meeting room for the family." "What? What secret project? Dad, what are you talking about?" After hearing Cheng Yaojin's question, Cheng Chumo was dumbfounded. Speaking of which, he had been picking up girls at Yanhuang Medical Hall this week. How would he know what had happened at the academy? He also did not know that Li Zishuan had included him in the list of participants of the secret project in order to cover up his car accident. But Qing Yaojin did not know this. He thought that Qing Chimo was like Li Zishuan, who wanted to keep the project a secret from outsiders. Therefore, he could not help but stare at him and say angrily, "You brat. I'm your father. Do you want to keep it a secret from me? Do I look like the kind of person who doesn't watch his mouth and easily leaks secrets?" Qing Chimo was even more confused by old Cheng's yelling. He wondered if his father had taken the wrong medicine today. "Dad. What secret? What secret do I have to keep? I'm your son. What secret do I have that you don't know?" "That. But Dad, you do seem to be the kind of person who doesn't watch his mouth. In the past, Bao Lin and I peeked at Widow Zhang taking a bath, and you were the one who told them. Bao Lin and I couldn't go out for a long time." Qing Yaojin was so angry that he almost vomited blood. His old face was as black as ink. He could not help but roar, "Shut up! What kind of nonsense is this? I'm talking to you about the secret project of Yanhuang College. Don't talk to me about other things, and don't play dumb with me. Little Xian has already told me that you've been busy with that research project recently, so you didn't come home last weekend." "Huh?" Qing Chimo was stunned when he heard this. He remembered that he had asked Li Zishuan to help him hide the car accident from Qing Yaojin. Now, no matter how stupid he was, he probably knew what was going on. Dad. You're talking about this. I can't tell you. The students of the academy must keep the matters of the academy strictly confidential. They can't reveal it to anyone, not even their family members. This is the rule. Dad, don't make things difficult for me." Qing Chimo was someone who had memorized the Yanhuang College's confidentiality regulations, and passed the Yanhuang College's confidentiality exam. He quickly thought of a way to dodge Qing Yaojin's question. In fact, if he could, he would rather not dodge because he was playing with fire. But the problem was that he did not know what the secret project Qing Yaojin was talking about was. He could only think of a way to dodge it. Sure enough, when Qing Yaojin heard this, he was so angry that his eyes were bigger than copper bells. His eyes were about to spit fire. He slammed the table, stood up and roared, "Unfilial son! Bastard! I think you're all grown up now. You dare to play dumb in front of your dad and tell lies. See if I don't beat you to death today." Qing Chimo felt bitter in his heart. He was not playing dumb, he was really dumb. Seeing that Qing Yaojin was about to beat him up, Qing Chimo jumped up from the chair and ran out of the house without looking back. He shouted as he ran, "Mom! Save me! Dad is going to kill someone. He's so angry that he's going to put justice before family." "Yamacho, do you think this is considered done?" The next morning, Li Zishuan came to the workshop again to check on the progress of the killer project. Li Tai came over with a cone-shaped iron cylinder and handed it to Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan took the cone-shaped iron cylinder and asked suspiciously, "Is this the loudspeaker I told you about before?" Compared to the loudspeakers that were hung around the waist in his previous life, the one that Li Tai brought was a little too bloated. It was about 1.5 times the size of a normal loudspeaker, and its appearance was a little ugly. It was really hard to bite it. Yamacho, this thing is just an experimental sample. It does look a little ugly, but it's still effective. Why don't you try it?" Seeing that Li Zishuan was a little disgusted, Li Tai was a little embarrassed. Hearing Li Tai's words, Li Zishuan looked at the loudspeaker in his hand suspiciously. He then raised the loudspeaker to his mouth, hesitated for a moment, and shouted, "Hey! Hey! 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 Hey!" Li Tai, who was standing in front of Li Zishuan, had forgotten to move to the side. At this moment, he suddenly felt a huge wave of sound coming towards him. He quickly covered his ears and ran to the side of Li Zishuan. Although the sound is a little rough and not delicate enough, the amplification effect is still okay. Li Zishuan also heard the sound coming from the loudspeaker, and he couldn't help but be a little surprised. Hearing this from Li Zishuan, the little fatty was suddenly very happy. He quickly said, "Yamacho, so the loudspeaker I made is up to standard?" Li Zishuan nodded and said, "Yes. It's basically up to standard. Later on, we just need to adjust the sound effect." "Qingke, you were able to make such a loudspeaker experimental model in just a few days. That's pretty amazing." After saying that, Li Zishuan gave Li Tai a thumbs up. This was the truth. He really didn't expect Li Tai to be able to make such a rough loudspeaker in such a short time. Li Tai was suddenly as happy as a 200-pound child. He didn't even know where to put his hands. He only heard him laugh and say, "Hee hee. That won't do either. Yamacho, you flatter me, you flatter me." Chapter 1468. Holding the megaphone made by Li Tai, Li Zishuan walked out of the workshop. He planned to go home and prepare for a trip to the Black Armored Army's camp tomorrow. When he asked Li Tai to make a megaphone, it wasn't just to lay the foundation for the future invention of the telephone. It was also to use the megaphone in the army. In ancient times, there were no megaphone or walkie-talkies. Large-scale battles usually used drums and banners to convey the commander's orders. For example, in the era of cold weapons, this wasn't just for cheering. It was also to convey orders. One must know that when tens of thousands of people were in a formation, it wasn't the information era. Being able to control the soldiers was the foundation of a battle. Soldiers who didn't understand the drums and banners would often end up in a tragic state. If they didn't raise the flag, didn't pay the flag, didn't advance when the drums sounded, and didn't retreat when the drums sounded, they would usually be beheaded. In ancient times, hundreds of thousands of people were mobilized. There weren't many combat soldiers, and most of them were auxiliary soldiers and civilian workers. There weren't many dynasties like the Song dynasty that raised imperial guards like pigs. In the early Song dynasty, 200,000 imperial guards could fight all over the country. In history, when an army of more than 300,000 was involved in a war, it was more likely to be defeated than won. To give a few examples, the first was the Battle of Fei River. Before the 830,000 soldiers could be gathered, they were defeated by the 80,000 soldiers of the North Manchun army. The second was the Sui Yang Emperor's conquest of Goguryeo. The third was the Battle of Anlushan Rebellion. The fourth was the Battle of Song Jinfu. These were all battles where the lesser army won. Although the main reasons for the defeat were different, the lack of coordination and communication between large armies was an unavoidable reason. If too many soldiers were concentrated in a frontal battle, it would be easy for the army to collapse. Therefore, it is not without reason that there are so many battles in the history of our country where we win with a small number of people. The main reason was that the elite troops were few in number but flexible in command. This allowed the generals to fully display their commanding ability. For example, in the Battle of Hulao between Li Er and Dou Jianda, Li Er defeated 100,000 soldiers with less than 10,000 soldiers. Therefore, in future battles, both sides would use the strategy of attacking separately. Although the total number of people involved was large, there were rarely more than 50,000 people on a specific battlefield. This was because 50,000 people was basically the limit of sound and light transmission. Therefore, in ancient times when there were no loudspeakers or walkie-talkies, the generals on the battlefield relied on the golden drum and banner, and the tacit understanding and experience between each other. Whoever carried out their intentions better would win. But with a loudspeaker, it was a completely different story. This toy could transmit the battle orders from the general very far away, and could bring out the cooperation between the various small armies to the maximum. In a real large-scale battle, the situation on the battlefield was often complicated, and tactics had to be adjusted at any time. Just relying on the golden drum banner to pass down orders was not realistic. As for using messengers to pass down orders, there was no guarantee that the battle orders would be effective. Think about it, if a general's orders were transmitted through a loudspeaker during a battle, not only could it be transmitted very far away, but compared to the golden drum banner, the loudspeaker could also transmit more complicated battle orders. If one was worried that the battle orders would be overheard by the enemy generals, they could set up a complete set of tactical secret orders beforehand. This way, not only could the tacit understanding between the armies be maximized, but it could also prevent the enemy generals from overhearing the battle orders. It could also suppress the enemy in terms of momentum. After all, sometimes being loud was also an advantage, wasn't it? As he walked, he planned the use of the loudspeaker in his mind. Suddenly, Li Zixuan felt that something was wrong, because at this moment, the sky suddenly darkened. Li Zixuan couldn't help but raise his head and look towards the eastern sky. He saw small black dots with wings covering the sky. It was currently afternoon, and the sun was still in the southwest, but these small black dots covered the sky and covered the earth, as if they were going to cover the entire sky. Compared to the total solar eclipse 2 months ago, the scene of countless small black dots gradually nibbling at the sky was undoubtedly more terrifying. The plague of locusts is here. In the blink of an eye, Li Zixuan reacted. Wasn't this the plague of locusts that was recorded in the history books in the 6th month of the 2nd year of Jianghu? As a modern person, Li Zixuan had seen locusts before, but he had never seen a plague of locusts before. This was because people in his era liked to eat fried locusts, and the locusts in nature were not enough for them to eat. So, there were often people who artificially raised locusts. Under such circumstances, how could there be a plague of locusts? This was the first time in his 2 lives that he had seen such a large-scale plague of locusts. It was impossible for him not to be shocked. The densely packed locusts that blotted out the sky and covered the earth were definitely a painful torture for people with trypophobia. Li Zixuan did not have trypophobia, but when he saw the flying locusts that blotted out the sky and covered the sun, he could not help but feel his scalp tingle. This was because there were too many locusts in the sky. In the past, he had relied on his pitiful knowledge of history to predict that there would be a plague of locusts in the 2nd year of the 2nd year of Jianghu with Li Er, but he had never thought that the plague of locusts would come so suddenly and fiercely. This wasn't a plague of locusts. This was similar to the dark swarm of locusts that Li Zixuan had seen in doomsday movies in his previous life. This was a catastrophe for the common people. Even though the Tang Empire had made ample preparations to deal with the plague of locusts, Li Zixuan couldn't help but waver. Would the preparations made by the Tang Empire's imperial court really be able to withstand this plague of locusts? Plague of locusts. This is a plague of locusts. Divine punishment from the heavens. Divine punishment from the heavens. Oh my God. My crops. The wrath of the locust god, this is a catastrophe for the common people. The people who were still working in the fields could not help but be terrified when they saw this horrible disaster. Some people panicked and ran back to their homes. Some people hit the ground with their heads and cried bitterly. Some people knelt on the ground and put their hands together to pray to the heavens. A moment ago, everything was calm and peaceful, but in an instant, it was replaced by a widespread panic. It wasn't that the people were weak, but the scale of this plague of locusts was too terrifying. Li Zixuan estimated that if he were to catch all the locusts flying above his head, there would be at least 1,000 pounds of them, not to mention the black swarm of locusts in the sky. One could only imagine how terrifying the number of locusts was. Marquis, please return to the residence as soon as possible. Pang Feiji and the rest of the guard surrounded Li Zixuan as if they were facing a great enemy. They waved the swords in their hands to chase away the locusts that were flying lower. Pang Feiji quickly turned to Li Zixuan and shouted at him when he saw the chaos in the fields. At this time, Li Zixuan had already recovered from his initial shock. He ordered expressionlessly, "Go to Cloud Mountain. Feiji, immediately bring some men to the county office and ask Magistrate He to come over. Also, inform my parents and my wife that I am safe. Also, get someone to invite Uncle Hu, Second Master Lu and Lu Qingfeng over. Immediately. Immediately." Pang Feiji turned to look at the 3 brothers beside him. Li Zixuan usually only brought 3 or 4 people with him when he went out. Today was no exception. Therefore, he said to Li Zixuan anxiously, "But, after we leave, who will protect Marquis?" Li Zixuan said calmly, "Protect? It's just a few locusts. Do you think I need your protection?" The ones I really need to protect are the people of Lantian County. Don't talk too much. Go and come back quickly. Pang Feiji wanted to say that the panicking people might accidentally hurt Li Zishuan. However, when he thought of Li Zishuan's shocking martial arts, he decided not to say those words. Instead, he clasped his hands and said, "I will obey your orders. Marquis, please be careful." After saying that, he waved his hand and brought one of the guards to Lantian County. The other two guards split up and went to Han Village and Plum Village. The plague of locusts is here. The plague of locusts is here. My family's crops. It's going to be the summer harvest in a few days. Run. There are so many locusts. They're going to eat us. Run. Run. The 20 counties around Chang and city were all in a state of panic. Unlike the solar eclipse, the plague of locusts had a destructive effect on the human world. Furthermore, there were legends of the locust god among the people. There was no one who was not afraid. Some of the villagers even set up incense tables at the entrance of the village and knelt down to pray for the locust god to send down a divine order for the plague of locusts to go away. Your Majesty. Your Majesty. This is bad. Locusts, the sky is covered with locusts. Chang and city and the surrounding counties are all covered with locusts. Wherever the locusts go, not even a blade of grass will grow. A eunuch suddenly ran into the quiet Ganlu palace. The news that the eunuch brought was no different from a sudden clap of thunder that exploded in the Ganlu palace. Li Er stood up from the dragon bed with a whoosh. He said with a serious face, "What did you say? There's a plague of locusts around Chang and city?" "Yes. Yes. Your Majesty." Now, the people everywhere are fleeing in panic. The crops that are about to mature in the fields are all covered with locusts. Moreover, there are many locusts flying in the sky, covering the sky. The eunuch was terrified. This was probably the first time in his life that he had seen such a terrifying scene. Li Er's heart skipped a beat. He was about to speak when another eunuch walked into the palace. The eunuch said urgently, reporting. "Your Majesty. The governor of Qi province has sent an urgent report. There is a large plague of locusts in Qi province. The locusts are flying towards the capital." Li Er heard this and said angrily, "Bastard. The locusts are already in Cheng and city. How did the governor of Qi province's urgent report only reach the palace now?" Zhao Song whispered beside Li Er, "Your Majesty, please calm down. Qi province is about 1,800 miles away from Cheng and city. Even if it's an urgent report, it will take a few days to reach there. Also, the source of the locusts is definitely not just in Qi province. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many locusts." Li Er woke up from his rage. He brushed his sleeves and said, "Quickly go to the tower and ring the Jingyang bell. Summon all the officials to the palace for a meeting. We will add an afternoon court session today." The morning court session had just ended a few hours ago and Old Li had already called for an afternoon court session. However, this was something that could not be helped. The plague of locusts was too big of an issue. It required the cooperation of all the 6 departments in the imperial court to effectively resist the plague. As for the Jingyang bell, it was started during the Southern Dynasty. Emperor Wu of Qi placed the bell on top of the Jingyang Tower because the sound of the drum could not be heard in the palace. When the palace servants heard the sound of the bell, they would get up early to decorate it. Later generations called it the Jingyang bell. Every day, the Jingyang bell would ring to announce the start of the morning court session. All the officials would go up to the palace to arrange themselves. Later generations would use the sound of the Jingyang bell as the standard. "Yes, Your Majesty." An eunuch in the palace cupped his hands and accepted the order. Li Er thought for a moment, then looked at Zhao Song and ordered, "Zhao Song, leave the city immediately and make a trip to Lantian County. Invite the Marquis Yong and into the palace." Since last year, Li Zishuan had helped Li Er solve countless problems. As a result, Li Er was now somewhat reliant on Li Zishuan. Whenever there was a problem, he would subconsciously think of Li Zishuan. Of course, on the other hand, it was Li Zishuan who brought up the locust plague prediction last year. As the saying goes, whoever started the trouble should end it. Now that the locust plague had arrived, of course, Li Zishuan had to be invited to discuss the disaster relief together. Zhao Song's expression turned serious. He cupped his hands and said, "This old servant obeys the order." After that, he did not dare to delay any longer. In a flash, he rushed out of the palace. Clang! 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 After a while, on the palace tower next to the Vermilion Bird Gate, there was a series of deep and melodious sounds of bells and drums. The huge sound waves gradually spread throughout the entire Chang'an city. Chongren Lane. When Zhangsun Wuji heard the sound of the bells and drums, his expression changed. He said, "Men, prepare the horses quickly. I want to enter the palace." A lady beside Zhangsun Wuji asked curiously, "Old master, we just finished the morning court assembly. Why are you entering the palace now?" Zhangsun Wuji hurriedly explained, "Madam, listen. When the Jingyang bell rings, it means that something big has happened in the palace. The last time the Jingyang bell rang in the afternoon was 2 years ago. 2 years ago, it was the 9th year of Wuda, the change in the Xuanwu Gate." The lady's expression changed, and she hurriedly said, "Then I will help old master change his clothes." Zhangsun Wuji nodded. He looked up at the dark clouds of locusts in the sky and whispered, "The locust plague has appeared. His Majesty should be urgently summoning the officials into the palace to discuss countermeasures." Cloud Mountain, Yanhuang College's conference room. Li Zishuan sat at the head of the table, while County Magistrate He, Hu Hanyun, Second Master Lu, and Lu Qingfeng sat below him. Strangely, Li Gang, Yen Silu, and Ma Zhou from Yanhuang College were also present. Li Zishuan's face was solemn. After seeing that everyone was present, he said in a low voice, "The locust plague is here. I believe all of you have seen it. Some people see the locust plague as the wrath of the locust god. What do all of you think?" Old Hu straightened his neck and said, "Young master, Old Hu may not be well educated, but in my life, I only respect the heavens and earth. I don't respect ghosts or gods. What bullsh asterisk t locust god? It harmed our crops, so we should destroy it. To be honest, young master, Old Hu ate a few bowls of it last year." Second Master Lu nodded and said, "Xiao Hu is right. Young master, the locust plague is very serious now. The crops in the fields are about to be harvested in a few days, but such a large-scale locust plague has appeared at this time. Young master, if you have a good idea, as long as it can kill the locusts, Lu Wanshan, will do it." Lu Qingfeng and County Magistrate He were both scholars. They were not as reckless as Second Master Lu and Old Hu. The two of them forced a smile and said, "Yes. We will listen to Marquis." Li Zishuan nodded and said with a serious face, "Good. I don't believe in the locust god. Even if there is a locust god in this world, he is an evil god that torments the living. I will not kill him. Next, I will arrange a few things. You must remember them and carry them out strictly because this is a matter of life and death for the 80,000 people of Lantian County." Chapter 1469. Marquis, young master, feel free to instruct us. We will strictly follow your orders. In the meeting room of Yanhuang College, Magistrate He, Hu Hanyun, Lu Qingfeng, and Lu Hanyun sat up straight when they heard Li Zishuan say, "This concerns the life and death of 80,000 citizens of Lantian County." They looked at Li Zishuan with a serious expression. Li Zishuan nodded and began to arrange, "Magistrate He, when we return to the county office, immediately send the bailiffs to put up notices to pacify the citizens. Not only in the city, but also in all the villages outside the city. Teacher Wen Ji and Teacher Kong Gui are helping you draft the contents of the notices. Take a few hundred copies to the workshop and bring them back." Magistrate He quickly cupped his hands and said, "This official obeys." Li Zishuan nodded and continued, "In addition, order the Department of Commerce to inform all the grain merchants in Lantian County that during this period of time, they are strictly prohibited from raising the price of grain. Those who violate this rule will be blacklisted by the Department of Commerce and will be chased out of Lantian County. They will never be allowed to do business in Lantian County again. Magistrate, he hesitated and said, Marquis, won't this anger the grain merchants and cause them to collectively move out of Lantian County? Li Zishuan sneered and said, since this Marquis dares to say this, then I am not afraid of them retreating from Lantian County. In the granary at the foot of Yunshan, there are 50,000 dan of grain stored last year. Even if it is divided equally among the 80,000 people of Lantian County, each person can get close to 70 jin. If we eat sparingly, it can last 3 to 4 months. When the autumn harvest comes, will we still have to worry about not having enough grain? Besides, didn't Lantian County's granary store any grain last year? Magistrate, he heard Li Zishuan say that there were still 50,000 dan of grain stored at Yunshan. He couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. However, after hearing Li Zishuan's question, Magistrate He's heart sank. He wiped the sweat on his forehead and carefully said, this, Marquis, Lantian County's official warehouse can only hold 7 to 8,000 dan of grain. Last year's harvest wasn't good, so the people didn't hand in much grain. Therefore, the official warehouse isn't full, only about 4,000 dan of grain. When Li Zishuan heard this, he could not help but say angrily, last year, when the imperial court went south to trade for grain, the sea merchants brought back so much grain that it almost caused the price of grain in the capital to fall to the bottom. Did the Lantian County Yamen not spend some money to buy grain? County Magistrate, he was ashamed. He said, this. No. The Guangzhou region is nourished by the Yellow River, and its soil and water are fertile. Basically, there are few disaster years. Besides, even if there is a disaster year, there is Taicang in Chang'an City, and Hanjiakang in Luoyang City. There is no need to worry about food. Therefore, there is no precedent for the provinces and counties to buy and store food with money. Li Zishuan was really angry. However, this matter could not be blamed on County Magistrate He. Who asked Li Zishuan to not be the county magistrate when the imperial court's fleet returned last year? Otherwise, all the granaries in Lantian County would have been filled to the brim under Li Zishuan's orders. Forget it. Let's not talk about this for now. However, I hope that you will remember in the future that you need to be strong to forge iron. When you encounter problems, don't rely on others to save you. You have to rely on yourself to save yourself. The Tang Empire's territory is vast, and there are more than 300 provinces and counties. Like today's locust plague, the imperial court has to provide relief to at least dozens of provinces and counties. If we blindly wait for the imperial court to provide relief, how many more people will starve to death? Li Zishuan sighed and said sternly. County Magistrate, he cupped his hands and said, Marquis is right. I will definitely remember Marquis's teachings. Seeing this, Li Zishuan did not continue to reprimand him. After all, County Magistrate, he was an official of a county and still had to maintain his reputation. He changed the topic and said, the Commerce Department must be firm in their determination to stop the rise in food prices. Other than the food in Yunshan, I can also mobilize the Yan Huang Chamber of Commerce to transport food to the south. Therefore, you don't have to worry about food. County Magistrate, he heaved a sigh of relief and nodded. Yes. Marquis. Li Zishuan thought for a while and then looked at Li Gang and Yen Silu. He said, Teacher Wenji, Teacher Kong Gui, in the notice posted, there must be a clause. From today onwards, the Lantian County Magistrate will start to purchase locusts from the common people. 1 copper coin for 2 caddies, unlimited. Li Gang and Yen Silu could not help but be shocked when they heard this. County Magistrate he, who was sitting below Li Zishuan, could not help but exclaim, Marquis. You can't do that. These locusts are everywhere. If you just send someone to pick them up, they will be able to pick up 10 caddies in a day. If all the common people of Lantian County were to pick up locusts, wouldn't they be able to pick up hundreds of thousands of caddies in a day? Li Zishuan could not help but say, these locusts are not dead. Why would they just lie there and let people catch them? It is not easy for one person to catch 10 caddies of locusts in a day. Besides, even if you catch so many, the county magistrate will have to take them all. Don't worry, I will pay for this. County magistrate, he was speechless. He thought to himself, even if you have money, you can't waste it like this. He did not know that Li Zishuan was not only not making a loss by buying locusts for 1 copper coin for 2 caddies, but also making a huge profit. Li Zishuan did not care about what county magistrate he was thinking. He continued, actually, releasing food to help the common people is a bad idea. The common people have worked hard in the fields for half a year. Just when they were about to harvest, they were greeted with a plague of locusts. Their efforts are about to go up in smoke. This is very unfair to them. So, the most important thing now is to help the common people and not open the granaries to release food. Hearing this, everyone could not help but nod their heads. Actually, even if all the crops in the fields were eaten up by the locusts, there was no need to open the granaries to help the common people immediately. This was because the common people usually had a certain amount of surplus food at home. The consequences of the plague of locusts would take at least 10 days to half a month to show up. Uncle Hu, last year I asked Hu Jing and Hu Zhen to teach the children in the village how to control the flock of chickens. How did it go after that? Li Zishuan looked at Hu Hanyun and asked. Hu Hanyun quickly replied, young master, not only the Han village, but the children from Mei village also came to learn. In the end, the children from the 2 villages passed the test and received the reward set by young master. How many chickens do the 2 villages have now? Li Zishuan asked again. Hu Hanyun thought for a moment and replied, the Han village has a total of 75,000 chickens. Lu Qingfeng replied, the Mei village has a total of 74,000. As the 2 villages had become Li Zishuan's fiefdoms earlier, Li Zishuan had used his own money to buy 80,000 chickens for the 2 villages. Now, it seemed that the survival rate was above 80%. This showed that the villagers had put in a lot of effort in helping him raise the chickens. Li Zishuan nodded and said, that adds up to a total of 150,000 chickens. Good. Uncle Hu, second master Lu Lizheng, go back to the village immediately and gather the children. Have them split into 30 small teams, with each team bringing 5,000 chickens. From the north to the south, sweep the farms of the 80 villages in Lantian County. Quickly eliminate most of the locusts in the fields of Lantian County. What? Let the chickens eat the locusts? Young master, is this method reliable? When everyone heard this, they were all stunned. Even old Hu was shocked. Li Zishuan smiled and explained, of course it's reliable. This marquis once read a book. It says that a mature chicken can eat up to 300 locusts a day. 20 chickens can almost guarantee that 1 mu of land will be free of locusts. If we organize 5,000 chickens into a team, we can clear 200 mu of land of locusts in about an hour. Uncle Hu, go back to the village and gather the children to begin the operation. Before the sky turns dark, we might be able to clear 10,000 mu of land. In another 2 days, we can clear all the locusts in the fields of Lantian County. Although they did not know from which book Li Zishuan had read these fallacious theories, but due to their blind trust in Li Zishuan, everyone still chose to believe him. They nodded as they listened. At this moment, county magistrate he could not help but frown. Marquis. Not only do chickens eat locusts, they also eat wheat. This way, the locusts will be eliminated, but the wheat will also be harmed. Li Zishuan looked at him indifferently and said, County magistrate I think Uncle Hu can answer your question. County magistrate he was stunned. He could not help but look at Hu Hanyun. Old Hu scratched his head. This question was not easy to answer. If he said it too directly, it might hurt county magistrate he's self-esteem. After all, county magistrate he was the parent official of a county. Although Old Hu would not do things that violated the law to seek county magistrate he's favor, it was not good to offend him for no reason. After hesitating for a while, Old Hu finally organized his words and explained, County magistrate, although the chickens can eat wheat, there are too many locusts in the fields. When the time comes, they won't be able to eat the wheat. Actually, he wanted to say, who would be willing to be a vegetarian when there's meat to eat? But that would be too direct. County magistrate, he was not stupid. In an instant, he reacted. He looked at Li Zishuan with a face full of shame and said, this official was muddle-headed and did not think it through. Li Zishuan waved his hand and said, it's fine. But as the parent official of the people, you should know about farming. You must not make a joke of, why not eat minced meat? Yes. Marquis. County magistrate, he repeatedly said yes. Li Zishuan did not say much, so he changed the topic and said, last year, the imperial court introduced the policy of reducing taxes by raising chickens. In the entire Guangdong region, the number of chickens raised by the people has greatly increased. I believe that Lantian County is not that bad either. County magistrate, when you go back, other than spreading the notice and calming the people, you must also call on the people to send all their chickens to the fields to eat the locusts. In the face of a disaster, only with everyone united will we be able to withstand the locusts in the shortest time possible. County magistrate, he solemnly cupped his hands and said, this official obeys. At this moment, Li Gang said, Yamacho, the notice that has been posted everywhere to calm the people has been drafted. Do you want to take a look first? Li Zishuan nodded. Hu Hanyun, who was sitting beside Li Gang, quickly passed the document in Li Gang's hands to Li Zishuan. After skimming through the contents of the document, Li Zishuan said, It's written very thoroughly. County magistrate, get someone to take the notice to the workshop to make a copy. After stamping it with the official seal, immediately start posting it throughout the county. County magistrate, he received it with both hands and said solemnly, yes. Marquis. This official will take his leave. Young master, we will also take our leave. Hu Hanyun, second master Lu Qingfeng, and the others looked at each other and stood up at the same time. Li Zishuan nodded and said. The few of them cupped their fists and left the meeting room together. Li Zishuan looked at Ma Zhou and said, Brother Ma, I'll leave Datong daily to you. After all, this locust's plague is not just limited to Lantian County. There are at least dozens of provinces in the Guangdong region. We must use Datong daily to unite the people and fight this disaster together. Ma Zhou nodded and said in a deep voice, Yamacho, don't worry. I will return to the editorial department and mobilize all the editors. We will start the operation immediately. Tomorrow's Datong Daily will definitely have Yamacho's solution to the locusts, and tomorrow's news will definitely dispel most of the people's fear of the locust god. That's for the best. Brother Ma, go quickly. Li Zishuan nodded and said. Ma Zhou obeyed and left. Li Zishuan then looked at Sun Simiao and said, Priest son, I'm sure you know the medicinal value of locusts. This time, Yanhuang Medical Hall can use some of the locusts collected by Lantian County to make medicine. This kind of cheap and effective medicine is rare, wouldn't it be a pity to miss it? Sun Simiao nodded and stroked his beard. Xiao Xian, you're right. I will ask the medical hall to take over some of the locusts collected by the county and dry them for storage. That's great. After that, Li Zishuan turned to Li Gang and Yen Silu. Mr. Wenji, Mr. Kong Gui, I've said before that the purpose of Yanhuang College is to have a heart for the world and a life for the people. At this critical moment, I, in the name of Yamacho, announce that the college's final examinations will be postponed. All students will be suspended from classes and will be sent to the villages of Lantian County to eradicate the people's superstition towards the locust god and lead the people to fight against the locusts and capture them. Li Gang and Yen Silu were both people who cared about the common people and were highly respected. Hearing this, they did not have any objections. They directly cupped their hands and said in unison, Yes, Mountain Head. My dear Marquis, why are you at Cloud Mountain? We've been looking for you for a long time. At this moment, there was a flurry of footsteps and Zhao Song's shouts from the conference room. Li Zishuan nodded at Li Gang and Yen Silu. Both of you may go about your business. It seems that I'll have to make a trip to the palace. Both of them knew that Li Zixuan must be anxious and wanted to summon Li Zixuan to the palace. They saluted and left. Li Zixuan followed them out and said to Zhao Song, "Butler Zhao, let's go." Zhao Song was stunned. "Marquis, you knew that His Majesty wanted to summon you to the palace?" Li Zixuan said as he walked. "Butler Zhao came in such a hurry, how could I not know? The situation in Chang'an must be urgent. Let's talk as we go." Zhao Song was more than happy to hear that. He quickly caught up and said, "All right. Marquis, please. I've prepared a fast horse outside." The two of them rode down Cloud Mountain at lightning speed and headed for Chang'an City. Zhao Song did not bring a single attendant this time to summon Li Zixuan to the palace as soon as possible. After all, his strength had reached the Grandmaster realm. If he were to speed up, those little eunuchs in the palace would not be able to catch up with him. Chapter 1470. Quick, quick, quick. Young master has ordered everyone in the village to go to the chicken farm and chase the chickens out. Those who passed the test last year, gather at the village entrance and go to the chicken farm to chase the chickens. Quick, quick, quick. Han Xiaodong, you go and inform the village on the west side. Lao Niu, you go and inform the village on the west side. Denyo and Ernyo, you two go and inform the village on the north side. I'll go and inform the village on the south side. Not long after Li Zixuan left Cloud Mountain, Plum Village and Han Village at the foot of Cloud Mountain began to move. While other villages were still immersed in the fear brought about by the locust plague, the hundreds of families in these two villages had already begun to rescue themselves according to Li Zixuan's orders. "Elder Hu, why are we going to the chicken farm at this time?" "Where are we going?" "We're going to the fields to eat the grasshoppers." Young master said that the total number of chickens in Han Village and Plum Village is close to 150,000. In just half an hour, these chickens will be able to eat all the locusts in the fields. Everyone, hurry up. The sooner we gather, the less damage the crops will suffer from the locusts. Good heavens. You can do that? Our village only has 3,000 to 4,000 mu of farmland. Won't we be able to clear out all the locusts in no time? Elder Hu, wait. I'm going to the chicken farm now. Hu Hanyun brought up Li Zixuan's name, and the response was immediate. Compared to the other villages outside, the people of the Han family village and Plum Village were much less fearful of the locusts. After all, last autumn, the people of the two villages had caught autumn locusts and sold them at the Yanhuang Academy. Therefore, when the locusts came today, the people of the two villages were relatively calm. They only had anxiety in their hearts, but not fear. Almost at the same time, hundreds of Yamen runners from Lantian County were mobilized. They carried the notice brought back by County Magistrate He and started to post it on the roads and villages outside the city. The title of the notice was, "United as One, Against the Locusts." The content of the notice was simple and clear. The general meaning was, Marquis Yong in order, there is no such thing as the locust god in this world. The locust plague is not to be feared. From today onwards, the Lantian County Yamen would start to purchase locusts from the commoners. 1 copper coin for 2 caddies, and there was no limit. In addition, the Sky Chicken Brigade formed by the 150,000 chickens from the Han family village and Plum Village will sweep through the entire Lantian County's farmlands from the north to the south. I hope that all the villages will chase out the chickens raised by our villages and cooperate with us. We must work together to eliminate the locusts in the farmlands as soon as possible. Seeing this notice from Li Zixuan about eliminating locusts, the citizens of Lantian County finally calmed down. Especially when they saw the news that Lantian County was prepared to purchase locusts, the citizens could no longer sit still. Let's go. What are you waiting for? Marquis said it himself, there is no locust god in this world. Let's go catch locusts, we can sell them for money and wipe out the locusts in the ground. Right, right, right. Call the kids at home to catch locusts. Marquis said to chase the chickens at home to the fields. Let's go. Under Li Zixuan's reorganization, the entire Lantian County Yamen became very efficient. Not only did the Yamen runners post notices, they even went door to door to mobilize the citizens. As a result, the citizens of the villages were instantly mobilized. Those who chased the chickens, those who went into the fields to catch the locusts, the tens of thousands of citizens of Lantian County gradually embarked on the path of self-preservation. At this moment, the court was bustling with activity. Based on the news that I have received, Qi Province, Qing Province, Bian Province, Hua Province, Zhengzhou, Jin Province, Luo Province, Chen Province, Su Province, Shang Province, Yong Province, Bing Province, Lu Province, and Chang'an, 14 provinces and more than 200 counties have all encountered a locust plague. Moreover, the locusts are overwhelming and are spreading towards Feng Province and Qi Province. The scale of this locust plague is extremely large. Even in the previous dynasty, it is extremely rare. I have summoned all of you here today to discuss a plan to eradicate the locusts. If any of you have a good plan, please speak freely. In the Taiji Palace, the civil and military officials, who had just finished their morning court session, were once again summoned by Li Er. Li Er sat at the head of the table and looked at everyone with a serious expression. Your Majesty, since ancient times, the citizens have believed that the locusts from the sky represent the wrath of the heavens. The people will definitely spread rumors about this. The most important thing now is to stabilize the people's hearts. Your Majesty should personally go to the fields, kill the livestock, set up incense tables, pray to the heavens, and grant amnesty to the people to calm their hearts. The leader of Confucianism, Kong Yingda, stood up and cupped his hands at Li Er. From the perspective of the ancients, Kong Yingda's suggestion was not wrong. Looking at the previous emperors, most of their reactions to the locusts' plague were like this. Because the people of ancient times did not have complete scientific knowledge, many people had a panic mentality about the locusts' plague. The ancient concept of the unity of man and nature naturally made people associate it with the wrath of the heavens as a warning to the human world. There was a saying that went well, the idea determines the way out. With such an idea, the next thing to do would definitely not be to think of an effective method to control the locusts' plague, but to pray in the fields, praying for the locusts to show mercy. But obviously, the locusts' army would definitely not do as the emperor and the citizens wished. After the locusts ate up all the grains in the citizens' fields, those rulers who were slightly more farsighted would open the granaries to the citizens, so that the citizens would not be driven into a corner and rebel. Once Kong Yingda's words were spoken, many officials in the imperial court immediately echoed in agreement. Your Majesty, Chancellor Kong is extremely right. The most important thing now is to stabilize the people's hearts. That's right. Your Majesty, please set up an altar to pray and grant amnesty to the people. Li Er, who was sitting at the head of the table, couldn't help but frown when he heard that. This was because he didn't think that praying to the heavens could make the locusts disappear. Seeing Li Er frown, Zhang Sun Wuji stood up and said, Your Majesty, although Chancellor Kong's words are reasonable, I believe that the most important thing now is to issue an imperial edict to announce to the world, to summon the citizens to take action immediately to resist the locusts' plague. When Kong Yingda heard that, he couldn't help but ask, May I ask Duke Xiao, the locusts' plague is a calamity from the heavens, how are the citizens going to resist it? Zhang Sun Wuji said, Our Tang dynasty has millions of citizens. If everyone goes to the fields to catch locusts, why would we worry about the locusts' plague not being extinguished? No matter what, I believe that the effect will be better than praying to the heavens. Kong Yingda was slightly angry. Nonsense. Let's not talk about how the locusts cover the sky and the sun. There are countless citizens who believe in the locusts as divine worms. If Duke Xiao wants them to catch locusts, how would they be willing? Zhang Sun Wuji said with a stern face, Chancellor Kong, you are also a well-read person, you should know better than anyone that the talk of divine worms is complete nonsense. Locusts eat the crops and harm the citizens, they should be pests. I believe that Your Majesty should immediately issue an imperial edict to label locusts as pests, to encourage the citizens to kill them out of anger. That's right. How can a mere locusts be divine worms? If they are killed, then so be it. Don't tell me that the heavens will send down divine punishment because of this. Qing Yao Jin couldn't help but speak up. His family's manor was currently being harmed by locusts, and he didn't have any good feelings towards locusts. Moreover, old Sheng had killed countless people in his life. How could he be afraid of killing locusts? Fang Xianling and Du Ruhui also expressed their views at this moment. I agree with Duke Zhao's suggestion. Actually, there were many officials who understood that the talk of locusts being divine worms was nonsense. There were still many rational people, but they lacked a leader to stand out. Now that Zhang Sun Wuji, Fang Xianling, and Du Ruhui all stood on the side of killing locusts, there were instantly many voices of agreement. Your Majesty should issue an imperial edict to summon the citizens to kill locusts. Locusts aren't divine worms, they are pests and should be killed. Li Er's frowning brows finally relaxed at this moment. He nodded and said in a deep voice, since ancient times, food is the most important thing to the people, and locusts eat crops as food, harming the common people. How can they be called divine worms? Today, a plague of locusts has broken out in dozens of prefectures of the Tang Empire, and the people have no way to make a living. Today, in the name of the Emperor of the Tang Empire, I issue an imperial edict to summon the people of the world to hunt locusts together. If the heavens are angry because of this, I am willing to bear the divine punishment as the Emperor, and I will not regret it. Li Er's loud voice was like an oath to the heavens and the earth. His voice was like a great bell, and it resounded in every corner of the Taiji Palace. When the officials heard this, they were all moved. Although they didn't believe that locusts were divine worms, no one in the palace today was disrespectful to the heavens and earth, and even more so to the gods and ghosts. In their eyes, Li Er's words were definitely a benevolent emperor who sacrificed himself to save the common people. Father, you can't do this. If the heavens really have divine punishment, then let it descend on your son. Li Qingxian, who was standing below Li Er, was anxious and hurriedly bowed. Your Majesty, please take back what you said just now. If the heavens have divine punishment, I, Zhang Sun Wuji, am willing to bear the divine punishment for your Majesty with my old and weak body. Zhang Sun Wuji bowed deeply and said in a deep voice. The officials followed suit and bowed. Your Majesty, please take back what you said just now. If the heavens have divine punishment, we are willing to bear the divine punishment for your Majesty. The Emperor loved the people, the officials loved the Emperor, and the officials were willing to die for the Emperor. This harmonious scene between the Emperor and his officials could be considered as a beautiful story in the beginning of the Tang dynasty. Li Er heaved a sigh of relief, then shook his head and said, I am the Emperor of a country. I am doing this for the common people of the world, for the country. I have a clear conscience. I don't believe that the heavens will punish me because of this. Zhao Song, immediately write a decree and announce what I said just now to the world. Zhao Song said with a heavy face, this old servant obeys the decree. Kong Yingda cupped his hands and said, Your Majesty is wholeheartedly for the common people, and will definitely move the heavens. But the locusts in the various counties are endless. If we only rely on manpower to catch the locusts, when will we be able to catch all of them? At that time, the crops in the fields would have been completely destroyed. So, I hope that your Majesty can make plans early and order the various counties to prepare to open their granaries to appease the people. Li Er's face did not show any signs of panic. Instead, he smiled confidently and said, Minister Kong, do you still remember the decree that the Imperial Court issued last year? Last summer, under Li Zishuan's pressure, Li Zishuan offered 3 strategies to deal with locusts. One of the strategies was to use the decree to reduce taxes on chickens to attract the common people to raise a large number of chickens. Then, when the locusts came, the chickens would be used to kill a portion of the locusts. However, due to the fact that the locust plague prophecy could not be leaked out, only Zhang Sun Wuji, Fang Xianling, and Du Ruhui, these 3 important officials of the empire knew about it. Furthermore, these 3 officials were ordered by Li Ersan to keep it a secret. Thus, most of the officials did not know about the deeper meaning behind the decree of reducing taxes for raising chickens. Kong Yingda heard and nodded. Of course, I remember. But your Majesty mentioned the decree to reduce taxes on chickens. What's the benefit of dealing with locusts? Li Er smiled, then nodded towards Zhang Sun Wuji and said, Auxiliary machine, you speak. Zhang Sun Wuji clasped his hands and said to Kong Yingda, Chancellor Kong, last year, under the imperial court's decree to reduce taxes on chickens, the number of chickens raised by the common people in the various counties increased greatly. Chickens love to eat locusts the most. If the common people were to drive all their chickens into the fields, I believe that many locusts could be eliminated. Moreover, last year, the imperial court sent a fleet down south to exchange for grain. Now, the granaries of the Great Tang Empire are filled with grain. Even if the common people lose a portion of their crops, the imperial court has the ability to save them. Not only Kong Yingda, the other officials in the imperial court were shocked. They were not shocked by the strategy of using chickens to eliminate locusts. Instead, they were shocked when they thought of the imperial court's decree to reduce taxes on chickens in exchange for grain. This year, when the locusts came, Li Er and Zhang Sun Wuji just happened to propose the strategy of using chickens to eliminate locusts. How could there be so many coincidences in between? Could it be that when Li Er proposed the decree to reduce taxes on chickens, he had already predicted that there would be a locusts plague this year? Thinking back to last year when the imperial court sent a fleet to the south to trade for grain, all of this seemed to have been planned by Li Er. Kong Yingda and the other officials looked at Li Er with a trace of horror in their eyes. Our emperor is actually able to know about the future? Terrifying, this is really terrifying. This was the common thought of all the officials who did not know the truth. After a long silence, Kong Yingda still felt that something was wrong. He clasped his hands towards Zhang Sun Wuji and said, Chickens can eat locusts, but last year, as the common people were buying chicken seedlings, it caused the price of chicken seedlings to skyrocket. In the end, every household could only raise 30 to 40 chickens at most. However, every household has at least 30 to 40 mu of land. These 30 to 40 chickens are just a drop in the bucket. When Zhang Sun Wuji heard this, he could not help but be silent. Because what Zhang Sun Wuji said was the truth. Last year, the price of chicken seedlings in Chang'an City was definitely the most expensive in the past 10 years. Even if the imperial court launched the policy of reducing taxes on chickens, the common people could not raise many chickens in one household. It was not that they did not want to raise them, but that they could not afford to raise them. Li Er, who was sitting at the head of the table, could not help but turn gloomy. If 30 to 40 chickens are not enough, then how about 150,000? At this moment, a loud voice came from outside the Taiji palace. Immediately after, a dignified young man strode in. Although this young man was not wearing an official's robe, his aura was extraordinary. Who else could it be other than Li Zishuan? Chapter 1471. In a moment of desperation, this official barged into Taiji Palace without reporting. This is truly disgraceful and has offended your majesty. I beg for your majesty's forgiveness. When Li Zishuan had just arrived outside Taiji Palace, Zhao Song was about to enter to report. However, when Li Zishuan heard the conversation between Kong Yingda and Zhang Sun Wuji, he couldn't bear it any longer. He thought to himself, the locusts are already here and you guys have been discussing for so long, yet you guys still haven't come up with a solution. Do you guys have to be so inefficient? Thus, he directly walked in. After gaining the upper hand, Li Zishuan walked to the front of the officials and bowed to Li Er to ask for forgiveness. Seeing that Li Zishuan had finally arrived, Li Er heaved a sigh of relief. It wasn't that Li Zishuan wasn't present, but that Li Zishuan would be able to fill in the gaps and come up with better and more eye-catching suggestions, thus making the final outcome even more perfect. At this moment, Li Er wouldn't be bothered about whether Li Zishuan was being rude or not. He waved his hand and said, since this emperor has summoned you into the palace, there's no harm in you entering Taiji Palace. This emperor will pardon you. Thank you, your majesty. Li Zishuan bowed and said. At this moment, Kong Yingda couldn't help but ask, Marquis Yong, what do you mean by 150,000 chickens? The officials in the palace couldn't help but shift their gazes to Li Zishuan. They thought to themselves, what kind of surprise will this mysterious young man bring to Great Tang this time? At this moment, Li Zishuan turned to Kong Yingda and clasped his hands together. He smiled and said, this marquis has a total of 150,000 chickens. Just before I came to Chang'an, these 150,000 chickens had already been driven to the farmlands by the villagers and children of the Han family manor and Plum village. I believe that there aren't many locusts left in the farmlands of the two villages. Once these words were spoken, everyone was shocked. Firstly, they were shocked at the number of chickens that Li Zishuan controlled. Secondly, they were shocked at Li Zishuan's reaction speed to mobilize the villagers so quickly. Thirdly, they were shocked at Li Zishuan's confidence in the chickens' ability to exterminate locusts. Lantian County was only an hour's journey from Chang'an. In such a short period of time, 150,000 chickens could really exterminate all the locusts in the farmlands of the two villages? This, Marquis Yong'an, when did you have so many chickens? Kang Yingda was caught off guard. Li Zishuan replied with a smile, could it be that Chancellor Kong has forgotten about the matter of Taifu Monastery's Yuan Shaoqing accusing me of inflating the price of chicken seedlings last year? Last year, this marquis first bought 80,000 chickens for the Han village, then another 80,000 chickens for the Plum village. Today, there are approximately 150,000 chickens that have survived. Not only that, last year, I discovered 2 chicken training experts at the Han village. Under their guidance, the children of the two villages now know how to train chickens. Thus, before coming here, this marquis had these children bring the 150,000 chickens to the farmlands that were plagued by the locusts. Everyone here might not know this, but a mature chicken can eat up to 300 locusts a day. 20 chickens can almost guarantee that 1 mu of farmland is free of locusts. This Marquis Sky Chicken Brigade of 150,000 chickens is estimated to be able to clear 6,000 mu of farmland of locusts in an hour. That's 12,000 mu of farmland in 2 hours. The entire Lantian County only has a few 100,000 mu of farmland. This Marquis can guarantee that within 2 days, the locusts in Lantian County will be completely exterminated. And Lantian County will be the first county in Great Tang to exterminate locusts. Arrogance. Li Zishuan, who said these words, could be said to be arrogant. Everyone present, including Li Zishuan, did not dare to say that they could exterminate a county of locusts in 2 days. But Li Zishuan dared to say so. However, Li Zishuan had the capital to back his arrogance. Who asked Li Zishuan to be the only one who did not care about the high price of chicken seedlings last year? Kang Yingda could not help but be speechless. Li Zishuan's words were reasonable and he had no way to refute them. This made him sigh in his heart. The Li Zishuan in front of him was no longer the insignificant minister of the Imperial College. He already had the ability to dictate the life and death of a county's citizens. Furthermore, this was far from the end of this youth's road. In a few years, this youth would definitely become a true authority. However, Kang Yingda still had some doubts in his heart. He wondered why Li Zishuan bought so many chicken seedlings last year. Could it be that Li Zishuan was like Li Er last year and predicted this year's locusts? Thinking of this, Kang Yingda looked at Li Zishuan with a hint of fear in his eyes. Actually, he was not the only one who had such thoughts. Officials like Qing Yaojin who were familiar with Li Zishuan also had such suspicions or guesses in their hearts. Qing Yaojin was planning to ask Li Zishuan after the morning assembly. Marquis Yong'an, is your heavenly chicken brigade really able to exterminate the locusts in Lantian County in 2 days? Xiao Yu stood up and asked with cupped hands. Li Zishuan nodded and replied, of course it's true. If there were only 150,000 chickens, would definitely not dare to say such arrogant words. But now, not only do we have so many chickens, we even have a group of children who are good at training chickens. This is like having soldiers and generals. I am confident that I can exterminate all the locusts in Lantian County in 2 days. Other than that, I have also set up a department to purchase locusts in the county office. 1 copper coin for 2 caddies. This is to encourage the citizens of Lantian County to catch locusts. With the unity of the people, I firmly believe that within 2 days, all the locusts in Lantian County will be cleared. After hearing the second half of Li Zishuan's words, everyone was speechless. They secretly thought that someone was really rich. At such a critical juncture, he actually dared to buy locusts. Wasn't he afraid of going bankrupt? Xiao Yu was also shocked, but he was not worried that Li Zishuan would go bankrupt because of this. Strange Taste Pavilion, Drunken Immortal Tavern, and the winery were all places that made a lot of money. No matter how much Li Zishuan squandered, it was unlikely that he would go bankrupt. Xiao Yu nodded and then cupped his hands to Li Er. Your Majesty, the locust control strategy adopted by Marquis Yong, and in Lantian County has many merits. This old official believes that the imperial court's top priority is to issue official documents and order the county magistrates who are suffering from the locusts to imitate the strategy adopted by Marquis Yong, and in Lantian County. They will guide the citizens to kill locusts and do their best to protect the crops in the fields. At this time, Fang Xianling couldn't help but say, Minister Xiao, the imperial court's treasury is tight on money. How can we buy locusts like Marquis Yongmen? Your Majesty, Minister Fang is right. If we use money to buy these locusts, who knows how much money we will have to spend? Ever since the Battle of the Shuafang in the 4th month, the Turks have been eyeing my great Tang like a tiger eyeing its prey. The two countries can go to war at any time, and this war is certain to consume an enormous amount of money. How can the imperial court take out money to buy a few useless locusts? Not everyone can be as rich as Marquis Yongmen. As soon as Fang Xuanling's voice fell, a burly man walked out from the military camp and bowed to Li Er. However, his words were mixed with a lot of sarcasm and sarcasm. Li Zishuan couldn't help narrowing his eyes as he looked at the burly general. He didn't know this person, but why was the other party mocking him in such a strange manner? Li Zishuan couldn't help but feel a little puzzled. Sitting above, Li Er couldn't help but frown. He wanted to reprimand him, but the other party's words were not completely unreasonable. Hey! Marquis Yong, and was able to call on the people to eliminate the locusts in 2 days. Even if he didn't make a great contribution, he still saved tens of thousands of people in Lantian County, right? What did you do, Qiu Xingong? What right do you have to mock him here? Qing Yaojin was a fearless person. Seeing that there was a traitor in the army, he immediately stood up and loudly rebuked. Qiu Xingong. This person was actually Qiu Xingong. Li Zishuan couldn't help but narrow his eyes and feel a wave of shock. After Qiu Xingong submitted to the Tang dynasty, he followed Li Er to conquer the north and south. He took down Chang and eliminated Xuezhu, Lu Wuzhou, Wang Shichong, Dou Jianda, and other separatist factions. Apart from this, Qiu Xingong could also be considered a great figure whose name would go down in history. This was because in front of the Zhao Mausoleum, Li Er had carved 6 horses, the 6 horses of Zhao Mausoleum. One of the horses was different from the others because it had a person standing beside it. This person was not the coachman, but Qiu Xingong. During the Battle of Hulao Pass, Dou Jianda sent 150,000 soldiers to help Wang Shichong. At that time, Li Er only brought 3,500 black armored soldiers. At that time, Li Er was quite brave and actually only brought Qiu Xingong and a few personal guards to scout the enemy camp. In the end, they were discovered. In order to protect him, his personal guards were all shot to death. At that time, his purple horse was also shot. Qiu Xingong dismounted from his horse and pulled out the arrow from Li Er's horse. He then passed his horse to Li Er and held his saber. He shouted loudly and shocked the enemy formation. He killed several enemy soldiers and protected Li Er as he broke out of the encirclement and returned to the Tang army camp. Because of this, Li Er remembered Qiu Xingong's contributions and had someone carve Qiu Xingong into the Zhao Mausoleum's 6 horses. Of course, Qiu Xingong's biggest characteristic was his ruthlessness. In the 17th year of Zhongguan era, Yu Wenji, the county magistrate of Shen County, reported that Lu Lanqing, the governor of Daizhou, was plotting a rebellion. Li Er ordered Lu Lanqing to be cut at the waist. In order to show his loyalty, Qiu Xingong actually dug out Lu Lanqing's heart and liver and cooked it. Furthermore, Qiu Xingong's son, Qiu Shenji, was also a super ruthless person. He was the most famous ruthless official in Wu Zetian's dynasty. Thinking of this, Li Zishuan couldn't help but feel his scalp tingle. He thought to himself, how did I provoke such a ruthless person? He wasn't afraid that Qiu Xingong would really do anything to him. Putting aside the fact that he was now a noble marquis, as long as Qiu Xingong still wanted to stay in Tang, he wouldn't be able to do anything to him. Taking a step back, he had his own martial arts skills. There was no reason for him to be afraid of Qiu Xingong. However, when he thought of how this fellow was a ruthless person who ate people's hearts and livers, he panicked. This Qiu is just stating facts. Why is High Duke Lu so angry? Qiu Xingong's eyes flickered, but he didn't back down. Qing Yaojin was so angry that he stomped his feet and scolded, "Hey! I'm angry? Bah! I think it's you, Qiu Xingong, who's angry. You just can't stand the fact that the younger generation is more capable than you. You're jealous." As soon as he said this, many officials looked at Qiu Xingong with a strange gaze. Qing Jijia, Qiu Xingong was furious and wanted to fight Qing Yaojin to the death. At this moment, Li Er slapped the dragon table and shouted, "Shut up." At this critical moment, countless people are in deep trouble, but the two of you are quarreling here. What are you doing? Back down. The two of you will be locked up for 3 days and your salary will be deducted for half a year as punishment. Qing Yaojin and Qiu Xingong were both shocked. They stopped quarreling and bowed to Li Er. "Yes, Your Majesty." At this moment, Li Er looked at Fang Xianling and Xiao Yu and said, "Regarding the purchase of locusts, the Ministry of Revenue doesn't need to pay. I will use the money from the palace treasury to purchase locusts from the people. As long as we can eliminate the plague of locusts, the Empress and I will live frugally." The officials were once again moved by Li Er. They all shouted, "Your Majesty's health is related to the Tang Empire. We are willing to contribute our salary to help the imperial court purchase locusts." "Me too. Me too." Li Er saw this and couldn't help but laugh in his heart. Others thought that he was making a loss by purchasing locusts, but only he and Li Zishuan knew that 2 caddies of locusts for 1 copper coin was not a loss, but a huge profit. The meteoric rise of the drunken immortal Yin and Sun Simiao's words that locusts could be used in medicine proved that locusts were very valuable. "My beloved subjects, I appreciate your kind intentions. But I have made up my mind. There's no need to discuss this anymore." Li Er waved his hand and said, righteously, "Your Majesty, I am willing to take out 20,000 strings of cash to help Your Majesty purchase locusts. I hope that Your Majesty can fulfill my wish." Li Zishuan cupped his hands and said. Everyone couldn't help but widen their eyes. They thought that Li Zishuan was really willing to spend a lot of money to please His Majesty. Just as the other ministers with meager wealth wanted to imitate Li Zishuan, they saw Li Er's old face darken. He shouted, "Scram! I can still afford this small amount of money. 1 copper coin for 2 caddies. 10,000 strings of cash could buy 16 million caddies. 20,000 strings of cash could buy 32 million caddies." Was Li Zishuan planning to swallow the locusts of more than a dozen states? The officials were stunned. Li Zishuan touched his nose embarrassedly and cupped his hands. "Your Majesty is generous." No, Your Majesty is wise." After saying that, he couldn't help but mutter in his heart. Damn, this trip to the palace actually cultivated a competitor. Could it be that old Li also wanted to do the locusts business? Li Er realized that he had just lost his composure. He quickly said, "Minister Fang, you write the decree. Order the county magistrates of the disaster-stricken counties to immediately lead the people in the counties to drive the chickens into the fields to eliminate the locusts. The counties within 300 miles of Chang'an can send fresh locusts to Chang'an. The counties beyond 300 miles must dry the locusts before sending them to Chang'an. When the time comes, I will send people to buy them at different prices by caddies. In addition, the counties must prevent grain merchants from taking advantage of this opportunity to raise the price of grain. If there is a violation, severe punishment will be imposed. If the price of grain goes out of control, it must be reported to the imperial court as soon as possible. The counties nearby should immediately open their warehouses to release grain." Fang Xianling bowed and said, "I will write the decree immediately." Li Er nodded and then stood up. "Good. While it is still early, Please follow me to Lantian County to see if the Han Village and Plum Village have basically eliminated the locusts, as Marquis Yong and said. We obey. The officials heard this and all of them became alert. After all, some things were useless no matter how beautiful they were. They could only be believed when they saw it with their own eyes.